Order, please. Just before we get into the daily routine, a couple of housekeeping things. There will be no late debate this evening. Nothing was submitted before the deadline. And I'd also like to bring to the members' attention, yesterday, the leader of the official opposition tabled a document during question period, which consisted of an email attaching a memo. Clerks have since brought it to my attention that there are several redactions in the tabled document, including the identity of the author of the email. When first becoming members would have received a document entitled Procedure Note 5, where guidelines pertaining to the tabling of documents are outlined. This document highlights several previous speakers' rulings stated that anonymous letters cannot be tabled in the House. Faced with a similar situation, former Speaker Murray Scott ruled that, quote, the member who tabled the anonymous document had to table the letter in its full content, clearly indicating who the author was, or the letter would have to be withdrawn, end quote. Therefore, I would ask the honourable member to table a version of the documents identifying the sender of the email as well as the author of the memo attached to the email. Until that is done, the document tabled yesterday will be withdrawn. And to be clear, the leader of the official opposition's line of questioning was not out of order. It was the table of the anonymous documents that was out of order, and the direct quoting from the documents in the questions subsequent to the tabling of the anonymous documents. We will now move on. The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if there was confusion, but we, in fact, were intending to do late debate this evening. Did you not receive notice?
The clerks have notified me there was no late debate topic submitted before the deadline.
That might have been a clerical oversight. Can I ask the consent of the House to submit it at the earliest possible convenience? So I've just been advised by the clerk that that they were on notice and did not receive any notification from the New Democratic Party. Procedure rule number 5 is very clear. So it is within the purview of the House, with the unanimous consent on a motion by the government House Leader, to accept it after the deadline. So if it's the wishes of the House Leader of the New Democratic Party to defer to the government House Leader to make a motion, the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think our understanding was that the deadline was noon. We clearly made a mistake, so I will defer to the government House Leader.
Just for clarification, it's 1 hour before the sitting time. So, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may regret this, but we're happy to allow for the late debate topic to be submitted and stand. So with that, I'd ask the unanimous consent of the House to include the NDP's late debate topic for today.
Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. So the topic of late debate is, perhaps I'll defer to the Leader of the New Democratic, as I don't have it. So the Honourable House Leader for the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution for the debate will be resolved that the government could have done a much improved job in its handling of the question of the Owl's Head Provincial Park.
Okay, and perhaps I'll ask you, when you get a copy of that in writing, to circulate it at minimum to the House leaders. Thank you, and to myself. We will now move on to the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. As Speaker of the House of Assembly and Chair of the House of Assembly Management Commission, I'm pleased to table the House of Assembly Management Commission Annual Report for the calendar year 2019. The report was prepared pursuant to Clause 11(1)(f) of the House of Assembly Management Commission Act. The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas February 17th, 2020 was Heritage Day in Nova Scotia, a time to honor the remarkable individuals and places that have contributed to our shared Nova Scotian history. And whereas this year we honored Africville, which was a small, self-sustained, and vibrant African Nova Scotian community, home to hundreds of families located on the shores of the Bedford Basin. And whereas the city of Halifax forcibly demolished the entire community for the purpose of urban renewal that forced residents to relocate with little compensation for their homes and land. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly please join me in recognizing the heartfelt history of Africville and our commitment to our shared story, which has made this significant impact on our province and country. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 213 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Housing Nova Scotia Act.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 213 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Housing Nova Scotia Act.
Bill number 228, an act to amend Chapter 213 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Housing Nova Scotia Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate Political Party Whips.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate Political Party Whips.
Bill number 229, an act to eliminate political party whips.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting ministerial approvals.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting ministerial approvals.
Bill number 230, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting ministerial approvals.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Parks and Protected Areas.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto and the leader of the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Parks and Protected Areas.
Bill number 231, an act respecting parks and protected areas.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I introduce the bill, I just want to recognize in the gallery there are a number of staff members from the Department of Energy. They were a big part in designing this bill and many of the efficiency programs that Nova Scotians utilize every day. So I want to recognize the department for all of their work. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act.
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Mines begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act.
Bill number 232, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an introduction, please?
Permission granted.
Thank you so much. In the West Gallery, I would ask that Tara Miller stand. Tara is a beautiful individual, so intelligent, kind and wise, was our past president of the PC party, and I just want to welcome her to the legislature today. We're grateful for your presence here. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
I beg leave to do an introduction.
Permission granted.
I'd like to note, seated in the gallery to the east here, we have two fine people, one representing the United Nations as an envoy, Venci Gronsbrecht. I know I'm not good with names. And with Cermak, Victoria Savoy. And they bring a lot of information to the fisheries conference that's going on right now. And I welcome them best from the legislature. Thank you.
In the absence of no more member statements, we'll await the. Okay, we have a taker. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an amazing group of women in the Eastern Passage area, known as the Women of Worth Social Association, which is WOWSA. This is a group that started with just a couple of women who were looking to get together with other members of our community, and it's now grown to over 150 women. This is a group who get together to enhance mental, physical, and social well-being. They meet every month to partake in different activities, which not only benefit the women, but also encourage community involvement in other activities. They attend plays, have book clubs, go to movies, and do a lot of dancing and dining together. Recently, this group was awarded a Southeastern Community Health Board Award grant, and I was pleased to attend the ceremony last night in which they received it. I'd like to thank all of these women for coming together to support each other in our community, and I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Suzanne Switzer, the organizer of WOWSA, and all of their community members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Marlene Lasher has been a devoted member of All Saints Church since 1978. In more than 40 years, she has volunteered in many capacities, and she's always someone the church can rely on. You name it, Marlene has done it. She's been a member of the Altar Guild for 20 years, holding a leadership position for most of that time. She served on parish council as the church's synod representative. She served as All Saints representative on the Bedford-Sackville Interfaith Society, and you can still find her most Wednesday mornings sorting and pricing items at Beacon House. Marlene volunteers at church dinners, setting up, prepping and serving food and cleaning up afterwards. Vacation Bible School, Messy Church, Sunday School, greeting parishioners, St. George's Soup Kitchen. She's done it all. And Marlene has also volunteered with Beavers and Scouts, her school library, school trips, and the Ladies Auxiliary of the Bedford Fire Department. So today, I would like to thank Marlene Le Lacheur for over 4 decades of dedicated service to her community. Well done.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, it's not every day a family gets a chance to become a reality TV celebrity, but the Sampson family of Little Bredora, Cape Breton did just that. In the summer of 2019, family captain Holly Sampson Kitamura, her husband Yoshi Kitamura, Holly's parents Liz and Harold Sampson, and Holly's older sister Megan Sampson sent an audition tape to Family Feud Canada. Shortly after, they received an invitation from CBC to audition in Halifax with 31 other families. In October, Holly received a call at work confirming they would be on the show. The Sampsons family episode is expected to air either March 10th or 11th. They plan on having a public viewing party in North Sydney. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating the Sampson family on being selected on Family Feud Canada and wish them luck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we are aware, eating a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables daily is an important part of a healthy diet. Unfortunately, there are many people who find it difficult to eat healthy because of the cost or the lack of accessibility nearby. For many families, budgets are tight and less healthy foods tend to be cheaper. Seniors living alone don't need to buy a large quantity of food, so their purchases often lack the variety needed in our diets. Also, distance, as is most 2 hours to go from Briar Island to the grocery stores in Digby, is also a factor. This past summer, representatives of the Nova Scotia Health Authority and from local groups and businesses working together to make it possible for people to buy a variety of produce through the Fresh Food Box program. For the past 21 weeks, this pilot program delivered affordable boxes of produce from local farms and the Digby Superstore to sites in Digby and the municipality of Digby. This program was a great way to encourage people to eat healthy, and hopefully its success this summer will ensure its return next summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make special mention of J. Aaron Roy. J. Roy is the owner of Cape and Cow Comics and Collectibles in Lower Sackville. This is not your typical comic shop, as it is also home to the Lenahan Witchman Safe Space, an open and inclusive space within the store where youth can be their most authentic self. Although J. Roy is not a counselor himself, he saw the need to provide a safe space for youth to receive free counseling. So in collaboration with the Nova Scotia Health Authority, this became a reality. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating and thanking J. Aaron Roy, who continues to make a tremendous effort to provide a safe environment for the youth of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Antigonish County resident George Baxter has officially hung up his keys, ending a career lasting 5 decades. Mr. Speaker, since September 1969, George Baxter has been a school bus driver in Antigonish County. He retired earlier this month. He started driving the school bus when he was 24 years old and ended his remarkable career with a perfect driving record, no accidents. Mr. Speaker, over the course of 50 years, George has left a lasting impression on many children. He has watched generations grow up and move through the school system. And on his last day of work, George was the guest of honor during George Baxter Day, held at the Antigonish Education Centre. Every student in the school signed cards, he was treated to a special song, and staff members even dressed up like George in plaid shirts and work pants. Mr. Speaker, after 50 years, it was fitting that George's last passengers were his grandchildren, Grace, Michaela, Casey, and Percy King. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to recognize George Baxter on his long and memorable career. I ask my colleagues in the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating George on his retirement and to say thank you for all he has done for our children.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, research has indicated that one's personality sets great employees apart. North Nova Education Centre in New Glasgow opened its doors in September 2003. Natalie Garrow began her tenure at the new high school and is still working in the administrative office. She continues to derive happiness from the time she spends with numerous high school students. She is definitely a proactive employee, always watching and listening to what's happening within the student population. That's why she stands out among her peers, always quick to take action and solve problems. She's always been forthright and honest. That's why she is greatly appreciated by everyone at NNEC. Nat is a confident, humble, and very reliable employee. Her positive and happy behavior is contagious. She arrives to work each day feeling energetic, enthusiastic. She possesses the leadership qualities that are essential to working with students. Natalie Garrow is definitely a class act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commend Save Our Neighbours and the Evangeline Club in Berwick on hosting the second Pottery Bowl fundraiser this past December with soup, sharing our unappreciated produce, and the Canadian Mental Health Association. Two students who were inspired to support in their communities were Sam Doucette of West Kings and Josh Van Nostren of Central Kings. And they made incredible soups and the most beautiful handcrafted bowls, which were donated by local potters. This is the true epitome of community, everyone coming together for a common cause to support their neighbours. Mr. Speaker, I also believe this is a testament to the leadership of our youth, and I wish to thank them, the Evangeline Club, Soup, CMHA, and all who volunteered their time and donated to ensure mattresses and bedding could be purchased for the Infant Nicole program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, today, of course, is Anti-Bullying Day. Back in 2007, grade 12 students, Travis Price and David Shepard, observed that a younger student was being bullied simply for wearing pink. The two Central Kings Rural High School students then bought and distributed 50 pink shirts to fellow students. This anti-bullying initiative struck a chord with many students and staff in schools and throughout the country now wear pink on this day. Mr. Speaker, there are few things less acceptable in our society today than bullying, whether it be between children, adults, at school, or at the workplace. I look forward to the day when we all can follow the quote of Dr. King, judge one another on the content of our character, and that we respect each other regardless of how we look or what we wear. So today, Mr. Speaker, we all think pink. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the Mulgraven Area Medical Centre and the amazing work they've been doing on their Mental Health 101 project. The project will host free information sessions to learn about the basics of mental health and provide light refreshments. They'll talk about some of the common mental health issues, the struggles that come with them, and how to maintain and improve wellness throughout. Additionally, they will provide an intergenerational education center session where generations share life stories and lived experiences with each other. This is an ambitious undertaking with mental health sessions planned for once per month during the week for 3 hours. The number of participants will hopefully be 20 to 30 each session. The intergenerational sessions will be held once per month on an evening or weekend for 3 hours, with the number of participants being 20 to 30 for each session. Mr. Speaker, we all know that mental health is vitally important to our overall health and well-being. That's why the Mulgraven Area Medical Centre should be commended for their exceptional Mental Health 101 project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that the holidays can be a difficult time of year for some of our constituents. Today, I recognize Bev Bowers, a wonderful Dartmouth East volunteer who made Christmas a little more merry and bright for 4 different families. Through online social groups, Bev asked for donations to provide these 4 families with a magical holiday season through a secret Santa exchange. Donations included non-perishable food, toiletries, and household items like bedding. Bev went above and beyond for these families and their children. She provided information such as ages and interests of the children, so they could also receive something special for Christmas. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members join me in thanking Bev for being a community leader and for continuing the spirit of the holidays for these families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North. Or pardon me, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize 2 creative passion projects and the women behind them. 14 Bells Fine Art Gallery, located in the Hydrostone Market, is named as a tribute to the North End Halifax community and specifically to the sound of the bells that local residents hear daily from the hill in nearby Fort Needham Park. Those are bells from churches that were destroyed, of course, in the Halifax explosion. Owned by North End resident Cheryl Bell, the gallery has provided a space for Nova Scotia contemporary artists to showcase their work. And Bell quickly tells the stories of each of the artists she features and champions. Local artist Donna McDonald opened a showing of her work at the gallery just last week. Her work captures the natural beauty of the sea and the rugged maritime coastline. McDonald has worked with Northwood, where she's currently a nurse manager for now 20 years, and she first took up painting as a hobby and then a form of relaxation, and now I think we can all tell how highly she has developed her skill and her art. That show runs until March 6th at the 14 Bells Art Gallery, and I encourage anyone to take a look. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
In recognition of African Heritage Month, I want to celebrate the grade 3 and 4 French immersion students at École Chebacto Heights Elementary. Earlier this year, they added published author to their resumes with the publication of L'Alphabet de Viola Desmond. This wonderful, colorful book tells Viola Desmond's important story in French, adding a francophone option to school curriculums that is for and by elementary students. Students were each assigned a letter of the alphabet and used that as a jumping-off point for their individual pages. Telling different parts of Viola's story allowed all students to better understand and remember important people in the history of African Nova Scotian community. Mr. Speaker, take a look at the HRCE's video clip on the book's creation and you'll see firsthand how proud the students feel after completing this project. Congratulations to all contributing students, and thank you teachers Molly McKenzie and Lisa Radzikowski for helping students appreciate and share our collective history.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, the residents of Pictou West are fortunate to have the Hector Arena. The arena is a high-caliber facility thanks in large part to the efforts of Ron Clark and his team. Ron has worked tirelessly to keep the facility updated and relevant to the needs of the area's residents. There are many opportunities to use the walking track, have a leisurely skate, or play a friendly game of hockey. It is also home to many yearly tournaments. The attention to detail shown by Ron and his staff is readily noticeable in the cleanliness of the dressing rooms and washroom facilities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make special mention of Ron for approaching area businesses to secure sponsorship, which allows residents a free skate on Friday afternoons. Mr. Speaker, I thank Ron and his team for their dedication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Sophie Dupuis, a young girl from Timberley who is making a real difference in the lives of people who are living with cancer. Over the last 8 years, Sophie has donated almost 130 centimeters of her hair to help make wigs for people living with cancer. This spring, she's taken an even bigger leap by going bald to raise money for her family, trying to meet the challenges of covering the costs associated with the disease. Sophie has met an ambitious goal of raising $2,000 this spring through a GoFundMe page, which she tells me she has already reached. She will be shaving all of her hair, not only to support a family in need, but also as a show of solidarity to stand side by side with her grandfather, Jay Penny, who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer in 2017. Sophie shares a special bond and love of camping and exploring the outdoors with her grandfather and has dedicated herself to this cause to honor him. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the House to join me in thanking Sophie for her bravery and dedication to supporting her family and community at such a young age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when Vancouver area residents Leanne Arnett and Richard Stainer purchased property in Queens County in 2016, it was their intention to merely spend vacations in Nova Scotia with their 5 daughters. Plans changed, and the family decided that visiting wasn't enough. They made the giant leap of leaving everything behind, including professions in which Leanne and Richard were well known and respected. In September of 2018, they opened 5 Girls Baking on Main Street in Liverpool. This shop has quickly become a regular stop for residents and visitors and has also become known for its commitment to community. Impressively, they have just been nominated in the hospitality category of the Lunenburg Queen's Business Excellence Awards. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Leanne, Richard, and their family on the success of their business and thank them for choosing Queens County as their new home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring awareness to a wonderful program offered via the Richmond County Literacy Network called the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. There are currently 166 children registered locally in the program and 3,373 provincially. Mr. Speaker, this program provides high-quality new books for free to registered children from birth until the age of 5. Each month, children receive a new book in the mail selected by an advisory panel of experts. And on January 27th, the province celebrated Literacy Day, highlighting the importance of this essential life skill. Mr. Speaker, for children, literacy begins at home, and the benefits of reading to an infant and child is well documented in promoting the development of a healthy mind and creating the foundation of language and lifelong learning. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the legislature to join me in praising the efforts of the Richmond County Literacy Network, who, by promoting these values, provide a valuable service to our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past week, the community of Member 2 held its annual awards that recognize residents in the community for the numerous leadership roles that they take each and every day to support the Member 2 community. There were a number of awards that were given out during the evening. The special recognition awards went to Madison Joe and Armand Paul. The Member 2 Men's Society Coach Recognition Award went to Alex Christmas. The Roy Gould Memorial Award for Rising Star went to Bradley Marshall and Anastasia Kabaddi. The Edward Kabaddi Memorial Award for Language and Culture went to Katie and Natalie McEwen. The Grand Chief Member 2 Lifetime Achievement Award went to Nora Plord. The Paul Gould Memorial Award for Sportsman of the Year went to Gideon Paul and Candace Christmas. And the Bradley Christmas Memorial Trophy for Citizen of the Year went to Emily Paul. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to congratulate all of the award recipients from the community of Member 2 for their leadership each and every day to support the residents in their community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the courage of Seven Rushton and also the respect and team spirit of the players on both the Oxford Golden Bears and the Spring Hill Golden Eagles basketball team. Seven Rushton is a grade 7 student who has developed a love for basketball, and the fact that he has Down syndrome does not slow him down. Near the end of a tournament game against Spring Hill, at the encouragement of his team, Seven took to the court to show his talents, who has passed the ball and sunk his first shot. Seven has attended every game and every practice with the Golden Bears, but has never been coached into playing in a regular game until now. Please join me in congratulating Seven on this huge, outstanding achievement, and thank the teams of Spring Hill and Oxford for their inclusive encouragement of this fine young man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, it's an exciting time for foodies to live in or visit my riding. As I mentioned last session, there are many great restaurants and pizzerias opening up in the Fairview Clayton Park area. But now I'm excited to tell you that a Halifax and Bedford favorite has made its way to my community. Lemon Tree, a restaurant specializing in Turkish and Mediterranean cuisine, opened their new location at the corner of Dutch Village Road and Central Avenue on January 17th. Among the many dishes, you can find moussaka, lamb kebab, or lamb tendir. But for the more veggie-minded, there are tons of starters or mezze to choose from. Hummus, baba ganoush, dolmada, and roasted red peppers are some of my favorites. Oh. If you have a sweet tooth, try baklava, sosak, tahini cookies, or lemon cake. It really seems like there's something for everyone. I ask the members of the House of Assembly join me in welcoming Lemon Tree to their new home in Fairview Clayton Park. I know this will be a popular spot. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Fort Equipment President Jeff Brennan and his family for being in business for 40 years in Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. Jeff is married to Angela Brennan, and they have 5 beautiful children. The business first opened in 1970, where Jeff's father, Bernie Brennan, and mother, Jennifer Brennan, took over the company in 1980. Jeff has had committed and dedicated staff that he credits for the aiding and the success of this business. Ford Equipment sells and services farming machinery in Cumberland North and far and wide. I wish the Brennan family the best on this milestone and hope their family continues to have success with their business in Cumberland North. They are certainly a well-respected family in our community and have supported the community significantly over the last number of years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a joyous day in the Waverley Dieppe 90 Legion when the President, Ken Mallett, burned the mortgage for the Waverley Legion. Just before the ceremony burning of the mortgage, the Legion had announced that they had officially paid off their mortgage of $330,000 dating back 20 years plus. The Legion and community members were in there to celebrate. They also held an open house which the community could see what the Legion is all about and how they can join to keep the thriving for the years to come. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the many hard-working volunteers who keep the active Legion active in serving the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the legislature join me in congratulating the Waverley Dieppe 90 Legion on this milestone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Karen Dumais and her students at Cole Harbour High School for all of their hard work giving back to their community through the Cavs Cafe. The Cavs Cafe is a lunch put on numerous times throughout the year where the Learning Centre students serve a hearty meal to the public and staff. With Karen's help and supervision, these students carry out tasks that all connect to life skills. These tasks range from folding napkins, executing visual recipes, serving and cleaning up. Some of Karen's students are nonverbal and use tablets to communicate. Karen sees so much growth within the students through the Cavs Cafe, and it's very rewarding for her and the students. I can personally attest to how wonderful their meals are. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Karen Dumais for her compassion and insight to see the potential in all of her students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome Sushi Cove to Spryfield. The restaurant opened a couple of months ago at 355 Herring Cove Road and has become a very welcome addition on Herring Cove Road. The reviews of the restaurant have been extremely positive, and I should know, I've eaten there probably over a dozen times. I really enjoyed the food and I look forward to going back. Over the last few years, we have seen some great changes in the business landscape of Spryfield with the addition of several businesses and new restaurants to the area. The additions of new food experience is a welcome change to the community. Recently, we welcomed Mezza to Spryfield, and now we are pleased to welcome Sushi Cove. Mr. Speaker, it is a small business such as Sushi Cove that are the backbone of our economy. The restaurant business is very challenging, but I believe that this restaurant, Sushi Cove, has found a gap in the Spryfield market, and I wish them every success with their new venture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the dedication of Greg Organ, who recently stepped down after many years as chief of the Neils Harbour New Haven Volunteer Fire Department. While retiring as chief, Organ says he will still help as a volunteer firefighter. The department will continue to be in good hands, though. Margaret Smith has assumed the role of chief. I have no doubt she will succeed in this new role. She's a registered nurse and comes from a firefighting family. Her father was chief for many years and still remains a captain in the department today. Mr. Speaker, it is a true honour to thank Greg for his many years of service and to congratulate Margaret for taking on this new challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognise a wonderful community volunteer in Clayton Park West, Andrew Cogswell. I had the pleasure of meeting Andrew through his lovely 11-year-old daughter, Riley, at Park West School, who is also an avid volunteer, and the two of them are avid volunteers for my litter cleaning up initiative. Upon meeting him, Andrew and his family graciously agreed to help at the annual barbecue where he was one of the chef cooks at that barbecue. Aside from frequently volunteering at Park West School, where his daughter attends, Andrew assists in the organization of Parker Street Food and Furniture Bank. With the help of many volunteers from the Bedford Institute of Oceanography, where he works, they are able to provide food for roughly 1,000 families in HRM. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Andrew and his family for their generous contributions to our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the members of the Sackville Business Association in Lower Sackville. For the past 12 years, the Sackville Business Association has been hosting the annual Sackville Christmas tree lighting at Acadia Park in Lower Sackville. Each year, local organizations come together to provide live music and treats to the community for free. This year's event took place on November 29th. Despite the frigid temperatures, was very well attended. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking the members of the Sackville Business Association for their continued efforts to host events throughout the year that bring the community together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Mr. Speaker, vibrant communities are some of the many community groups and volunteers who create recreational opportunities and services for our citizens. In the Annapolis Valley, one of those remarkable groups is the Annapolis Valley Honor Choir, who recently celebrated their 30th anniversary. Led by Director Heather Fraser, the Honor Choir brings together 150 young people from grades 3 to 12 and young adults by offering vocal training and development and mentorship. In addition to these core programs, the Honor Choir has also launched a music literacy program with the Acadia music students, a bursary program with Mud Creek Rotary, a chorister apprenticeship program, and a treble choir for grades 3 to 6. I invite all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to congratulate and thank Heather and the many parent volunteers and supporters who over 3 decades have given the Annapolis Valley the gift of an honor choir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise today to share sad news with members of the House on the recent passing of a great community volunteer, Barbara Elizabeth York of Fall River, who recently passed away on February 23rd. Barbara is a graduate of St. Mary's University in Mount St. Vincent. She worked as a teacher and a childhood educator for many years. She was also the executive director of the Atlantic Golf Superintendents Association for 15 years. However, it is through her active involvement and volunteering with the Sackville Connect clubs, where she held positions at both club, zone, and district levels, that I met Barb. Barb embodied the true meaning of KINS, bringing a bright smile and infectious laugh to all who met her. Barb will be deeply missed by those who knew her, and there are many throughout this province who would know who she is. I extend sincere condolences to her husband, Hugh, as well as to her children, Brianna and Stephen, and her grandson, Hugo. Mr. Speaker, with the passing of Barb, I can sincerely say that the communities of Sackville and Fall River have lost a great volunteer.
The Honourable Member for Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, in 1881, Marianne Brockwell, a Bedford woman of means, gifted some land to the community to use as a cemetery for residents of all Christian denominations. As a result, Brookside Cemetery has been the final resting place for many Bedford residents. It's managed by a volunteer board, of which Jim Uden has been a member for about a dozen years. Jim has held a variety of roles over the years, including president. He's helped families honor their loved ones who pass away. Jim is sensitive to the needs of grieving families, and he provides comfort at a difficult time. I'd also note that Jim has been involved with a number of other organizations over the years. He's deeply involved in activities at Bedford United Church and served as a key volunteer with soccer and hockey as well. In fact, folks say Jim Uden is a lawyer by profession, but a volunteer by choice, and I'd like to thank him for serving the people of Bedford.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to rise today to recognize the 50th charter anniversary of the River John and District Lions Club. The club was formed in January 1970 and celebrated this milestone on February 15, 2020. I extend special recognition to Mr. Donald Redmond and Mr. Alistair McKenzie, two founding members who remain with the club today. For 50 years and counting, the River John and District Lions Club has served the local community in a variety of ways, including, but not limited to, aid for children with special needs, assistance with medical equipment for ill residents, and general help for families in need. The club also proudly supports students with annual bursaries awarded at graduation. The local community has use of the clubhouse for suppers, breakfasts, and meetings. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the River John and District Lions Club on their 50th charter anniversary and thank the members for their dedicated service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In communities across the country, people have sought ways to communicate with each other. Before the internet and television, people learned the news through newspapers as the weekly Petit Courrier du Sud-Ouest. This paper was first published by Desiree Dion and distributed in southwestern end of the province in 1937. In 1972, to reflect the new political provincial mandate of a courier to develop links between all the Francophone and Acadian communities of Nova Scotia, the name of the paper was changed to Le Courrier de Nouvelle-Écosse. Since then, in a time when the way people communicate and inform themselves has changed dramatically, Le Courrier is involved and strive to remain relevant in the French-speaking minority part of the province. In 2019, the Association de la Presse Francophone, a Canadian network of French-language newspapers published outside of Quebec, recognized Le Courrier with APS Prix d'Excellence de la Presse Francophone in 2019 in the category Special Project of the Year. Congratulations to Francois Robichaud and his team at Le Courrier. They are continuing to inform their readers as Desiree Dion did many years ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today to acknowledge Michelle Wynot, Colleen McCabe, Lisa Harris, and Liz Ringer, along with other volunteers known as the Honeybees, for making a positive impact for community members. Organized through the Shelburne Christ Church, the Honeybees have been hard at work preparing home-cooked meals for residents of Shelburne and neighbouring communities at no cost. On top of cooking for a variety of different events in Shelburne, the Honeybees have their own monthly event where they provide a safe space where residents can come and enjoy a hot meal free of charge. Their motto is supporting our community as we support one another. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this legislature to join me in thanking the Honeybees for all that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the hard work and dedication of Dee Malong, a wonderful lady from Harbour Bushy who has been volunteering over the past few years to provide income tax filing support to constituents in need. Dee is an accountant by trade with a long and commendable career where she learned the skills she uses today, or at least at tax time, to serve her community. Dee's current community volunteerism is work aimed at providing seniors and low-income constituents assistance in preparing and filing their annual income tax returns. It can be difficult, especially in rural communities like Guysborough County, to access all of the professional services they need, and this is especially true of seniors and others who may find it more difficult to travel into larger towns to access these services, which is why the accounting help Dee provides is so necessary and crucial, meeting the people's needs where they're at. Mr. Speaker, tax season can be challenging for many of us, but thanks to Dee, those in Guysborough County can file their taxes with confidence, knowing her expertise is taking care of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Deanne Fitzpatrick and her staff at 30 Church Women's Clothing in Amherst, Nova Scotia. Deanne is a creative entrepreneur and opened this business 5 years ago. She wanted to bring this boutique business with her excellence in personal service to her customers. This is Deanne's second business in downtown Amherst. She also operates a rug hooking studio which exports her personally designed, unique hooked rugs the world over. Deanne is a significant part of the downtown Amherst and local economy and is always excited to see it grow and thrive. She is a woman that proudly seeks opportunities to mentor and empower other businesswomen. Through 30 Women's Church Clothing, she shares her message of empowerment and positivity daily by emphasizing healthy mind and body images. She truly lives up to her own logo mission of creating beauty every day. I would like to congratulate Deanne Fitzpatrick on this milestone and wish her continued success as she grows her businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, the Armdale Yacht Club is a big part of my community's history. The club is located on Melville Island, which has been used over the years as a family estate, hospital, quarantine station, prisoner of war camp, recruit training station, and an ammunition depot during World War II. The Armdale Yacht Club was founded in 1937, and after the World War II moved out in 1945 and the military moved out, the founders negotiated a long-term lease for the land with the Department of National Defense. Today, 5 of the original buildings remain, including the iconic clubhouse. Though the club's character and the types of vessels it accommodates has changed over the years, it remains a vital part of my community. On March 10th, the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic will host past Commodore and longtime Armdale community member Sarah Jane Rain for a presentation on the history of the club. This presentation is free and begins at 7 o'clock. I encourage all residents to come out and learn a bit more about this enduring Armdale institution. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my congratulations and gratitude to the King Lion George Maplebeck and the Canning and Districts Lion Club. Chartered in 1970, the Canning and District Lions Club has served the community for 50 years and celebrated this event at a charter night on Tuesday, February 25th, 2020. The members' commitment to service over these many years has been demonstrated in the countless volunteer hours and hundreds of thousands of dollars of financial support to improve the lives of individuals and their community. Members of the club started the Canning Food Bank many years ago, and the Lions Club continues to host this food bank. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking the club for their countless volunteer hours and work and commitment that have led to a stronger, more engaged community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dr. Rhonda McDonald and Dr. Nolan Osborne, the veterinarians and owners of the new Timberley Animal Hospital. The Timberley community is pleased to welcome these veterinarians, owners, and operators of this full-service animal hospital dedicated to caring for pets, which is scheduled to open this spring. After obtaining her doctorate in veterinary medicine, Dr. McDonald worked in both private practices as well as a busy emergency hospital. She possesses an enthusiastic interest in soft tissue surgery, emergency medicine, and senior pet care. In her time off, she is passionate about pottery, kayaking, as well as caring for her 4 cats, dogs, and chickens. Dr. Osborne holds a bachelor and master's degree from Mount Allison University. Over his years of practice, he has developed a keen interest in orthopedic and dental surgery. When he isn't working, he enjoys surfing and kayaking the coastlines of Nova Scotia and caring for his 4 rambunctious felines and 1 crazy canine. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the members of the House to join me in recognizing the Timberley Animal Hospital for the contributions they are making to our community to keep our beloved pets healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, if you remember, I've mentioned this individual before for the $1 million grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation she received for her research in nutritional deficiencies. However, I couldn't help but elaborate on Kylie Whitfield's incredible work in Asia and in Halifax. When completing her PhD, Kylie studied why infantile beriberi was so common in Asia. She learned that it was largely due to the baby's lack of thiamine in their breast milk. And as a result of her research, she learned to add thiamine to fish sauce, which was already a staple of a Cambodian mother's diet. The study was a success. Meanwhile, in Halifax, Kylie is compiling data at her milk and micronutrient assessment lab at Mount St. Vincent University to help establish optimum long-term health practices starting in infancy. Kylie's research is lauded as groundbreaking and embraces the polarizing topic of breastfeeding, and I ask the members of this House to join me in thanking Kylie for her continued research in the field of infant and maternal nutrition. Thank you.
Order, please. Time allotted for member statements has expired. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a story from the CBC. It says email details effort to cover up Nova Scotia MLA's alleged drunk driving incident.
Please, like to remind the honourable member that the term cover-up is a well-documented unparliamentary term. I understand that it is part of a media story, but it is not a term that we'll use in this chamber. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you. Just a little bit of guidance, Mr. Speaker. How should I refer to what the media story says then? Just paraphrase it?
You could refer to the document that you're going to table.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As long as there is an author of the document.
I'm tabling the document that refers to how the Liberal Party handled an email that was detailed a drunk driving incident. The email in question was sent to the president of the Chester St. Margaret's Liberal Riding Association, a director on that same association, and an individual who has been identified as the Regional Caucus Operations Officer for the Nova Scotia Liberal Caucus Office. And the email dated May 6, 2019 included an account of an alleged drunk driving incident involving the member from Chester St. Margaret's. The Premier has now had a day to review the email and consider its ramifications. I'd like to ask the Premier, since the email was brought to his attention yesterday, has he attempted to contact any of the recipients of the email?
The Honourable Premier.
No, I have not, Mr. Speaker. He would know, though. He's following the news, Mr. Speaker. The party president at that time said that he investigated that, didn't find the issue to be credible, Mr. Speaker, and did not inform the Premier.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did see media reports referring to what appeared to be a very well-coached response to that. But the underlying issue is there are very serious questions outstanding about how members of the Liberal political staff and members of the Liberal Party have handled the information contained in that email. The email would imply that the constituency assistant to the member knew of the alleged DUI incident from the moment it happened, and that the employee of the Liberal Caucus office knew from when she received an email on May 6. Since the Premier claims that the email and its allegations have not been brought to his attention previously, I would think that the Premier would want to know how that could happen, that it wasn't brought to his attention. And I'd like to ask the Premier, has the Premier begun an investigation into how this email was handled?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, as I said to you, the party president would have received that and that writing, did the investigation, not find it credible, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is the honourable member has tabled a document with all kinds of allegations with zero evidence, nothing. Not a single shred of evidence. There's an accusation in that, Mr. Speaker, and anyone in this province, Mr. Speaker, who believes they've seen a crime should go report that, not put it in a letter, write it, go report it to the law enforcement of the province. The question is, how long has the honourable member had the document? How long has he been sitting on the document to use it as a political document? That's an important question. How long has he held the document so he could come in the House, grandstand, make all kinds of accusations, impugn the reputations of volunteers across the province? How long has he had it? How long has he been sitting on a document that he says demonstrates that someone broke the law? Where's the evidence in that document?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'll do something unique in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. I'll answer a question. 3 hours. That's how long it took me to act when I saw that, Mr. Speaker. The Premier has said that anyone who receives an account of an alleged crime should, especially one particularly as detailed as this email, should call the police. And I agree. If somebody had such knowledge, they should call the police. And someone did. But it appears that that person is neither of the two provincial employees of the Liberal Party of Nova Scotia who were aware of this. And nor was it any of the Liberal Party members that were associated with the email and would have seen that email. Has the Premier been able to determine if anyone who is in his employ who had knowledge of this incident called the police? And I'll remind the Premier of one portion of evidence that he seems to be overlooking that is very critical to this. The police have laid charges. That is the evidence that what was in the email has merit. And I'd like to know from the Premier, Is the Premier aware of anyone under his employ who actually called the police?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I would strongly encourage the Honourable Member to recognize there is an issue of the courts that will determine whether or not there's guilt, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is, because the charge lays does not mean an individual is guilty. And the accusation that the Honourable Member is making,
Order, please. This will be the only warning today for unsolicited comments. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Speaker, and anyone in this province who is going to make an allegation about another individual in this province needs to have evidence, Mr. Speaker, to be able to take that to the law enforcement agency of this province. The very person who's making the allegation should be the one who goes and contacts the law enforcement agency of this province to make the allegation in charge, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier about the Crown lands in Owl's Head and Little Harbour. In March of last year, the government passed a confidential minute letter by means of which Owl's Head Provincial Park was removed from the list of pending protected areas. Then in December, a couple of months ago, thanks only to the investigative work of a diligent journalist, this fact came to public light. And then last month, in January, the government quietly removed the park from the online map of protected areas. So I want to ask the Premier if he would share his reasoning as to why his government did not consult or did not engage or did not even inform the public at any point along this process.
Order, please. I'd like to remind the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party that that the topic at hand appears on the order paper now twice, one in the form of the bill that your party introduced just a short while ago on this day, as well as it's the topic for late debate. So that eliminates it as fodder for question period. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Might I call for a reconsideration of that judgment? Is it in fact the case that the entire subject that is pointed to in such a bill is not legitimate subject for discussion on such a day in the House? That has not been my previous understanding.
We would have been okay if the short title of the bill printed right on the second page wasn't the Owl's Head Act. So you're speaking specifically about a scenario that is the topic of a bill and is the topic of late debate, both of which are on the order paper. So if you have a general question about a general process, that's fine, but your question to me is specific about a specific situation. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Well, I would like to ask, without mentioning the name of any particular communities on the Eastern Shore, if in general, when the government attends to the disposition and the potential future of Crown lands, if it does not find it overall a wiser course of action to consult and engage and inform than to not do so.
Thank you very much for your patience. The Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question and his ability to think quick on his feet. But I do want to talk to him seriously about this issue, Mr. Speaker. In his earlier preamble, he actually alluded to the fact this was not a protected area. It was on a list of potential protected areas. And like all pieces of Crown land, Mr. Speaker, when someone, whether being used or looking to buy that piece of Crown land, there's a process that you would go through. There was an offer made on that piece of property, and as part of that process, Mr. Speaker, there would have to be public consultation and public input to go forward, and that would have been part of the ongoing process if that property had been sold.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier raises the point, which has been raised much in the government's discourse about this, about the technical or juridical status of this piece of Crown land, whether pending, not pending, parked, not parked, and so on. What I'm wanting to point to, though, is that there has been a broad understanding, as there might be amongst the public, when maps, government reports, things like the Colin Stewart Forest Forum, other things, when these things have all indicated a certain understanding, when the public comes to understanding that in some unjuridical way, just in general, that the protection of something has been provided, would it not be better, when that is the case, to proceed by some means that would at least allow an elementary level of information to be shared with the public when a different course of action is to be followed?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I'm not sure what the question was, really. I'm not. The reality of it is, I said in the process that was in place, there would be public input and consultation on it, Mr. Speaker. This was not a piece of protected land, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear about that. It's not someone's making this up. It wasn't protected and now it's been delisted. It was never protected. It was one of a number of pieces of land across the province that the former government had looked at as potential candidates to be added to our protected lands. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, there was interest in that piece of property to be able to develop economic opportunities in the region of the province that requires economic opportunities. And it would be the responsible thing for the government to do is to look at those options, and I want to tell the member there would be public consultation.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Well, I do, Mr. Speaker, want to say something about public consultation. The means by which any piece of land ended up being listed on the NDP's Our Parks and Protected Areas plan was a means of extensive consultation. At that time, there were community meetings held across the province, around 20 of them. There were a multitude of interviews, way over 1,000 of them, many written submissions. I think the order was around 3,000. So we're talking here about consultation on Crown lands and land preservation with a capital C. The difficulty is, it seems to me, that that level of regard for consultation has not been honoured here. So I want to ask the Premier, does his government hold such low regard for community voices and public participation that when the public has an issue that is of such concern to them, there is all this level of consultation is simply taken and apparently disregarded?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, if the New Democratic Party, when they were in power, did all of this consultation that deemed that was supposed to be protected, why didn't they protect it? Why did they put it on last as a potential piece of protected area, Mr. Speaker? Why didn't they just simply protect it? I think that's a better question. If they've done all of the public consultation that he's describing, why stop there? If you believe this should have been protected, why didn't they protect it, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the Premier fired his Director of Communications after learning of a domestic assault. And at the time, the Premier said he terminated the employee because he waited 4 days to tell the Premier about that incident. In the circumstances of the member from Chester St. Margaret's, news of an order to appear was apparently kept from the Premier from February 12th to February 21st. That's 9 days. And yet the Premier says that he and the member mutually agreed that the member should resign from caucus. I have to ask the Premier, why was a 4-day wait a fireable offence 6 years ago, but a 9-day wait wasn't in 2020?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker. The member is referring to as an independent member, a private member of this House, and is not a member of the Liberal caucus. It's a decision he made, Mr. Speaker, and I supported it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Director of Communications should not have waited. Those were the words of the Premier at the time. The Director of Communications should not have waited. But he also said that the staff member in question wasn't let go right away because a review was needed to determine whether anyone else inside the government knew what happened. Yet this time, the Premier learned of an incident from 15 months ago and didn't stop to wonder who else knew. When the Premier learned that the member's charge was from 2018, did he launch a review similar to the one from 2014?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member would know, and I think all members of this House would know, they get elected by their constituents, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the authority to fire anybody in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. It's a little bit. I'm always surprised at the amount of level of. I'm trying to find the right word that's parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Member will go to. He spends a lot of time talking about I, patting himself on the back for all of the great things that he has done. My God, I'd be worried if I was some of you people. I'd be really worried what he might do to you.
Order, please. Just like to remind the Honourable Premier to keep your comments directed through the Chair. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're talking about is a moral compass. We're wondering if this Premier has one, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, it's unparliamentary to call into question the integrity of another member in this chamber. I'd like to ask you to retract that statement.
That statement, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's a famous quote that says, "The standard you walk past is the standard that you accept." When you see someone sick and struggling, do you put aside your political ambitions for your party and help them out? Or do you prioritize political expediency and turn away and conveniently be kept in the dark by your team? That's what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. And with this Premier, the actions of the Liberal Party caucus members that knew, the actions of the Liberal Party supporters that knew, suggest that they wanted the Premier to be kept in the dark because maybe they suspected, maybe they questioned whether he would do the right thing or whether he would put the party first. I have to ask the Premier, how does the Premier feel knowing that members that surround him, that his team, look the other way in the face of such obvious transgressions, look the other way in the face of public safety, and look the other way in the face of all Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the Honourable Member that when members of my staff, Mr. Speaker, were given evidence, Mr. Speaker, that indeed the member from Chester St. Margaret's was indeed picked up for impaired driving, Mr. Speaker. That's all public. The member has gone, Mr. Speaker, and pled guilty to that charge, Mr. Speaker. He's making a whole host of allegations with no evidence. The courts will determine, Mr. Speaker, whether or not what's before them is a charge or not. They'll determine the guilt or innocence of the individual, Mr. Speaker. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, what happened when it became obvious to us, Mr. Speaker, we reached out to provide support, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that he actually was in treatment, Mr. Speaker. That's where he is today. And it's my hope that he, like all Nova Scotians who suffer from this addiction or others, Mr. Speaker, continue to find the treatment and support to bring them back to good health.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Such nice words, Mr. Speaker. There's only one problem. The facts are in the way. They had 15 months to do the right thing. 15 months that they chose to look the other way and protect the Liberal brand. It speaks to leadership. It speaks to leadership and the standards set within the team that the members surrounding the Premier didn't want him to know. That the Premier couldn't be made aware of this situation. They probably didn't want to know how he would react. Well, we all know today how the Premier reacted to this. Can the Premier tell us how he actually feels knowing that members of the Liberal Party, members of the caucus staff, paid employees of the province of Nova Scotia were made well aware of this incident and they chose to look the other way? Is the Premier proud of that?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and he would follow that in the news today, Mr. Speaker, it was described, this was, Mr. Speaker, looked into. The honourable member has tabled zero evidence into this House. The documents he tabled were zero evidence, Mr. Speaker. So I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to provide good government to the people of Nova Scotia, continue to move our province forward, and the honourable member can stand in his place and attempt to impugn the reputation of people across the province if he so chooses, Mr. Speaker. But the reality of it is, we will continue to provide the government Nova Scotians elected us to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, you have to kind of see and hear this to believe it. It's actually incredible. And I'm reminded of a time not too long ago when the Premier has been very open about one thing in Nova Scotia, and that's that he doesn't use email. He doesn't want anything put in email. And I refer the members to September 29, 2016, when the Premier said, I very seldom email anyone. Quite frankly, I pick up the phone and call. There's certain information that I discussed that I do not believe should be in the public domain because it may not be a piece of public policy. Mr. Speaker, obviously this is a deliberate workaround to avoid the pesky FOIPOP rules of this province. And based on the Premier's insistence that he knew nothing about the November 2018 incident, is it fair to assume that the Premier's policy of not emailing in order to avoid FOIPOP and that's those pesky Nova Scotians that want to know what's actually happened and that their Premier is concerned about their safety, is it fair to assume that the Premier's policy has continued on?
I'll ask the honourable member to table the document that he was quoting from, provided it has an author. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable for the question. It gives me an opportunity to remind him that in 2013, we were $670 million in the hole. Young people were leaving the province, Mr. Speaker. Saw no opportunity for economic growth. Unemployment, Mr. Speaker, was high. Young people were saying, not Nova Scotia. I want to remind him today, the Minister of Finance tabled our 5th balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, young people are moving into our province to live and work here. We see more job opportunities being created. Unemployment is an all-time low. Mr. Speaker, those are the positive things that our government will continue to do. While the honourable member wants to stand in his place and impugn the reputations of people across the province, we're going to continue to work with Nova Scotians to continue to build an opportunity and hope in this province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will table that. The page, get it. I thought the Premier might recall that. But I will also table the notice to appear of the charges against his member that members of his team knew about for 15 months while the pattern continued. There was then a second charge, and all that time public safety was endangered, and all because people didn't speak up. The Premier wants us to believe that the email was kept from him, but his established practice of not keeping a record of his conversation leaves a lot to his memory and places a lot of risk on those who work for him. After all, you can't produce an email with someone who avoids email. And the Premier is a busy man. We know that an entire discussion of the defense strategy in the Alton gas case only got 3 minutes of his time. That's according to the affidavit from the Deputy Minister of Business when he referred to his discussion with codename Very Tall Man. Mr. Speaker, is the Premier concerned that his lack of record keeping means Nova Scotians will never know what happened with this email, or is he in fact counting on that?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, what Nova Scotians know, Mr. Speaker, we tabled our 5th balanced budget yesterday, Mr. Speaker. What Nova Scotians know, Mr. Speaker, their children see a future for themselves in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, and living and working in our province, Mr. Speaker. What Nova Scotians know, Mr. Speaker, the largest single investment in healthcare infrastructure in the province's history, Mr. Speaker. That's what Nova Scotians know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians know by working together, we can build the province we all hope and dream for our children and grandchildren, and then they know they have a government that is working with them to provide that opportunity.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. There are now more than 5,000 people on the wait list for public housing, and Metro Regional Housing Authority has stopped housing people who are not on the priority access list. This government has doubled down on on allocating rent supplements as a solution, but they are easily passed over by landlords who have dozens of applicants for units with cash in hand ready to move in immediately. The result is an impending homelessness crisis. Mr. Speaker, when will the Premier admit that rent supplements do not work in this sort of housing market?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. At no time have we ever stood and said in this province, the Premier, myself, or anyone else inside this chamber or outside this chamber, that there aren't challenges with the housing issues and concerns in Nova Scotia and looking after those people that need housing, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have made a single largest investment in housing in the recent budgets announced yesterday, $20.5 million, Mr. Speaker, which is a strategy. That money will all go into a strategy, Mr. Speaker, to see that people in Nova Scotia that are homeless or on the verge of being homeless are going to be looked after, Mr. Speaker. We are going to hire 27 more housing support workers that have a direct impact, Mr. Speaker. There's a history that will show you, Mr. Speaker, over 1,200 people were housed in the last year or more by the work that those housing support workers do, and we will continue to support them and those looking for housing in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, one reason why we need more housing support workers is because it is taking double and twice and four times as long to find a unit for somebody to move into who is already connected with a housing support worker, because there are no units available. The government has announced that it will build a mere 39 new housing units this year, none of which will be owned or operated publicly. In the meantime, it will funnel $10 million over this year and next to private landlords in the form of rent supplements. Meanwhile, Montreal has just announced it will be exercising its right of first refusal to acquire land to build social housing. And municipalities across the country are creating affordable housing reserves, building new purpose-built rental units and more. And in all of those cases, strong provincial partnerships are key. Yet this government insists on transferring millions of dollars of our tax dollars to private landlords instead of actually investing in affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, why does this government insist on private market free-for-alls instead of meaningful solutions to the homelessness crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't disagree more with the honourable member and her thought around what rent subs do or what private conversations do or with private contractors, not-for-profits, Mr. Speaker, co-op housing. We are working with many more partners out there, Mr. Speaker, right across this province. And the fact that she doesn't see any value in housing support workers, Mr. Speaker, is too bad, because what we know is that is progress that is being made. They know, Mr. Speaker, where the vacancies are. They're the ones on the ground that are helping these people, the direct benefit to them, helping us get them placed, Mr. Speaker. Every day in this province, those folks are working hard, and we're very pleased in this budget to announce, Mr. Speaker, the funds to go toward an additional 27 more to help with that caseload that member referred to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if many Nova Scotians are familiar with how things generally work in political offices in this province, but here's the shorthand. When an issue comes forward in a caucus office, or particularly if it's with a member, that issue would rise to the attention of any one of three people, and oftentimes all three. And those three people are the caucus chair, the chief of staff, and the premier. The premier is obviously the leader of the Liberal Party and the leader of the Liberal caucus. The obligation is on the premier to have people around him who understand what information he needs to know and what information he doesn't need to know, or they don't want him to know. Since the premier has suggested that he wasn't aware, logic demands that either the caucus chair or the chief of staff knew about this email, knew about this incident. Can the premier confirm which of the caucus chair or the chief of staff were aware?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, again, I want to tell the Honourable Member the riding president, Mr. Speaker, received that information. The riding president did the investigation, Mr. Speaker. He said in the news, didn't see any evidence in that, Mr. Speaker, and did not escalate that to the Premier.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
If only it was that simple. More people than the riding president received the email. An actual paid member of the Liberal caucus staff received it as well. So did another provincial employee. And a matter of this issue this serious, the Premier said himself yesterday, anything this serious should be taken to the police. I haven't heard the Premier confirm that that happened. So there's some real serious problems with how this was handled, which is evidenced by the court charge afterwards. And the public safety was put at risk the entire time that the Liberal brand was put first. The Premier continues to suggest that he was unaware, and now that everyone else was unaware, presumably upon learning about this situation last night, he would have immediately gone to his Chief of Staff and the caucus chair, the then caucus chair, to ask what they knew and when. It's the logical next step. It's the natural next step. We know this email was in the hands of political staff, so it must have made its way to one of the three people that I've identified. I'd like to ask the Premier, is the Premier comfortable with the culture that appears to have been created within the Liberal caucus and within the party, where they protect the Liberal brand above the safety of Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I completely, Mr. Speaker, disagree with the accusation and the allegation in the question, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is the Honourable Member has no evidence. No evidence that a single crime had been committed. Zero. Mr. Speaker, as I said to him, the former riding president looked at that, had no evidence. What do they do with it, Mr. Speaker? It's not, if you have evidence, Mr. Speaker, and the author of this letter had evidence, that author of that letter should have gone to the police, Mr. Speaker. And if the Honourable Member has been sitting on this letter for a period of time, why didn't he do something about it? Or was it just because he needed, Mr. Speaker, to have a political circus for himself?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
There's a political circus happening, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, he asked me the question and I answered. I would love to have an answer from the Premier on some of these very serious allegations. Allegations that the police have since acted upon laying charges. I know the Premier is not always that respectful of our judiciary.
Order, please. I'd like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to indicate that another member of this House has questionable integrity, is unparliamentary. I'd like to ask you to retract that statement. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I referred to the manner in which the Premier views the judiciary. I did not refer to anything about the Premier. And as evidence, I would present where the Minister of Justice called our Crown attorneys greedy. I would present evidence where the Minister of Justice disregarded a recommendation from the judges.
Is the Honourable Member going to retract the statement?
Which statement am I retracting, Mr. Speaker?
That the Premier is disrespectful of the judiciary.
I'll retract that statement, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister of the Environment. The Liberal caucus chair has been the forefront of the government efforts on the Public Accounts Committee. He used the Liberal majority at the Public Accounts Committee to slash the number of meetings, to narrow the mandate of that once powerful committee, and it was done so that the government could avoid weekly televised accountability sessions. Now it's possible that the Liberal caucus chair has found a new way to save face for the government. A question for the Minister of the Environment in his capacity as Liberal caucus chair. When did he first become aware of the email that's the discussion here in the House?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm the next one that's going to have my reputation tried to be impugned here, and I certainly think I can look across the floor and look into the eyes of everybody over there and stand by what I say here. I believe it was actually here in the House yesterday when I first heard of this.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
This is very interesting, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the situation that happened in their party, but it's everyone else's to blame here, Mr. Speaker. There's a demonstrated culture on that side of the House, and that culture is Liberal first, Nova Scotians if we can. And the culture over there is the ends justify the means. as long as the Liberals are holding on to power, Mr. Speaker. It starts from the top and it runs all the way through the organization to the volunteers, right through Liberal First, Nova Scotia, if we can. Is it possible that a paid member of the Liberal caucus would receive an email with these types of allegations and it not be escalated to the Liberal caucus chair? I would like the Liberal caucus chair to confirm for the members of this House that he did not receive this email and put the Liberal brand before the safety of Nova Scotians.
Okay, it's been brought to my attention by the clerk that questions of caucus chairs are not permitted in question period. As set out by Beauchesne, questions in question period are to be directed to ministers on their portfolio or something within their responsibility of their department. So we'll move on to the next question. The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Lands and Forestry. Let's change this up a little bit. Recently, during the standing committee, I wouldn't be very proud of that. Recently, during the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development, the Forestry Transition Team attended the meeting. However, there were still more questions than there were answers. The forestry industry is now in a current nervous state about the future. My question for the Minister is, does he have any statistics on how many people have actually received assistance by these announcements by the Transition Team?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that committee did provide an opportunity for all members in that committee to ask questions, and there were lots of answers given by the staff that are on the Transition Committee, both the Deputy Lands and Forestry as well as the Deputy of Intergovernmental Affairs, and there are a myriad of programs that have been announced. That Transition Team has met 8 times already, Mr. Speaker, and there is uptake from many of those programs. They're going to continue to work on introducing more programs, and I want to remind the member that those programs have been endorsed and supported by industry, by those industry reps that sit at the table that help put those programs together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. The Transition Team was represented at that meeting by 2 members of the former Deputy Ministers group that was announced last year on this floor. The Minister stated estimates last March that at the time a Deputy Ministers Committee was stricken. My question from the Minister, has the Minister been given a full brief of the activities from the past Deputies Committee and the current Transition Team?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I did say at that time that we would be prepared for any outcome, Deputy Ministers meet regularly, and I continue to be briefed on activity prior to the decision that was made by a company to go in hibernation. And I continue to get updates from my deputy from the activity that happens at the Transition Team. Of course, we did know the impacts that would arise when 95% of the material from sawmills and woodlot owners and the residual materials going to one company. We knew numbers. We knew numbers of silviculture investments, so we were prepared with analysis to look at any initiatives that would come from that Transition Team. That's what we continue to do, and I want to thank the members that work with our group and with the Transition Team from the industry, and we'll continue to work with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank again the Minister for his response. Mr. Speaker, the Davidson-Greenwood report last year suggested a designated person was to become a primary contact person for the industry and stakeholders. Last year during this the sitting, I asked the Minister please inform the House of who the designated staff person was assigned, and his response that he would give me that information right away as the person was hired. My question for the Minister, why did it take so long to find out who that person was?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't remember the exact date the staff member was hired. There was the usual process to hire within the department. I believe they were hired in January. They continue to work. They were at the meeting with the advisory committee for the Leahy report. That recommendation did come out of the D&G Communications recommendation, and we're following that recommendation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I just heard the minister say that the person was hired in January. When we asked back in October, and I'll table this for the benefit of the House, when I asked, the minister said we do have a designated person, and I'll get that contact person. That was on October 30th, and I'll table that. When we ask again in November to the minister's assistant, we will get that name passed on right away. When we finally got response back from the minister's assistant January 17th, they stated that that person had just been hired a week ago. So I'm wondering, why did the minister not find out until January that that position was not filled?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure where the member is going with this. We made a commitment to implement the recommendations from the D&G Communications report. Once we made that decision, it went through the regular process that government goes through in terms of competition for positions, and since then that position has been filled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. The roadmap for transforming the Nova Scotia Services to Persons with Disabilities program was accepted by this government in 2013. Advocates for community living options have been frustrated by the government's inaction and were deeply disappointed by the feeble commitment in yesterday's budget to begin moving 50 residents with disabilities from larger facilities to community-based living. These individuals have been inappropriately housed in institutions for many years. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Premier to explain why 7 years into a 10-year implementation of the roadmap, his government is just beginning to move individuals into appropriate, accessible housing.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we have been moving people, Mr. Speaker, into independent living, actually, Mr. Speaker, across the province. Not only my constituency, many of whom I know personally, Mr. Speaker, the friends of mine who have moved into a group home and then actually moved out into independent living. We continue to work with our partners across the province. As she would know, some of the clients that we have, some of the residents that we have require more supports. That's why in this budget the minister has made announcements and commitment to continue to provide those supports so that those who require medical and other supports in the Flex program will have more options to move to independent living, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, there are 1,560 people on the Disability Supports Program waitlist. The waitlist for community-based residential supports and services has increased by 50% since the government committed to the roadmap. Investments in the Flex program are an expensive band-aid that may work for some, but there is nothing in this budget to show us how this government plans to address the need for supported living options in community for these 1,500 people on the growing waitlist. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier explain how he plans to meet the commitment he made in 2013 to the hundreds of people on the waitlist and their families?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, suggesting, Mr. Speaker, some of the most vulnerable people in our care don't deserve to live independently through the Flex program, which has actually worked for those families, Mr. Speaker, is not appropriate, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is, for those families and those individuals, that is an important step to them to move to independence. As I said to the honourable member, we have continued over the course of the last 7 years, continued to move people to independent living, and we will continue to work with our partners to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that as quickly as possible, all those Nova Scotians who want to live independently can. And I want to also tell the honourable member, there are certain Nova Scotians who want to remain in their current housing situation. I don't believe the honourable member believes I should go in and take people from where they are currently living if they choose to want to live there.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Finance tabled her budget. She and her government have been claiming that they are good stewards of the economy, all the while benefiting from the opposite. According to the budget, the province will receive almost $400 million more in transfers from Ottawa to fund their lavish spending. This is because our economy is falling behind the rest of the country. My question to the Minister of Finance, will she acknowledge that the increase in federal transfers is in part due to Nova Scotia's lagging economy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member's question about federal support, equalization, Mr. Speaker, is a way the federal government has used over a number of years back from the 90s, to help those provinces that may need some assistance based on their ability to either raise taxes or pay for goods and services and pay for programs and services. Equalization is not new. Every province in this country has benefited from, at one time or another, from equalization. We are currently one of those 5 that do, and we will invest that money wisely in this province.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, spending is easy when it's other people's money. This government may not run deficits, but they benefit from the deficits of their federal cousins. Revenue from provincial sources are budgeted to go down, while revenue from federal sources are budgeted to go up. It is short-sighted, it is spending money you haven't made yet, and it is a budget built on decisions that are out of this minister's control. My question for the minister: why are we becoming increasingly more dependent on transfer payments in the charity of the federal government?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank all Nova Scotians for the tremendous work they've been doing over the last 7 years to move this province to fiscal health, Mr. Speaker. Net to GDP continues to decline in our province, Mr. Speaker, from 38.6 to now down about 34. I want to thank all members of this House, Mr. Speaker. If the honourable member doesn't believe in the programs that Nova Scotia has become, which ones does he want us to cut? Does he want us to cancel pre-primary? They're against it. What building does he want us to build? Does he not want the new healthcare facility, Mr. Speaker? Stan, does he not want that? Does he not want the investment, the $2 billion invested? Does he not want the twinning of the highways in Nova Scotia? What is it that they don't want us to do, Mr. Speaker? What is it that they don't want us to do?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We're in favour of safe highways, Mr. Speaker. We like safe highways. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Premier was adamant that anyone who receives an email with that type of information should go directly to the police. But now we know that the Liberal Party received this email. They did their own investigation and determined it frivolous. The riding president investigated by going to the person, by going to the member who was trying to hide the issue. The email literally said in the email that the member was trying to hide it. So how is it okay in the Premier's mind that the recipient of that email, who knows somebody is trying to hide something, goes to them and says, are you really trying to hide something or not? Is the Premier really satisfied? Has he changed his mind that people shouldn't go to the police? They should just do their own little frivolous little discussion with somebody?
So 2 things there. The terminology hide is unparliamentary in this chamber. And again, you're quoting from an email that's not tabled. So I'd ask the member to be careful in his future phrasing of questions. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the author of said email, Mr. Speaker, is the person who had the evidence, according to the honourable member. No one in this House can go make an accusation about someone else with no evidence. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker, unless you're the leader of the Conservative Party.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yeah, it's interesting, the words that are no longer comfortable, that the Liberals are no longer comfortable with, directly from the media stories, directly from the facts. And the reality is, this information was very telling. It was information that should have been taken serious, ought to have been taken serious. For people who are concerned about the health and safety of their colleagues, would have taken it serious. People who are concerned about the health and safety of Nova Scotians on our roads, they would have taken it seriously. And we can't deny the fact that Liberal paid staffers knew. We can't deny the fact that colleagues knew. And we can't deny the fact that they all turned the other way and looked away in the interest of protecting the Liberal brand, in the interest of political expediency. And that, Mr. Speaker, in my view, is wrong. And I'd like to ask the Premier if that is also wrong in the Premier's view.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in his preamble, there was a whole bunch of misinformation, Mr. Speaker. Wasn't accurate, wasn't true, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. As I said to you, this went to the riding president, Mr. Speaker. The riding president dealt with that, Mr. Speaker. There was no evidence, and there's still no evidence presented in this floor of this House by the honourable member that could go to prove any of the allegations in the letter. The reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, the private member now is before the court. They'll determine, Mr. Speaker, what the next steps are.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are going to the polls more often than necessary, creating additional financial burdens on taxpayers. 8 of Nova Scotia's last 11 governments have been majority governments and called an election before their 4th year in power, even though the House of Assembly can sit for just over 5 years. The last 2 general elections cost this province over $9 million.
Order,
and the next one.
The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. Just like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to table the document that he committed to table earlier, the email that you had read for. No, the email that you had read quoting something from the Premier. So, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you're referring to the notice to appear. This is the actual legal document issued by the police department confirming criminal charges against a member of the Liberal Party.
You had said you would table the document.
Could you confirm that you're looking for the actual legal document that confirmed the legal criminal charges against the member?
Order, please. Yes, you are correct. So you had committed to table the notice to appear. Yes, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just in the interest of clarity, I committed to table 2 things. One was a newspaper article that quoted the Premier saying he does not use email because he didn't want people to know what he was saying.
Yes,
I have tabled that. The second document is an actual legal document of criminal charges, evidence of the situation that occurred with the member. You're looking for the criminal charges?
Is the notice to appear. That's it. We'll now move on to opposition business. Just before we move on to opposition business, the Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to rise, and I'm not sure if entirely if I'm doing this correctly, but on a point of privilege, we all have the privilege in this House to represent our members, and I know that we have an allotted amount of time to be able to do so, and I would just ask, if please, that we could all be cognizant, and you, Mr. Speaker, obviously being the chair, could be cognizant of the amount of time that's being permitted to some members as opposed to others. I didn't get a chance to ask my question today, and my constituents are just as important as everybody else's in this House, so I'd appreciate that we could adhere to timelines with a little bit more diligence, Mr. Speaker.
I will take that under advisement. We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to call resolution number 1661, which calls on the government to strike a forestry committee for debate.
The Honourable will now call resolution number 1661. The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise to speak to Resolution 1661 put forth by the PC Caucus, a resolution to establish a select committee on forestry. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, it is imperative that we form this committee to travel the province and to listen to the forestry workers. Mr. Speaker, on December 20th, the forestry sector in this province was thrown into turmoil by the decision of the Premier of our province when he read from a prepared statement that he would not extend the Boat Harbour Act to allow Northern Pulp Time to complete their environmental assessments, despite the company and forestry advocates calling for an extension. This sadly would put a very important player in the forestry industry at a standstill and result in closure, and after a year of questions put forth by a terrified industry, meeting after meeting and being reassured not to worry, it was going to be all okay, hard-working men and women were forced 4 days before Christmas to share emotional and financial anxiety with their families. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. While most were planning holidays, gatherings, and enjoying celebrations with their families, thousands of Nova Scotians who work in our forestry industry were consumed with complete anxiety and uncertainty for their future. Northern Pulp received more than 90% of the sawmill chips and bark, as well as more than 50% of the pulpwood harvested in this province. Northern Pulp also financed, coordinated, harvested, and delivered over 1/3 of the province's annual timber supply. And with that announcement on December the 20th, it changed everything. It changed the lives of 11,000 forestry workers and their families, and 30,000 woodlot owners across our province. The result of this decision is devastating for rural Nova Scotia. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe the result of this decision is going to be catastrophic for our province. I have said it before in this House, and I will say it again. It is the government's responsibility to consider the ramifications of its decisions. But yet, Mr. Speaker, we sadly heard at a standing committee recently that members of the government's forestry transition team have admitted publicly that they are still coming to grips with the impact the closure of Northern Pulp will have on families, and concede they do not know the number of people that may lose their jobs. Mr. Speaker, I find this deeply disturbing and concerning. I stood in this House back in April of 2019 and stated it was bigger than the 300 jobs that was at Northern Pulp, and asked this government to take the future of forestry seriously and plan for all potential outcomes. Our caucus introduced a bill entitled the Forest Industry Sustainability Act, and we asked the government if they understood the impacts and if they had consulted with industry. The Premier and the Minister of Business led us to believe that work was already underway to understand and protect our forest industry. But, Mr. Speaker, we never heard from that committee. A group of powerful deputy ministers, and here we are today with members of a transition team not even knowing what the impact will be on families or our province. Let me say it again, Mr. Speaker. It is imperative of government to understand the ramifications of its decisions and to take responsibility. Actually, Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of us as MLAs, when we make decisions, have a very large impact on the lives of the people we represent, and we have a responsibility to be accountable for those decisions. Mr. Speaker, it is not acceptable to cause chaos and leave it to non-elected people to fix. It is our responsibility to provide stability and support. Nova Scotia Forestry is one of the biggest businesses, and in rural Nova Scotia and in my constituency, one of the largest employers. We have small and large sawmills, forestry contractors, truckers, road builders, equipment salesmen, truck repair shops, local firewood producers, woodlot owners, and small stores in rural communities that rely on the forestry industry. Mr. Speaker, these men and women who are facing such an uncertain time, an uncertain future, deserve to be heard by the members of this House of Assembly who passed the law that closed Boat Harbour, cancelling a contract 10 years earlier. It should be them who is listening to these affected families. It is those hardworking men and women who know the answers to the path forward, and MLAs should feel an obligation to look people who make their livelihoods in the forest in the eye. Listen to their stories, consider their suggestions, value their expertise, and work with them to make sure they can continue to make a life in Nova Scotia. It is these innocent, honourable, hardworking men and women who have chosen to live in our province and to make a modest living for their families that create real wealth for our province that are now facing tremendous hardship because of a decision of government and a satisfactory alternate plan. Yesterday in the budget, we heard that the closure of Northern Pulp is going to have a negative effect on the province's budget. Imagine what the closure will do to the budget of a family that relied on it to put food on the table. Imagine what this closure is going to do for landowners who lost 50% of their value of timber overnight. The landowner that was banking on that money to pay for their kids' education or pay for medication, for medical bills, for a gravely sick member of their family. It may be okay for those who want to back away from harvesting and wait and see how this all looks out in the future. But mills also need wood to supply, or they shut down, which causes more layoffs. Imagine what this closure means to contractors who are trying to make their payments on equipment and meet payroll. Based on the Gardner-Pinfold study of 2016, the social and economic impact of eliminating 50% of the total harvest in Nova Scotia is huge. And it would be in the order of $500 million per year in lost GDP and direct job losses in the order of 600 in harvesting, trucking, and roads only. Mill closures would be in addition to these numbers. These, of course, will change as the supply chain continues to adjust and following the road closures. The reality of all of this will sink in over the remainder of the year and longer. When Nova Scotia Power stops taking biomass at the winter levels in Port Hawkesbury and in my constituency in Liverpool at Brooklyn Energy, the impact on the sawmills will be hard. In Western Nova Scotia, a review by Freeman Lumber in Westford on the harvest level in Western Nova Scotia shows that 65% of the total volume will be shut down by road closure due to no outlet for pulpwood, sawmill chips, or hog fuel. The impact in people and economic terms is huge. 90 harvest and trucking contractors and over 400 operators and drivers impacted, and 400 pieces of equipment will be idled. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what we know today. We know the result so far has been the loss of over $3 billion of standing timber value in Nova Scotia. We know that thousands of direct jobs and shutdown of a significant portion of the forestry supply chain. We know for over 1.1 million tons of wood, 1/3 of the province's harvesting, representing $1.1 billion of economic activity. We know all certainty in the sector has gone out the window with investment and people exiting the sector at an alarming rate. We know that there is a loss of over $500 million of silviculture investment that has been made in the past by 30 years of woodlot owners. These are numbers being released by folks in the industry, on the ground, desperately trying to get government to listen to them. But what do we have, Mr. Speaker? We have a transition team, a committee named by the Premier that reports to the Premier, not to the forestry sector. And while throwing cash at a problem may seem great and big numbers excite some, throwing cash at a problem that doesn't fix two major issues is serious. Creating markets and maintaining low owner value through a robust supply chain with high-value products gets us nowhere. We have not seen one ton or cord or market of our forestry products and actually experiencing reduced supply to key markets like hardwood sawlogs and hardwood pulpwood by reducing supply that threatens businesses. We continue to see the plowing ahead of reports, Biodiversity Act, all things that threaten the economic prosperity of rural Nova Scotia while they've been put on life support. We continue to see the supporting of burning and importing coal and oil over 70% year to date, rather than support the forestry sector and woodlot owners right here in our own province. Mr. Speaker, I have always believed that MLAs work for Nova Scotians, not the other way around. Because of this decision, rural Nova Scotia will suffer. It will suffer the most, but every Nova Scotian will suffer to some degree. If you think that this decision does not affect you as an MLA or a Nova Scotian, I respectfully ask you to think again. This decision has devastated rural Nova Scotia, and the people didn't make this decision. A select committee of elected, accountable members that consults, listens, and provides meaningful, informed support is simply the right thing to address the mess that we are in now. There needs to be guidance and strong commitment to the industry, or we'll be losing much more than Northern Pulp. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the Premier say time and time again, Northern Pulp had 5 years. So did this government. We need a path forward, one that protects our forests, our rural communities, and the men and women who choose to live and work within them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my honour as always to rise in this House and to address resolution number 1661. This is, of course, a very important topic that affects a great number of Nova Scotians in virtually every corner of the province, and many of them are still very much in the midst of grappling with the transition, the change, the uncertainty in their personal and their financial lives. And so I want to begin by just really acknowledging that, and acknowledging that that change, when it is not change that one has chosen, is a very stressful thing. The closure of Northern Pulp will have extensive ramifications across the province if it is not stewarded and managed thoughtfully and carefully. Contractors, sawmill owners and employees, mill employees, woodlot owners, forestry workers, truckers and their families are all under stress as the full picture of what this moment means continues to unfold. And given the significance of this moment, it is worthwhile revisiting an example from our recent history of when a government managed a significant transition in the forestry industry. The NDP government took a community-based approach to the transition following the closure of the Bowater Mill in June 2012. That transition team included local voices and experts, municipal representatives, and community perspectives. The goal of the Bowater transition team was to identify potential opportunities to diversify the economy and to bring lasting jobs and economic growth to the region. The team advocated for the community, conveying community questions to the province on issues such as worker pensions, training, fire and safety issues at the mill site, and wood supply. And that team made recommendations focused on making the most of the region's people and its resources, including seizing on opportunities in research and development into new value-added forestry products, such as biofuels and advanced wood products, promoting innovation, supporting new and small businesses, expanding tourism through more focused marketing, and capitalizing on the region's current advantages in seafood and agricultural production. The Bowater Transition Team released a final report in December 2012. Its recommendations included that 2 or 3 project managers be hired to work on community priorities, that small business hubs support new and home-based businesses and provide them better access to capital for small businesses, that there be more flexibility and simpler access to government support programs, that a research development demonstration site at the former Bowater Mill property be developed to commercialize new value-added wood products, such as biofuels and engineered wood products, that a community forest model be promoted, and that work ensue with the construction industry on the merits of wood and wood products in commercial construction. And finally, that work be done with farmers to identify new agricultural products and value-added businesses for their produce. An interdepartmental provincial response team from economic and rural development, labor and advanced education, natural resources, and career counseling centres and community business development corporations continue to support the community's needs after the transition team finished its work. The Bowater transition team was able to develop innovative and lasting solutions that were tied to what the community needed because it was connected and listening to the people who were impacted. And I can't help but contrast that approach with the one currently favored by this government, which has stacked the team of the current transition team with deputy ministers. Deputy ministers who are absolutely skilled and talented and dedicated individuals, but who nonetheless are government employees and who answer ultimately to the Premier. I can't help but think back to some of the Premier's answers in our question period today when the protected areas plan that was arrived at thanks to thousands of Nova Scotians contributing through a really robust consultation process, that plan was sort of discounted as being of the NDP government. I don't think that there is adequate appreciation in the current government for what robust consultation and community participation actually means. That protected areas plan was not the plan of the NDP government because it was shaped by thousands of Nova Scotians, and the government at the time created the framework and provided the administrative supports for that consultation to happen. Here and repeatedly with this government, what we're seeing is a very closed approach to consultation, and that denies all of us as Nova Scotians the opportunity for the best ideas and for the greatest energy to be put to the problems that we're facing that are complex. And certainly as the NDP spokesperson on lands and forestry, I have come to appreciate that field, that file, that industry is incredibly complex. And there are very many different players operating at different scales, but all of them are impacted when their neighbors are struggling and under stress, and when really the market conditions and the demand for their products is so dramatically impacted as it has been under Northern Pulp, or since the Northern Pulp closure. So it seems to me that the current formation of the transition team is at risk of being ineffective because it is neither wide enough to encompass strategic planning for the future of the forestry industry, nor connected enough to communities to steward an effective community-based transition. Our caucus has called on the government to appoint a community chair, fully independent of government, and with credentials that ensure the respect of all sectors. I will say that that differs from what is being proposed through this resolution, which is an all-party committee. And while I endeavor to show up when invited to all-party committees of any sort with my best wishes and my best intentions to be constructive, frankly, I don't think that the nature of this House and of partisan politics necessarily lends those formations to being the best ones for getting work done. So I don't agree with the core of this resolution, which is that there should be an all-party committee traveling the province to look for solutions for the forestry industry. It's hard enough, frankly, to be with you for as long as I'm going to be with you just today. So, but I do think that the transition team, a more robust transition team with more community voices, would be very helpful. And given the current formation of the transition team with its preponderance of deputy ministers, we urge it to meet regularly with municipalities and major social agencies in Pictou, Cumberland, and other impacted counties in order to keep them informed of their activities and better monitor the situation on the ground in order to find out what interventions might be needed and might be helpful, and to make sure that those communication channels are open. I happen to have gotten to know a couple of the non-deputy minister members of the transition team, and I know that there are people there who are, really there with the wide interests of the community at heart, and yet this is a diverse province, and the forestry industry is, again, very complex, and the realities in central northern Nova Scotia are not the same as the realities in the southwest, and yet Northern Pulp's supply chain reached all corners. The only way we will come out of on the other side of the significant moment in our province's history is if we are really willing to listen to what people are telling us that they need and what they can offer. And that's not just through feedback after decisions are made, but through genuinely including community voices throughout the decision-making process. I also feel like this is an opportunity to talk about what this transition means for the state of our forests. Of course, this major change in the pulp and paper industry comes on the heels of the findings of the Leahy report on the state of our forests, and the current formation and trajectory of the transition presents a risk and also an opportunity when we look at the need to shift to a greater balance across the landscape of Nova Scotia, and in particular, as mentioned or as described in the Leahy report, a shift to ecological forestry on a great deal of our Crown land. As we confront the climate crisis, which I'll note has not yet been mentioned, I don't think, in this House, in this sitting, this moment has to be seized as an opportunity to do things differently. Many people are questioning whether Northern Pulp's licenses should be transferred to some of the forestry co-ops in the province who are either more interested or more versed in ecological forestry. I'm concerned that the transition will not be used to its full potential as an opportunity to create a real profound shift towards sustainability and a new green economy, which includes certainly use of wood for local heat generation, as well as in other value-added products, including mass timber and so forth. We need this transition to contemplate the long view. We need certainly government support to stabilize the industry so that it's able to adjust to that long view. But we also need to be taking this moment to figure out together and to gather different actors to the purpose of moving towards a long-term vision for our forests. And my great question is whether the transition team will facilitate more than a trickle of information from government higher-ups. We have heard from some members of impacted communities that communication from the transition team is poor, and that lack of details around the path forward increase the anxiety created by the situation. PICTO has asked for representation on the transition team, but to my knowledge, that request has not been granted. Unifor has asked for representation on the team, and again, to my knowledge, that request has not been granted. And we also haven't been informed in detail about how the transition team will measure and track its outcomes. Additionally, I continue to question and to seek clarity on whether actions taken by the government are going to undercut private woodlot owners. I'm grateful to the official opposition for putting forward this resolution, which has led to this opportunity to lay out some of my concerns with the current formulation of the Northern Pulp transition, and will continue to urge the government to include community voices in the transition. This moment, again, will require courage, listening, and real transparent communication. And it's my hope that this government will find it in itself to rise to the moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak a little bit on the resolution before the House. I would agree with sentiments expressed by both previous speakers, some of them, but I don't agree that this is the time to bring in more political actors into a very serious issue that we are facing with the province and one of our most important sectors, especially to rural Nova Scotia, with such a core piece of our economy at stake. That's why we took action fairly quickly to put together a team that does include deputy ministers, and I think that's an important piece of the transition team. We have, of course, the Lands and Forestry deputy at that table, along with Energy and IGA there, so that we can take quick action. These are the administrative heads of departments that send out analysis throughout the many departments and public servants that can take quick action on initiatives alongside our partners that come from industry. So we do have representation from private woodlot owners, large industrial landowners. We have a sawmill operator at that table, Mr. Speaker, so that we can get critical information to the table quickly from industry, from the ground, from communities, and then act on it quickly through our deputies. And of course, I, as the Minister of Lands and Forestry, had the opportunity to go to that to one of the committee meetings that they had previously, so that I could hear directly from them, aside from my normal practice of reaching out to different players in the industry. But I think having that, and if you look at the comparison of the practice of our standing committees, I would submit that they are not always constructive in their organization, and that's where I would agree from the member that just spoke from Halifax Needham about politics being brought into it and a so-called roadshow across the province may not be the best framework in terms of trying to find solutions and acting on those solutions at the table. An example that I've seen recently, and as soon as I saw this resolution, I thought of the ongoing effort by municipalities with the cap system, and I saw in an article that I'll table titled "Partisanship Bogs Down Cap Panel," and that was the title of a Chronicle Herald article, and members can go through the challenges that you can have when you have political members speaking to their what they want to see happen. Sometimes when they get it in front of a camera, they like to stake political positions and not necessarily get into details and constructive analysis around programs that matter to people. So I think that the current status of how our committee has been operating has seen demonstrated success. The initiatives that have been rolling out week after week, starting with looking at funding for silviculture and road work, supplementing some of the funding that we knew Northern Pulp was spending on both private and Crown lands. So some of that money goes directly into the pockets of those that are working, truckers, loggers, people that are working throughout the supply chain, being able to do enhanced silviculture work beyond the increase that we actually were able to get into the budget for the Leahy report recommendations that were increased last year and this year. So those types of initiatives matter, and they're able to be administered quickly through our partners, through the Association of Sustainable Forestry and Forest Nova Scotia when it comes to road work. Just because people aren't on the transition team themselves as a person does not mean that they have a voice at that table. There are many opportunities in the transition team itself that meets weekly, actually introduce people that come to the table and bring presentations. They've been out on the road. Community colleges are a part of that for retraining, meeting at actual sawmills, going through presentations from sawmills or interested companies that are looking for opportunities to look at future markets, and I believe there's close to 20 different companies that brought proposals forward looking at taking advantage of some of the products that we now have in access, opportunities to looking at the bioeconomy and different types of business models that are possible. So we had the $7 million for silviculture and road work, as I spoke to. We had the $5 million to provide the guarantee through the new financing program through our credit unions across the province. We know there's uptake on that program. That allows, again, to keep capacity in the supply chain. These are short-term initiatives that can happen right away. If there are contractors that have equipment and are worried about making payments on those, on the credit lines, we provide that guarantee so that we can get through this period of uncertainty for industry. We know that there's uptake on that. There's $1.5 million put into retraining options for forestry workers if they choose to consider other skilled trades. We also have the recent $10 million over the next 2 years to provide for a rebate, for an innovation rebate for companies that want to look at capital investments at their sawmill, Mr. Speaker, if they want to look at something that could help with low-value products that we have the concern to find markets for today, or potentially looking at improving value-added type products and making investments here, and government being there. So we're exhausting all opportunities with in mind that we have to ensure that we're keeping the exemption on our softwood lumber agreement, and that's where we get advice from legal teams, trade staff, and others at the table. We also, above and beyond all of those investments, have put aside $50 million that hasn't been touched yet into a separate trust fund, Mr. Speaker, and that is purpose of that is to protect it for future years, so it's not being pulled away from the transition from year to year, fiscal years. And we will be able to put initiatives together at the transition table that can draw from that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we knew that this would have an impact. I've heard from the member from Queens, Shelburne, I believe it is, continue to use the word this decision was throughout her speech, and I would submit that if it was a decision of government, it was very much voted on by every member of this House, and all parties supported the Boat Harbour Act. The government did not make a decision to cease operation of a company. They had the decision to either comply with what was required of them or not, and they did put forward an application that was not successful, and by the time we came to December of the month prior to the closure of Boat Harbour as it's stated in the Act, we were no further ahead than we were 5 years prior to. And again, that was not an easy time for industry leading up to that. I was minister throughout and meeting with stakeholders, traveling across the province, visiting mills in virtually every county in the province, throughout the South Shore, and around Pictou, up in Cape Breton and all over, and there was anxiety felt and concern of what government may do as we got closer, and those anxieties and challenges became ever more present as we became closer and closer to that deadline that was in the legislation. And there were always questions of what the government would do. And again, we had to take a principled stance, and I don't think anyone apologizes for sticking by our word that we made together collectively, all parties, and maybe some members were not in agreement, but they did vote for the Boat Harbour Act, and we had a situation in the province that has been going on for far too long. There has been a lot of talk about 5 years. That was just the last promise that the province, the government of Nova Scotia, made to the people of Pictou Landing First Nations, that facility had to close. It was just the first time it was put in legislation. But prior to 2014, when that act was passed, we know that was promised in 2008 by the Progressive Conservative government, that facility had to close. Prior to that, throughout the 90s, multiple times, leading back to 1991, the first promise was made by the government that Boat Harbour would close. So I would submit that Northern Pulp had more than 5 years to transition to a more acceptable environmental Oakfall with the effluent that they had to deal with. And at the end of the day, they weren't able to meet the regulations and have their environmental assessment approved from the province. It is what it is. We had to come to grips with how we would deal with the impacts. We did know what the impacts were. Of course, right from day one when we came into government in 2013, we would have smart public servants that would tell us about how much tonnage goes to a certain company, how much capacity there is of forestry workers in the forest working on the various types of logging across the whole province, the impacts to sawmills, and if they would all continue to operate or not. We have challenges for sure. We're prepared to meet with all parties to go over solutions as we have been doing. We have the 1-800 line where we have monitored staff to look at all the different initiatives that people can bring that way through the website, through me. Members of the House bring different initiatives to me which go through a central area into the transition team to look at how we could help both in the short term and in the long term. Right now, the focus of that transition team is the short term, ensuring that we have markets for some of the low-value pulpwood that comes off of private land, how we're dealing with our Crown land operations and ensuring that contractors are working on both those areas. And that's why we have industry reps at our table that have been with us and supporting all the initiatives that we've been rolling out week after week and monitoring to see how that works. We also have our own government initiatives that we've been working on through the Leahy report that will help with that as well. I think of the public heating initiative that we've undergone with a tender about to close with 6 public buildings that will be able to take some of that product. We know that it's a start and it's a signal that that's the direction that we can go in the future that could actually lead to more buildings or even district energy projects that municipalities may want to engage in. We know there is interest with some municipal groups. It could involve some of our institutions. We know some universities like University of St. Anne already uses a system with biomass products, locally used wood chips from woodlots. So there are opportunities, but the key is that we need to make sure that we're diversifying where all these products are going and not putting all our eggs in one basket. For far too long, the industry was reliant on very limited markets, and I'm not blaming them. And when you have such a high price being paid to your operation from that entity, why would you change and shift to selling markets, selling your product to something that you get lower revenue from? But we had to make sure that we did what we thought was right for the environment and what was right for a community that had to live next to what I've said, and I'll say it again. I think it was one of the highest, one of the most extreme examples that we have in the province, in the country, of environmental racism. And I think that's why all members at that time decided to support that bill. Maybe some of them regret that or regret the position of their party, but in reality today is that's just not acceptable anymore. And so I'm actually very proud of the principled stance that the Premier had to make. I know it wasn't easy for him, and I know the Premier very much cares about the forestry sector. And that's why we put together the transition team, and that's why he said that we do not despair and we will be with you throughout this time. And I think, as you can see through the actions that we've taken through a number of initiatives, through the tens of millions of dollars that we're putting out to help people through this period of uncertainty, that we mean what we say. And we're going to continue to work with those individuals that have been impacted by some of what has taken place over the last number of months, number of years, and as I've said earlier, number of decades. And I think that we're all for the better if we do keep politics to the extent that we can. I know the environment that we're all in, but if we can keep politics out of this and try to make sure that we're focused on solutions and not adding more committees on top of more committees, and looking at how we work with our industry players and how we're transitioning the forestry sector to one that's more sustainable in the long run, working together to implement a report that lays out a roadmap for us over the next number of decades, as the report refers to changing our forestry practices, ensuring that we're engaging with the communities to ensure that we're looking at different values in the forest, whether it's recreation, whether it's conservation, and how that forestry can coincide with all of those values. That's the key, how we work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to recognize the Minister and my colleague in the NDP caucus as well for their remarks, and a few things that we can certainly share as a whole House of Assembly on some of their ideas. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in my place today and speak on this resolution, a resolution that would establish a select committee on forestry, and it seems very familiar that I'm standing here almost a year to the date, where our caucus presented an idea of Bill number 85, Forest Industry Sustainability. And that was a bill that would have called on the government to create a task force within the forestry sector and to work on issues such as new markets, stepping blocks of transition, what that transition would have looked like, what finances would have needed to be established for the stepping hurdles in that sector. Sounds very familiar. Mr. Speaker, that was almost a year ago. And a year ago in this House, this province, and this forestry sector were led to believe that we had the best decision makers we have, the Premier, certain ministers, certain deputy ministers, working on it the best way we can. To start a new look at a different task force now wouldn't be going in the right way. It's not something that is going to change the game. Not something that's going to change the game. But yet on December 20th, we heard the announcement, and that's exactly what this government did. Created a new task force with a different name, such as the transition team. Starting a new look is exactly what this government did. And I'm not criticizing the fact that they did this. It needed to be done. My question's been, ever since last year when we presented that bill, was the timing of that. The 11th hour was going to come no matter what. And for planning on the day of the announcement of the 11th hour, bears to be given credit to. Did this team of deputies meet on a regular basis? What was in their structure? Were they meeting in a proactive approach? Did they meet at all on a regular basis? And we found out that the transition team spoke a few weeks ago at Natural Resources. They made the statement that they ended up starting from scratch with no reports back from that minister or deputy minister's team. They were allocated $50 million. And one of the questions we've heard loud and clear from the sector is, where did that $50 million number come from? One of the terms of reference for that committee was to work on short-term pressure relief for the sector. Alleviate the transitional change that was going to happen within the forestry sector. And it's known throughout this whole House that was going to happen within the province of Nova Scotia. I do want to give credit to this government for the Leahy report. It's something that I think we can all agree on this floor, that it was a step in the right direction for our forestry sector. One thing that we have debated on across the floor was how to implement that Leahy report and the speed and process at which we're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, why a new team on December 20th? Why $50 million? And why only announce that team at the 11th hour? And at the end of the day, why a big press conference to announce something that this government said was already legislated? As an opposition member in any government, whether it's here in this province or any other province across Nova Scotia or Canada, one of our jobs is to hold government to account. That's our sole job, to ask the questions of our constituents and residents in the province that are feeling left out. Also a part of our job is to share ideas, and that we did in the form of a resolution. Now, did we have hopes that day of holding a press conference that this government was going to accept the resolution? Probably not. I've stood in this House for almost 2 years, and I've heard how collaborative this government is and how open. But not once have I seen this government take either one of the opposition parties' ideas and collaborate with them. When suggested last year, the MLAs of Pictou come up with ideas on their own and make recommendations to this House, those 3 MLAs asked for the information, the file information, if you will. That never happened. There's that word again, collaboration. We've heard from foresters from Yarmouth to Cape Breton, mill operators, woodlot owners, and associations. But more importantly, in my constituency in Cumberland South, as many in all rural Nova Scotia, it's not just the contractors, it's not just the mill owners. It's those people that are planting trees. It's those people that are running harvesters. They're feeling an awful pinch and an awful feeling of anxiety right now. And we're hearing loud and clear since December 20th that they're feeling left aside, that their voice isn't at the transition team. We've already heard my member opposite in the NDP caucus state that they're hearing the same as we are, that the response coming back from the transition team is not in a timely manner. Something did need to be done, and foresters needed a voice, and I felt important that somebody here had to step up and give a voice. They also needed a voice last spring when they felt not consulted about a Biodiversity Act. The forestry asked for a voice, and as elected officials, I believe we have a duty to step up. As it was stated in the House a year ago in this debate, all elected officials need to take responsibility as elected officials. That is why we suggested this resolution. As legislators and being elected to this House, it's time for us to face the facts of decisions we have made. Face the people out in the sector and explain to them of what we can and cannot do. We as the PC caucus made a promise on January 23rd to the province of Nova Scotia and the forestry sector that we would have boots on the ground and go out and speak with those sector people. And that we have done, as I'm sure other MLAs have in this House. But they still feel their voices are not being heard. And they're in a time of scare, anxiety, unknown where the next paycheck may come from. An all-party committee traveling the province could work with groups such as the one that my colleague from Cumberland North and I sit with as support staff in Cumberland County that meet almost weekly and have an advisory team that have a link right to the transition team. I would encourage all MLAs of this House to go back to your communities this weekend and talk to your forestry sectors and come up with a committee such as that. When we heard from some decision makers that they don't feel that there's anything that has been affected in the forestry sector yet, that sets off an alarm. That sets off an alarm, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. There's already been losses, and there's going to be more losses. This resolution will give us an opportunity to seek out the rural areas, get into the roots of Nova Scotia where the forestry sector is, and get a better understanding of what's going on in our own backyards. Last year, when the idea of a Plan B was floated around with the Deputies Committee, I still argue with the fact that this was a little bit too late. A year before the closure was a little bit too late. And the 5-year mark's not even here yet, Mr. Speaker. That legislation was passed on May 5th. That will be the 5-year mark. And I would argue the fact that this government even knew a year prior to that when the agreement was signed at Pictou Landing with the Boat Harbour issue. And I'm not debating the fact that we shouldn't have cleaned up Boat Harbour. I'm not debating that at all today. What I'm arguing is how this file was handled. I spoke in the House my very first session about an impact in my community that was going to see a loss of 10 to 20 jobs. And that was a big impact to that community. Here we have a situation that's going to affect thousands of families throughout Nova Scotia, and this government waited till the 11th hour to come up with a team and a planning to combine to get in together. That's what I'm debating here today. That's what I'm debating here today. Impacts that are seen, such as people lower incomes on their paycheck. An impact that's already seen people lose their equipment, and fearful at the end of March they're going to lose their house as well. Yes, there's some relief fund through the bridge program, but $1,600 or $618 or $87, I apologize, I don't have the proper quoted number. That doesn't make a payment. That doesn't carry on for 2 or 3 months while you're waiting to see what the future may bring. So let's talk a bit about the transition team. And Mr. Speaker, I may ask questions of the transition team, and these questions are coming from the real people that are being affected. I'm not a forester, I'm not a biologist. I don't know how else to grab these questions, but being feel made that we're against the transition team, it's not the fact, Mr. Speaker. We're getting the questions from the real people that have the impact with their feet on the ground. These members of the transition team were put in a very difficult situation on January 3rd when their name was put out. And I think whether we agree with the process of what the transition team has done, the transition team does need a little bit of a pat in the back for the situation that they're put in and being able to fit into their debate on a weekly basis. I have heard that the transition team, though, is not getting back to the people that are putting in requests. It's not a timely response. And let's be honest, one of the terms of reference was an immediate response to the situation at hand. And Mr. Speaker, we're not seeing that. Another issue that I do have and have heard several times is from presenters that have gone to the transition team, where if they don't share the same ideas with some of those on that transition team, it's almost like they're not paying attention to the presentation. And Mr. Speaker, right off the get-go, before the first meeting ever happened with the transition team, we see somebody that the Premier sent out a personal invite to sit on this team was removed before the first meeting ever happened because he didn't share the same ideas of what was going on within some of those in the transition team. That's not collaboration. That's not collaboration, Mr. Speaker. So I get the sense of why these foresters are getting disappointed and upset with how the whole process is going on. So yes, Mr. Speaker, our PC caucus put together a resolution idea to put us all together. And what a noble idea. The elected officials actually get along in a committee to represent one of the biggest issues going on in the province, one of the biggest issues that any of these elected officials will ever see in their political career, and work together to see an end to it. What a noble idea that would be in an elected process. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I'm not a forester, I'm not a biologist, I'm the lands and forest critic. I have worked a little bit in the woods in my past, but when I was given the job of being lands and forest, I took something very serious, and that was to get in the woods to get educated. To get educated on what is going on both sides of the story. Not just the harvesting aspect, not just the economical aspect. We have a target to protect our land here in Nova Scotia, and I don't think there's one MLA that sits in this House that would argue the fact that we need to protect some of our lands. I don't think anyone would argue that fact. So since the December 20th announcement, Mr. Speaker, even I myself that thought I had a grasp of what could happen on that 11th hour was set back at the amount of people that are actually affected by this. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is a spider's web. And right now that spider's web has lost one of its lines. And you ever look at a spider's web, when it loses one of its strings or lines, the whole structure is at a risk of catastrophe. That spider does not catch its enemy. And Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector believe that's where they're at right now. They believe that they're at the risk of total failure. They've set a goal, Mr. Speaker, of can we reach it to when the roads close this spring? Mr. Speaker, we're days away from that right now. Are we going to be able to move that goalpost now? Are we going to be able to move that goalpost that we have a prosperous forest sector and protected areas after the roads reopen? Are we going to be able to meet that? There's one thing that the Premier and I can agree on, and that is we will have some sort of forestry sector in the province of Nova Scotia in years to come. One thing the Premier and I may debate on is what's that going to look like and how do we get there. And Mr. Speaker, right now we're hearing loud and clear on a daily, nightly, mid-morning basis that they don't feel that they have a path forward. This sector does not feel they have a path forward. And if we're going to be condemned as a PC caucus for trying to stand up and give a voice to the forestry sector, well, so be it. We'll be condemned. But I'm not going to be silenced for the forestry sector, and I'll stand here every day and speak for that forestry sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Inverness.
Speaker, would you please call bills for second reading?
Bills for second reading.
Could we call Bill number 194, the Health Authority Transparency Act?
Bill 194, the Health and Transparency Act. I recognize the member for, it's been a while, sorry. What is that? Kings North. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Go ahead.
I'd like to draw the attention of the House to the West Gallery, where we have Leslie Tilley, Joan Hawken, and Jamie Andrews here today, who are all part of the Nova Scotia Healthcare Crisis Facebook group. Leslie Tilley, thank you for rising, and we'll give them a warm welcome to the House. Their group continues to grow and now has 9,343 members. So, good.
What's that? I recognize the member for Argyll-Barron, and I'll get it eventually.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure again to rise in my place this afternoon and begin debate on second reading on Bill 194, the Health Authority Transparency Act, an act to provide transparency to health authority expenditures. This bill, or the purpose of this bill rather, is in its title: to require transparency from the Nova Scotia Health Authority on its expenditures. Specifically, it would require the NSHA to report any expenditures greater than $25,000, except for payments of doctors, to be made public at the same time as public accounts are published for the fiscal year, as is required by any other government department. Mr. Speaker, healthcare is a major concern for Nova Scotians. I've said it before, and although that some deny it to this day, we are in a healthcare crisis. In yesterday's budget, we learned that $4.82 billion will be spent on healthcare in the upcoming year in Nova Scotia. That's a whopping 42% of the provincial budget. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are not feeling as though they are getting the value, care, or services of a $4.82 billion healthcare system. Yesterday, we learned that the budget for the NSHA is increasing about 7% to almost $1.9 billion from the pockets of Nova Scotian taxpayers. The government passes the money to the NSHA for them to deliver health care, and at the end of the day, Nova Scotians have no idea how their money is spent. Like from this government, there is little accountability or transparency from the NSHA. This being the reason, or one of the reasons, for this bill and others such as Bill 155, the Health Care Ombudsman Act, to be introduced. Our caucus has stood firm on our beliefs of transparency and accountability with Nova Scotians. This is something that the government of the day is failing to do. As I've previously mentioned, Nova Scotians are not feeling as though they're getting the care, value, or services of a $4.82 billion healthcare system. We have a 4-year-old provincial need of family practice registry, which the government touts its success. Mr. Speaker, what the government is failing to realize with this registry is that it's based on the will of Nova Scotians to self-identify on that registry. Moreover, it's likely that numbers may be a little bit skewed based on Nova Scotians may register once, find a family practitioner, lose their family practitioner, unfortunately, register again, find another practitioner. So those numbers there could be compounded in the total number that's being presented. So I have to ask myself, how many Nova Scotians unfortunately fall into that whirlwind, Mr. Speaker? In my part of the province, in the western region of the province, there are 21,511 of self-identified Nova Scotians without a family practitioner as of February 2020. That's 11.2% of the western part of the province population. Closer to home, in Yarmouth County, there's 2,742 Nova Scotians, again 11.2% of the population in the county, without a family practitioner. In Shelburne County, 1,264 Nova Scotians self-identified without a family practitioner. That's 9.1%. Both nearly double the provincial average of 5.2% of Nova Scotians, again, without a family doctor. Again, all of these numbers are based on self-identification. For frontline healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker, that work hard day in, day out across our province to deliver the best care that they can with the resources they have, the provincial numbers do not meet reality. Beyond the troubles that I've explained of accessing primary health care in my part of the province, there continues to be long waits to access mental health services, Mr. Speaker. Prolonged ER waits, closed emergency rooms on a daily basis that are becoming such a part of the reality for parts of the province that they're announced on the radio just as frequent as the weather is being announced. Angered and frustrated physicians leaving regions such as the Valley because of the NSHA bureaucracy, prolonged ambulance response times, lack of services in various parts of the province, such as dialysis service, which I've stood on my feet here in this chamber before to speak about. Cancer care services in Yarmouth, where the people in Yarmouth have been waiting for nearly 2 years to see what the recommendations and when these recommendations will be implemented. Closures of clinics, such as the Cardiac Care Clinic in Bridgewater. Mr. Speaker, all of these are reasons that Nova Scotians are not feeling as though they are receiving the care, value, and services of a $4.82 billion healthcare system. Almost half of our provincial budget, Mr. Speaker, goes to the delivery of healthcare, and a large portion of that budget goes to the NSHA. A big bureaucracy in Halifax that perplexes Nova Scotians, that is shrouded in a veil of secrecy, that has closed-door meetings, that's taken away any local decision-making, that fails to implement any local decision-making, that doesn't answer to taxpayers of Nova Scotia, and that doesn't listen to the needs of Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians deserve better. They also deserve to know how their money is being spent, just like any other department, whether it be the Department of Environment, the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage, or the Department of Justice. This bill here will have two benefits. It will cause the NSHA to consider what their spending would look like if it made its way into the hands of Nova Scotians. And it will give Nova Scotians confidence that either A, their tax dollars are being spent responsibly, or B, it will show them when there is waste and duplication. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are working people who pay, hardworking people who pay among the highest taxes in our country. They deserve to know that their money is being well spent and that an organization isn't given a carte blanche for nearly $2 billion. Every dollar spent in our healthcare system should be spent to ensure better care for Nova Scotians. This bill puts transparency measures in place to help make sure that that happens. It's going to take more than recent changes announced to the NSH structure before Nova Scotians begin to trust the NSHA. Trust starts with local engagement and decision-making. Trust starts with being open with Nova Scotians. Trust starts with accountability and transparency regarding our provincial healthcare crisis. I think Bill 194, the Health Authority Transparency Act, will ensure that accountability, transparency are a priority for the NSHA. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I look forward to hearing the comments from my honourable colleagues, and I take my seat. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased to rise today and speak on Bill 94, speak to Bill 194, which provides some transparency for NSHA costs. Mr. Speaker, transparency is very important, as we all know, in the work that we are doing. We've called on the government many times to be transparent about many decisions it has made. And so this Transparency Act notes that quality health care is a concern to all Nova Scotians. I think we can all agree. Certainly in my community of Dartmouth North, when I knock on doors, I still hear that health care is one of the #1 concerns to the folks that I represent. Some still can't find family doctors. There's a great population of lower income Nova Scotians who live in Dartmouth North who need better access to primary care in our community so that they don't have to travel outside of the community to get it. And many, many people contact me because they are waiting for too long for procedures and surgeries at hospitals. So this act suggests that it would require the NSHA to publicly disclose every payment and expenditure in excess of $25,000. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that this is really the only transparency offered in this Transparency Act. And while I think that we can agree that healthcare is extremely important, there are, without question, many more important healthcare issues facing the province than the receipts based on an arbitrary amount of money. Mr. Speaker, we know a number of things about healthcare right now in Nova Scotia, and some of the things that I'm about to say are not very good. We know that in 2015, the Nova Scotia Health Authority was founded, and at the time, the creating of that new authority created chaos in Nova Scotia by focusing on centralizing decision-making instead of improving actual healthcare services. We know that some of that reorganization has, again, been reorganized. We stand with hope that this new reorganization will allow the province to get back to the important matter of caring for the health and wellness of Nova Scotians rather than continually reorganizing an administrative structure. Last year, when the NSHA sought further restructuring, the interim CEO at the time described the health authority as, quote, overly complex and bureaucratic, confusing, and does not allow us to easily address challenges, end quote. Mr. Speaker, we know that in Nova Scotia, we have a worsening of our health indicators. The impact of low healthcare spending and profound inefficiency is represented clearly in health indicators. Our health indicators in Nova Scotia have continued to worsen. The number of Nova Scotians who feel that they are in good health has decreased. The number of Nova Scotians with perceived poor mental health has increased. The number of Nova Scotians with diabetes has increased. The number of Nova Scotians with high blood pressure has increased. The number of Nova Scotians with a regular health care provider has decreased. We also know that there are many disparities among health and wellness across NSHA zones. It's very evident in the data. We see that data trends conclusively illustrate that there are significant disparities. Infant mortality is twice as high in the northern zone than in the central zone. A baby is twice as likely to die based on where it is born in this province. Life expectancy in Cape Breton is approximately 3 years less than life expectancy of people in the central zone. The more affluent areas enjoy longer, healthier lives than the less affluent zones. This is particularly true for the central zone, which has a significant better health indicators than the other zones. So it's fair to say in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, that one's postal code dictates their quality of life and health expectancy. So getting back to the bill at hand, I am all for transparency. I think that this government needs to be transparent on a number of issues. But again, I will reiterate that, making an arbitrary decision that, that NSHA should publicize spending over $25,000. Why isn't it $15,000? Why don't we just know why don't we see every budget line, excuse me, for the NSHA? Excuse me, it's important for Nova Scotians to know how our money is being spent. But surely this Transparency Act should be transparent about much more. It can certainly be argued that an act focusing on costs above $25,000 is not as important as focusing on the social determinants of health, for instance, or health inequities that continue to significantly and measurably impact public health. Mr. Speaker, at public accounts committees, at health committee, I often bring up the importance of paying attention to the social determinants of health, especially when it comes to housing or income level. Excuse me. Every time I bring these topics up, the people across the aisle from me nod their heads. Normally they are upper-level civil servants, public servants working in the health department or in different areas of health and wellness. They nod their heads. They understand the importance of the social determinants of health, and yet we don't see real investments happening. We don't see collaboration around the social determinants of health that we could be seeing. So let's get transparent about that. Let's get transparent about why we're not seeing that very important and very sound investment in our public with our public dollars. Perhaps we should be transparent about why Nova Scotia, with its worsening health indicators and health disparities, spends less on public health care than any other province in the country. Maybe we should get transparent about why we don't spend more on upstream health services. Maybe we should get transparent about why funding for walk-in mental health clinics are being funded by the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage and not the Department of Health and Wellness. Maybe we should get transparent, Mr. Speaker, about why the QE2 redevelopment of the Halifax Infirmary and the VG sites are being created through P3 models. This is something that I've been asking about transparency on for it feels like since I was elected, but I know it's not been that long, but a long time, Mr. Speaker. We're spending billions of dollars on our new hospital redevelopment, and we don't know exactly why many of the decisions are being made because the reports have not been released to us. So while I applaud my colleagues from the Progressive Conservative Party on presenting this idea of transparency in health, I feel like this bill does not go nearly far enough. We have a transparency issue in Nova Scotia, and we could do much better. So thank you. With those short words, I will take my seat, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand here today. I'll try to take the whole 15 minutes, see if I can do it. I do want to say a few things. There was some statistics and some data that was quoted by the member for Dartmouth South. I would ask that those numbers be tabled for the benefit of the House about the worsening health indicators for Nova Scotians. I ask that be so we could all see it and we can see where that data is coming from. That'd be greatly appreciated. Another thing is, one of the things that I heard was that Nova Scotia spends the least amount on healthcare. That's simply not true. A quick Google search will show that the budget for PEI was $1.7 billion, or 36% of their budget. Newfoundland, lower. I think New Brunswick was lower. So we are the highest in Atlantic Canada and one of the highest percent-wise right across Canada. So that number, we tend to throw numbers out there and everybody has stats, but you know, these are facts. These are in provincial budgets. We do spend quite a bit of money. We spend the largest amount of money on healthcare than anything else we spend it on, because we recognize the importance of healthcare. Not to say that you know, there's not more to be done. There's also a question around collaboration, especially when it comes to social deterrence. I would argue that that's simply not true. Yesterday we saw Tim Crooks from Phoenix House, we saw Adsom House, we've seen collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club, Mia from the YWCA. I see some expressions over there, but the truth is, the Boys and Girls Club is in my community, as I think as in the member of Dartmouth South, and the North, sorry, I keep saying Dartmouth North, but the director was here yesterday and was recognized, and afterwards I had a conversation with him, and he thanked a few of us, not just Liberals, but I'm sure he thanked the NDP and Conservative MLAs for advocating on behalf, and that this budget had provided funding, stable funding for the Boys and Girls Club, which helps deal with some of the social issues in our communities. And for my community, for example, as some of the members across would know, because they've done some filming around the Boys and Girls Club in Spryfield, but they would know how important the Boys and Girls Club is for this community. We saw Mia. I'm not going to, Mia, if you're probably not watching, but I'm not going to try to say her last name, but Mia's become a great role model for myself and someone that I go to, especially when it comes to issues around housing for women and social deterrence that women face. We saw her here in the legislature talking about money in the federal budget when it came to human trafficking. And I've known Mia for a long, or sorry, the provincial, but I've known Mia for a long, long time, and I can honestly say I don't think I've ever seen Mia cry. And she stood there in front, a group of her peers, in front of the provincial media, and was physically and emotionally overwhelmed because of the investments that were being made. That, Mr. Speaker, that is collaboration. That's listening. That's listening to the stakeholders. There's been huge investments in Metro Turning Point. You know, to talk to the executive director of Metro Turning Point, there's been more money put into Metro Turning Point now than there has been ever. And I'm not standing here patting ourselves on the back. I would argue that the executive director, who most people know I have a personal relationship, she's a darn good executive director and she does a great job of getting money. But she also was able to work with housing and the Minister of Housing, the Minister of Community Services, the Minister of Finance, and the Premier, and we recognize the importance of the Metro Turning Point and organizations like that, and working with them, not dictating to them, but working with them and asking them what they need to help us deal with the very complex issue of health. So to say that there's no collaboration going on, I've been doing this for 6 years. You know, I've seen a lot of it. I've seen a lot of it. And it's easy to point at things that you do not agree with and say, well, there's no collaboration. And it's easy to point fingers and say this government is bad, or that government is bad, or this policy is bad. But these investments in this budget, which I'm hoping the members of the NDP in particular see the...
Order, please. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague has reminded me about the subject of the bill that we're debating is transparency of health authorities, and I'm sure the member can relate something in the budget to that, but in my mind the debate has sort of wavered off from its original purpose.
Take that under advisement. The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Ironically, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting in your position when that member stood up and talked, and I gave him a lot of leeway on this topic. So it's good to see that there's mutual respect and collaboration across the aisle. So I actually said to him afterwards, hey, you know, I could have called you out for that, but, you know, I understand that you're passionate. Let's continue on. Anyways, transparency. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because that is transparency. Collaborating with stakeholders and not doing things behind closed doors is transparency. And these are all like I said, health is a very complex issue. But we want to talk about transparency. We've had questions. We've had questions about the redevelopment of the QE2 and the money, over $25,000 payments, which is part of this bill that's being spent, and we've had some opposition from members across about the way that this is being done. But the truth is, it's all online. It's all online. I've had members, I've heard members say, what is going on? Like, we need to know about the QE2 redevelopment. And I said, why didn't you attend the 12 community events that happened, or the 12 announcements that happened? I attended most of them. It wasn't in my community, not in the area that I represented, but it was important. Why not go online? Take a moment. I've had constituents come up to me and ask me very specific questions about the redevelopment of the QE2. I directed them online. They got their answer. I can honestly say I understand the apprehension from opposition over projects this size. I really do. We've seen governments in the past have their hands on massive projects like this, and mistakes were made. And mistakes were made because the transparency wasn't there, because there wasn't enough eyes on these projects. That sometimes when you're in the middle of these projects, you're in a bubble. And it's hard to see outside of that bubble. And so I understand when we see the opposition say, well, you know what, we want to see more, we need to hear more because of past mistakes of government. But I can't remember, and I honestly mean this, I can't remember a project of this size with plans online, with nonstop negotiations with the municipality, nonstop negotiations with our partners, including Doctors Nova Scotia, having conversations with the doctors and the frontline workers and saying to them, what is it that you need? What is it that will attract you to come to our communities? And it's not just about the QE2. It's about the billions and billions of dollars that's being spent across this province from Glace Bay all the way to Yarmouth to improve the infrastructure. And it's online, it's in the budget, it's been debated at public accounts, and it will continue to unfold for the public to see. We will continue. In fact, I often think of one of our, I wouldn't say, well, harshest critics, or one of the individuals that really fought tooth and nail for healthcare reform and healthcare investment. Is he now the member from Glace Bay might know this, but is he now the deputy minister, or is he the QE, Dr. Orrell? Deputy Minister of Health. Because Dr. Orrell saw the issues firsthand and decided to be part of the solution. And if there wasn't transparency, if there wasn't this, if people didn't believe that we want to do the right thing, well, the proof is in the pudding. Why would you bring somebody in who's been a critic in the past? Why would you not bring somebody in that just pats you on the back and says, you're doing a great job? You want people that are critical. You want people that are experts, because you want to be able to deliver the right health care. And the right health care means a different thing depending on the community you live in. Let's be honest. I represent the Spryfield, Sambro, Purcell's Cove Loop. The issues that we face are different than, say, the issues that are in Yarmouth, the issues that are in Sydney, the issues that are in wherever Minister Glevin's from. Sorry, Kings West. Kings West. So what I would say is, when we talk about transparency and where the money's being spent, I can tell you where the money's being spent right now. The new blood clinic that just opened up in Spryfield last year, that's where the money's been spent. When we started, there was maybe a dozen nurse practitioners working in Nova Scotia. Now, how do I know that? I have a friend who's a nurse practitioner who came to my office shortly after I was elected, and she told me that the nurse practitioners were coming out of nursing school and they weren't even able to get their practicum done here in Nova Scotia, let alone find a job. So they were either losing the certification or they were moving out of the province. And I said, well, that can't be true. That certainly can't be true. We understand the importance of nurse practitioner and family practice nurse. So I made a call to the Dalhousie School of Nursing. And I talked to one of the executives at the school, and they were shocked that a politician had called them to ask them about this because nobody was listening. Nobody was listening. Their words, not mine. It was hard for them to sell this course to registered nurses because they weren't getting the work here in Nova Scotia. Fast forward, hundreds and hundreds of nurse practitioners have been hired from one end of this province to the other, and now are an integral part of our frontline services. Over 440 doctors have been hired. I read a stat that we have more doctors per capita than anywhere else. But we also face some very challenging difficult situations when it comes to our province. People want to work in urban cores for the most part. So we have to recognize that, and we have recognized that. And we've created initiatives to help these doctors come to, and these nurse practitioners come to rural areas. So another area where the money is being spent is on not just recruiting, but retaining, making sure that doctors, when they come to Antigonish, stay in Antigonish, and we support their family. And there's wraparound services for them in their community. And making sure that we build vibrant local economies, that we have access to high-speed internet, that we have roads that are paved. These might not seem like things that impact your health care, but they certainly do when you're trying to attract healthcare professionals. I have a friend, I have a couple of friends that are real estate agents, and Lori and I had this discussion about how do we attract, how do you attract people to rural parts of Nova Scotia? And she said, one of the first things people ask me when they move to these areas is there high-speed internet? If there's not, they're not coming. So these are where we're spending the money. This is why we've set up funding to keep promises and to fulfill promises that governments have been making for decades. So if you want to know where the money in healthcare is going, it's going to frontline workers, it's going to attracting and retaining, it's going to building world-class facilities that we've heard not from you, not from us, but we've heard from doctors, nurses, and staff that they are tired of leaky buildings. They are tired of old technology. And if you want to keep us, if you want to retain us, invest in us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was quite interesting. I'm pleased to rise today to stand on the Bill 194, the Health Authority Transparency Act. And for the information of some of the members of the House, the word transparency means honest and open, a quality of being easily seen. And if you've ever looked at the budget books or the Nova Scotia Health Authority reports, it is not very easy to find the information. But under the duties of the Minister of Health, I'm going to refer to the Health Authorities Act, Bill number 1. It says in there that the role of the Minister of Health is to conduct financial and human resources planning. Given that the Health Authorities budget is $1.9 billion, the biggest investment in this province, that people would think that that would give us the best care and that everything should be taken care of. But that's not what people think. And people are asking for more transparency. In fact, this isn't the first time a Transparency Act has been introduced in the legislature. There was a 2013 Transparency and Power Rates Act introduced by the Liberals, which before they became government, transparency was something that they introduced as legislation. In 2015, there was a Transparency and Expenses Act introduced by the PC Party. Another one by the PC Party was Transparency in Ministers' Expenses Act. And then again by the NDP in 2018, the Nursing Home Transparency Act. So we've been calling on transparency in this House. What we're asking for is, where are you spending the money? How are you spending it? Not just a line on a budget. Who else wants to know and asks for more transparency? I'm not sure if everybody is on Facebook, but if you're not aware, I'll give you a rundown of just the ones that I am aware of that are asking for transparency. The Nova Scotia Healthcare Crisis Group that are in the House today. The Nova Scotia Healthcare Crisis Facebook group. The MEGA, the Make Emergency Rooms Great Again. The Family Rally for Healthcare, the Nova Scotia Needs Doctors Facebook page, the Nova Scotia Health Coalition that's calling for transparency. We're not the only ones calling for it, but everyone in this province is looking for it. And why does that matter? Why does how you spend the money and where you're spending it matter? We used to be able to ask that every week in the legislature when Public Accounts was a strong committee. This government took away transparency, and that we can't bring these issues up there. So we have a Nova Scotia Health Committee. During one of those things where we're talking about budgets, there was a report on 811 that the Minister of Health withheld from the committee until after the committee met. So we couldn't ask questions that would aid in the transparency of health care in this province because we didn't have the information until the day after that committee met. So we're asking for someone to say, this is where we spent our money. How on earth do you argue against that? I'm assuming the government knows where the money's going. I'm assuming the health authority can account for that. According to the accreditation report, the health authority was doing a good job keeping track of the money. So I don't understand why it's that difficult to understand why actually asking you to report it in a way that is open and transparent would be difficult.
To remind the honourable member that keep her comments directed through the chair. I let the first one go, but several times in the last couple of minutes you seem to be speaking directly to the members opposite. So please keep your comments directly through the chair. The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes my emotions get away with me and I look directly at the opposition. So I want to refer to the budget and in terms of transparency and where the numbers are going. And people want to know how, if we're spending $1.9 billion, do we not have enough staff in long-term care? Do we not have enough staff providing mental health services in communities and in the hospital? How is it that our emergency departments are closing more now than at any other point? How is it that so many Nova Scotians still don't have a family doctor? So they have a right to know. And one constituent wrote to me, and I'll table this after I read it. Attention, Barbara Adams, MLA. Ocean View Continuing Care Centre is in crisis. Staffing issues are beyond. It is not a safe work environment. Not enough staff to care for residents' basic needs. For most professions, staff leave at the end of the day. We do not have the luxury. Mandating to stay back was always a last resort. Now it's a daily event. not a safe practice, which has a huge impact on all staff and residents. The residents' needs are not being met. Management is aware, but no support is offered because, in brackets, I'll add, I've indicated from management that they don't have sufficient funds. With no staff, why are we admitting new residents when we can barely care for what we have? This letter needs to go to the Department of Health and followed up. I will be passing that over to the Department of Health today. I see you are constantly keeping health care in the news. The time for the residents and staff in your constituency are looked after. Please help us. This is not the first letter that I have received. What I do know is that at Health Committee, we are looking for transparency in how money is being spent. We are asking about a chief dental officer because that helps with accountability and transparency and how this money is being spent. We found out during that Health Committee meeting that the chief dental officer is not something that this government was willing to do. They had appointed somebody temporarily. I'm not even sure today if that has been extended for 1 day a week. That's not a good use of money. We don't know how the dental program is being monitored and whose oversight is there. People in this province have a right to know how you're spending their money. We talk about QE2 redevelopment. We've needed that VG hospital torn down for over a decade, so the fact that this government is now trying to make up for lost time and spend more money now when they should have been spending it all those years ago isn't something to be proud of. We talk about orthopedic wait times and those amazing new orthopedic surgery departments in Dartmouth. That is true. They are amazing. They were needed a long time ago. We have wait lists for orthopedic surgeries of over 1,100 days in the past. They've improved, but they're still 2 to 3 times longer than the national average. So people want to know, when you build things and when you spend money, are we achieving the standards across this country? And we're not. And I want to reference something that the member from Halifax Atlantic said. He wanted to know where the member from Dartmouth North was getting her information about how badly Nova Scotians are doing in terms of our health status. I would maintain that every single member of the legislature should already have that information. As a health professional, I certainly know it. We have the worst outcomes in almost every health category going. I would assume that this government would know that and that they would have that information and not need it to be tabled, but I'm counting on the member from Dartmouth North to table something that we all know about on this side of the legislature. We have in our budget books an additional $500,000 to be spent on mental health. If anybody knows what a mental health worker is costs in this province, we will know that an additional $500,000 will employ approximately 6 to 8 health professionals. That is not a significant increase. People want to know, is that money being spent effectively? Why would this government not want the transparency? Other government departments that don't cost anywhere near what the health authority costs have to do the same reporting that this Health Authorities Transparency Act is calling for. Other government departments that cost less money are bound by what we're talking about here. Why would the single most expensive department that we are responsible for not be bound by that? We're asking for how you spent the money. So the government not speaking in favor of this doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to my constituents who want to know whether we're getting good value for our money. So I want to talk about a couple of things that are in the budget. Because when you read the budget about where money's going to, and I've said this before, you don't also provide a supplemental of what's getting cut, what we're losing money for. And that would be really important for this government to be transparent about. So I'm going to reference the very first thing in the budget on health care. It talks about the money in the Doctors' Master Agreement. It talks about the money that's been put into that. What it doesn't mention is that there has been a disincentive to physicians who are on the alternative payment plan. That this new budget, which is supposed to help us recruit physicians, is not as helpful to physicians who are on the alternative payment plan, who are disproportionately those in the rural areas. So my constituents want to know, is this particular investment that shifts money going to reflect in greater ability to recruit family doctors to rural areas? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the actual lines in the Act. It says, the Nova Scotia Health Authority shall publicly disclose, and I'm going to stop there. We're asking for public disclosure. Where is the argument where this should not be public? This is public money. This is you and I reaching into the pockets of every Nova Scotian, taking $1.9 billion to spend on health care, and we would like you to publicly disclose.
The term reaching into the pockets of every Nova Scotian is a documented unparliamentary term. I'm just bringing it to your attention. The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll rephrase that in saying the government taxes in various ways to get the money to pay for health care. No question. The public would like public disclosure on the use of public money, and that's what this bill is asking for. That's what this party stands for, is public disclosure. The openness and transparency of how we're spending your money, whether it's effective, are we in fact having better health outcomes? Are we in fact gaining in terms of our wait times, which if you spend any time going through the wait times for all sorts of procedures across this province, you will see a significant number of them going up, not going down. So given the enormous amount of money that we are spending on health care in this province, we are asking for the words public disclosure. The amount of $25,000 is an amount that we use for other departments. So therefore, it seems reasonable that that amount would have been included in this legislation. The second requirement in this legislation is that this disclosure must be made annually at the same time as the public accounts are published for the fiscal year. So if we want public disclosure of how we're spending money in every other department, save the most expensive one, we, this party, the PC Party of Nova Scotia, would provide that transparency. And we would publicly disclose how those funds are being spent, because that's the right of every Nova Scotian to know exactly how we would spend their money and whether that is in fact resulting in an improvement in their health status. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just like to remind the honourable member to please table the document, the email that you had quoted from earlier, and we'll make sure that it has, in fact, an author noted on it. So, the honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that concludes opposition business for today. I would like to hand the reins of power back to the Government House Leader.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As referenced earlier, the NDP has identified their topic for the adjournment debate. So I'd like to ask the House for unanimous consent to move to the moment of interruption to now as opposed to later this afternoon.
Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. We'll... So we will now move on to late debate, the moment of interruption, and that topic, once again, for those who may have missed it earlier, as submitted by the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto, is therefore be it resolved that the government could have done a better job at managing the issue of Owl's Head. We'll now turn it over to the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation to the Government House Leader for permitting the adjournment debate to go forward this afternoon following my misunderstanding of the submission deadline for late debates. Now, the resolution that's before us, while it may not be phrased particularly elegantly, is plain in its meaning and its intent, namely, that the government could have done a much improved job in the matter of its handling of Owl's Head Provincial Park. Now, key words here, provincial park. These are words that we use advisedly because regardless of the semantic waffling, which in my view the government has engaged in over this subject, the public has for at least 40 years had, and I'm speaking here in particular of the public of the Eastern Shore, for at least 40 years has had every reason to believe that the lands we're speaking of here were lands that in some respect, at least, under some piece of legislation somewhere, were protected by the province of Nova Scotia for future use. This was not an anachronistic or frivolous understanding, but a grounded understanding. Let me outline some of the reasons why this is so. Conservation specialists spoke in January at the public meeting of concern held in East Sheet Harbour on this question about the record of matters on the basis of which reasonable people in the area had come to the understanding that the government was extending some form of protection to Little Harbour and Owl's Head. They mentioned that the park was included in the June 1980 Eastern Shore Park System Master Plan as it was published in the edition that year of the magazine Conservation, which members will remember, many of us, a former quarterly publication of the Department of Natural Resources. Then in 2009, the determinations of the Colin Stewart Forest Forum were made public. This was a process that included over a long period of time a great deal of extensive public input and community participation. And in the concluding reports from the Forest Forum, Owl's Head was included under the heading Tier 1 High Value Conservation Land. Then in 2011, Owl's Head Provincial Park was listed on government maps under this heading, 12% lands for review, a government map series published by the Protected Areas Branch of the Department of the Environment. And then, more familiarly, in 2012, Owl's Head Provincial Park appeared in the Provincial Parks and Park Reserves map series. All of this was the case until earlier this year when that map was surreptitiously removed following the breaking of this story. And Owl's Head Provincial Park appeared on the online Department of Lands and Forestry map until that time, titled Parks and Protected Areas, a System for Nova Scotia. So it was therefore a reasonable thing that the people of Ship Harbour, Lake Charlotte, and Muscat Harbour and surrounding area assumed that this was a piece of land that enjoyed some form of government protection. And this is why, despite the fact that some members of the government have found it surprising, this is why there was such a sudden expression of outrage and deep public surprise when people became aware of a plan that had not previously been revealed, by means of which the government was making way for a potential sale to a developer, when all of that came to light. So after all of those years of careful mapping, surveying, listing, reviewing, and public consideration of Owl's Head as a significant piece of coastline to be protected for future generations and held in the public trust for the indefinite future, the thing is that all it took for the government to reverse this 40 years of participation and public understanding was the few seconds involved in the enacting of this confidential something called a minute letter. Now, I must admit, Mr. Speaker, until this discussion came forward about Owl's Head, I had never heard of a minute letter. Now, granted, I've never been a member of the cabinet. Nevertheless, I've been around this work for a number of years. It's never a category that I had at least heard about. And I find that I'm not alone. Last Thursday, there was, on the opening day of the legislature, a demonstration of 150, 200 or so people here expressing their concerns about the government's action in the Owl's Head case. And I had the occasion to speak to that demonstration and asking about this understanding. I said, so this was true of me. I never heard of a minute letter. Is there anybody here who could put up their hand who's ever heard of a minute letter before? There wasn't a, well, no, I was saying in the demonstration, but I'm pleased. I'm pleased at the familiarity with parliamentary procedure of a number of the opposite members. But when I asked that question, there weren't any hands went up. At the time this happened, you know, I asked Siri about this. You know, Siri, what's the story? Siri, what's the story on a minute letter? Now, Siri generally has got something to say to me, but Siri had no answer. And Siri's first cousin, Mr. Google, didn't have any answer either. That's because a minute letter is a thing that is of its nature behind a wall of secrecy and confidentiality in a cabinet. Now, after the revelations of December, which I will say again, as I said earlier today, we would not have known about in the public at all but for the diligent work of an investigative journalist. After those revelations, there were lots of people, including myself, who asked themselves, you know, can this actually happen? Can you have an area that everybody's understood for a long, long time is under a form of government protection, that it has all this documentation about this protection, and that the government is able to remove that pending status without anybody even being told? How in the world could that actually take place? But it wasn't very long after those revelations were published in December about what had taken place the previous March, that more insight came forward into the mechanism and the means of this process by which this had actually happened. And this was revealed what had taken place to the public, namely, that there had been a series of private lobbying meetings between members of the government and a former Liberal cabinet minister, Michel Samson, who states as his lobbying goal in the provincial lobbyist registry, and I quote, acquisition of and access to Crown land for Lighthouse Links. Lighthouse Links, Mr. Speaker, is a golf course developer. And so a picture appears of conversations which take place with the government, with friends of the government, which take place with ease and access and influence and, I would say, privileged consideration. Privileged is the word I use because it is privileged over. It is given more importance. It is given greater credence than all those decades of work. All those years of consideration, all those consultations, all those evenings in which people came out in the evenings to take part in public consultative meetings, all of that is weighed on the scale and is not given the same weight as is accorded to that series of meetings that take place with that government lobbyist, which lead to that decision behind closed doors. Now, I want to say that an important piece of this puzzle that's worth speaking about is the 2012 Our Parks and Protected Areas Plan. This is the document from which Owl's Head has now been removed. It's the plan assembled by our NDP government in 2012 that laid out the path to protecting almost 14% of the province's landmass. The strategy outlined a path to go forward beyond the current target for landmass protection of 13%. And it was a very important document and a very important process. I would like to again underscore that it was the result of extensive public conversation, extensive participation from all across the province. Now, I just want to check, Mr. Speaker, if I might. Is it in fact the case that I have only 3 seconds left to say?
That is in fact the case. You are finished.
Conclude by saying that the government has not, in the words of this resolution, done as good a job as it could about Owl's Head. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I won't be nearly as, I guess, funny on this file, but I'll do my best to try to clarify some of the facts around the solution or the process on how we look at considering economic opportunities that deal with Crown land in the province. The fact of the matter is this land is not legally protected, whether it was considered protected, whether it was on maps identified as Owl's Head Provincial Park. It was in a list of potential areas to be considered for protection. There were governments after governments that would had a chance to protect that, including the NDP government that was involved in putting together the Parks and Protected Plan, and they chose over the 4.5 years that they were in not to proceed with protecting that piece of property. There are a long list of other land areas across the province in that plan. Government has shown a commitment to looking at that, but not only that list, we've protected in fact, over 100 different sites from that plan since we came into government since 2013. But we've also looked at other areas in the province that warrant consideration for looking at the biodiversity features on the land, wildlife on the land, and consideration from the community. And not only that, we've added to areas that have been protected from that piece of from land from that plan. So we had a potential opportunity brought forward to us by elected members that represent constituents in that area, including the Member of Parliament and the MLA and neighbouring MLAs who have said there is a strong local support for a potential project. The process for us to go forward would have been to look at, okay, it is on a list of potential protected areas. We should check in with Policy and Treasury Board because it is a policy shift in how we treat that area. That's why it went to Treasury Board. It's not a public meeting. Treasury Board and Cabinet never has been a public meeting, so the opposition and others can call it a closed-door meeting to suit their narrative. But that is the process that that we decided to go through that would be prudent so that other elected members at the table could weigh in to see if it was worth consideration. Our mandate as under Lands and Forestry and Environment is to protect 13%. We're well on our way to get to 13%. We've never had any non-governmental organization come in advocating for the protection of Owl's Head as a priority, and they always had a list of different priorities which we've paid special attention to, and I think of Wentworth Valley, I think of the Mabou Highlands, I think of McGowan Lake, I think of a long list of other ones, Rogues Roost in an area near mine. Those types of areas that were advocated for and prioritized by the environmental groups have been looked at, and we look at the other areas that would be prioritized for a range of values to look at protection. The internal staff also do that, and I have never seen on one list since I've been in environment or lands and forestry as of this potential area being prioritized above others for protection. We then, once we had authority from, yes, a minute letter, that's how everything goes through Treasury Board, to consider the application. Once the application starts to proceed, there are a number of steps that this developer would need to go to and actually wants to go through to, because he has been quite clear from the start that he wanted to have public support for a potential project. He wanted to give back to the community to help with economic opportunities in an area that doesn't have a lot of opportunities. We decided to put together a requirement in the application that he would have to put together a public engagement plan that we would approve before he would actually start that plan. So unfortunately, we're at a juncture now where there has been a pause, and we don't know if that developer wants to continue on with the project potential. But if he does, we'll continue on with the regular process that we have been engaged in from the start, and that doesn't preclude from the obligation for the Crown to consult with the Mi'kmaq. So it's not only the local voice that's been lost in this; it's still early in the process, but there's also the voice of our Mi'kmaq partners who have a right to start to engage if there was a potential sale on any Crown land, what their view is on the matter, if they're if there is a position that they could either support or not support a potential project. And that's nothing to say that they would or not. It's just a step in the process that we didn't get to yet. So yes, the information did get broadcasted out to all Nova Scotians, and there are varying views of different groups. There are some Nova Scotians that don't want any of the land that's on Crown land used for any economic potential. On the government side, we think that we can do both. We've shown that we've been able to protect the environment in a myriad of ways. When we came into government, the protected lands in the province was less than 10%. It's now very close to 13%. So we are nearing our goal. That puts us behind only BC. That puts us behind only British Columbia and Alberta for a percentage of land protected. We know we have work to do. It becomes more of a challenge for us because of our Crown land percentage is just over 30%. And I know there's discussion from the same group of people that are against this project that we should be protecting 30%. Well, I think it's important that to have all of the information before you make that type of statement. So if you want to protect all Crown land, that means no forestry, that means no mineral development, that means a lot of other things that people rely on for their livelihood, especially in rural Nova Scotia. So those discussions just need to take place when we're trying to balance the need to explore economic opportunities as well as protecting the highest conservation values in the province. This government stands for both. I know that there are people that only are on one side of this discussion. I think that we've shown in many of the major decisions that have gone through for considering economic opportunities that we have always looked at the evidence and how it would be in the overall public interest. And in this particular case, I think it would be not in the public interest for a politician to say we won't consider a project just because it is on a list for potential protection. Again, the facts matter in the case of looking at a development proposal. If there's value that we can look at for a project that actually may actually help in terms of looking at initiatives for ecotourism, which is a vision of the project. The 100 Wild Islands is a great opportunity for the area to look at bringing people to the area. How does that work, and how does that coincide with a potential golf course? Again, I'm not speaking to those that are completely against development or those that are completely against golf courses per se, but most reasonable Nova Scotians, I think, would want any government to explore any opportunity in any area if it would help the community and also help conserve the general environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Beaverbank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come back to the wording of the resolution that's here before us, as submitted by the leader of the NDP party. Be it resolved that the government could have done things better at managing the issues at Owl's Head. And, you know, I do support exactly what's written there. I do feel that the government had opportunities where they could have dealt with this file in a better way that would have better served the government, better served the people of Nova Scotia, better served the developer that was coming forward with a proposal, and better to serve the residents that were there. And, Mr. Speaker, the reason I say that is because although sometimes we don't necessarily have a legal right to do things, we do have a moral right to do things. And when we look at the history, which the leader of the NDP well went into, when we look at the history of Owl's Head and how it's been perceived by residents in that area, that it was going to be a protected area, that was on a list, you know, I think that the government had a moral obligation to go out and consult with the residents of that area prior to discussions with or furthering discussions with the developer, prior to removing that property off of a list via minute letter. And you know, I certainly I could talk for ages about how I feel about how that property was removed. I recognize it was not on a protected list, but it was on as a potential. The residents of Owl's Head and the Eastern Shore were under the perception, sometimes perception, perception's reality. For a long time, they held the perception that that land was going to be protected. And whether it's because the current government, past governments, or whatever, it didn't get protected. However, it was still on the potential list, and residents felt that it was going to be. Government had a responsibility to go back and consult with those residents. In this case, I listened today when the Premier had suggested that after it was removed, and if there was a proposal or an option to buy come forward, that then they were going to have consultation. The problem with that, Mr. Speaker, is there's a lot of uncertainty that occurs, and you know, I did attend a public meeting that was held. Unfortunately, it was held by a community group, which obviously had a slant. They were an environmental group, and I certainly support the stand they were on. However, if the government had held that public consultation and public meeting versus an independent community group, then I think that the feedback the government would have received was something very similar to what I had received, that there were people that are there that are in favor of this, as well as people that wanted to see it remain as an environmental area. So I guess where I have a problem with this is the government could have done this better. The government could have went out, hosted a public meeting, put residents' questions and answers, and put their minds at ease. Instead, what ended up happening was at the meeting I attended, and for the record, the leader of the NDP party was there, as well as 2 other members of our caucus attended that meeting. And what I saw was neighbor against neighbor, volunteer community group pitted against volunteer community group, and nothing that was officially given to give any direction to anybody who was in power to make a decision. And therefore, we are now where we are, where we have a developer who was willing to look at investing into this province, has now walked away from this issue. Residents for the environmental group are now in the process of, I believe, taking this issue to court. So you know, when we go back to what the topic of late debate is, the government could have dealt with this job, done a better job at managing Owl's Head. I think they could have. They could have went out and done better consultation. And we're not even getting into the discussions around that area being identified as an environmentally sensitive area with a unique ecosystem. I'm not even getting into all that. I'm just totally talking about going out and holding the public consultation. You know, and even from that, the optics in regards to this, and I recognize that there are some things that are not in the control of this government, but the optics to have a previous member of this government, a previous minister who is now advocating and working for the developer here, I mean, all that did was add additional fuel to the fire and the concerns that residents had, because they feel that, you know, not only is this land taken off the list and it's done via a minute letter, which nobody knows anything about or what it is, and you know, really not a real transparent and open way to remove the property, but that created concerns, and then concerns from the fact that the gentleman that's pushing it forward is a former cabinet minister of this government. So that fueled anxiety in the community. And I think that, you know, if this government had went out and instead of putting you know, the cart before the horse and had actually gone out and held these public meetings, I think that it would have put everybody's mind at ease, and I think that the government would have seen the same thing that I saw, although there are concerns in regards to the ecosystem there. I don't think that there was anything there that couldn't have been resolved with some compromises if the government had went out and consulted. And I will say there were people that were there, and I was quite surprised at the number of people that actually stood up who had opinions counter to what the hosts of the meeting had, and they actually stood up and they did express that they would like to see a golf course there, and they were in favor of this development. So there are two sides to the coin, but unfortunately, because the government didn't go out and hold these meetings, because this hasn't happened, all this anxiety, and ultimately what ended up happening, the developer who is looking looking at investing into this province, who was looking at creating jobs, who I sincerely feel was concerned and environmentally conscious and was taking that into consideration, that developer's now walked away. So we've lost the opportunity for that development, and you know, I certainly, although as the critic of environment and put environment always at the forefront of my mind, I certainly at the same time feel that you know, recognize the need for economic opportunities in this province, and this could have been one. And I know that if the government had taken a better lead of this, that a compromise would have been achieved that would have been good for everybody all around this province, and I'm very disappointed in that. So with that, I conclude. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount on the topic of late debate? No? So if there's no other speakers for the topic of late debate, we will go back to the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please proceed to the continuation of opposition replies to the budget speech?
We'll now continue on with our reply to the budget speech. And with that, the honourable member for Northside Westmount with 48 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 48 minutes.
You can do
on the Speaker's advice, my speech is only about 20 pages, but it is double-spaced and it's a larger font, so I don't have to wear my bifocals. So I met him about halfway. Mr. Speaker, yesterday this government unveiled its 2021 budget, one which projects a surplus to the tune of $55 million. On the surface, the operating budget and the previously announced capital budget of just over $1 billion, incidentally being the largest capital budget in our province's history, would present Nova Scotia as a province on sound financial footing, one where everything is coming up roses. Indeed, from December's interim financial update, revenues grew an additional $156 million, yet expenses increased $89 million. One could ask, how could expenses grow from December forecasts by $89 million in just under 3 months? But I digress. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the net result of all this? A forecasted budget surplus $8 million higher than budget, $5 million improvement from December's update. Given the material changes we have seen since the last forecasts update in December, I will be curious to see where the final year-end numbers land. What additional costs remain uncaptured or unrealized? The closure of Northern Pulp is a cloud that even the Finance Department did not begin to fully model until after the final decision was made not to extend the deadline. But I'm here to speak to the current budget and the future, and we will await the Auditor General's final report on the 2019-20 fiscal year in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, this government has presented Nova Scotians with an impressive document. Year-over-year revenues will increase $186 million to $11.5 billion, and spending will increase $136 million to $11.6 billion versus the forecasted March numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, for 2021, the government says we will see a surplus of $55 million. Truly impressive. But, Mr. Speaker, when you consider that the province is benefiting from an additional $395 million from the federal government, one is left to wonder, gee, this looks great, look what we can do. But the question comes to mind, this government has and is continuing to benefit from Ottawa's continued deficit spending. When the tap is turned off, where will this province be? What kind of financial situation will we be in? Will we be forced into running deficits, bad debt, while the government once again is forced to adopt austerity as rule number one? A review of the budget materials shows that revenue from provincial sources has remained relatively flat for the past number of years, in fact decreasing $5 million in the upcoming year. In the face of the great economic unknown of Northern Pulp, is a $5 million decrease a best-case scenario? Furthermore, the province, nation, and world are impacted by a variety of internal and external events that could have significant impact on our province and its finances in the coming year. What has been and will be, will there be any lasting impact from the rail disruptions to our province? Getting product to market has been impacted. We have heard of propane shortages. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency of Northside Westmount, our rope factory is dangerously low on much-needed raw materials and resin to make its own products. We have seen lobster export issues with China due to the impact of the coronavirus, a growing health concern as we are now seeing the virus expand its reach across the globe. Indeed, with health experts beginning to state that we are headed towards a potential pandemic, for Nova Scotians, this can no longer be viewed as something occurring on the other side of the world. It's here now in Canada, and unfortunately, it is only a matter of time before it is here in Nova Scotia. How prepared, Mr. Speaker, is this government and our health system to handle this virus, should cases be identified here? How prepared are we all should it become a pandemic? Indeed, the coming year is fraught with many internal and external threats to our province and our residents. Onwards and upwards, Mr. Speaker. In the upcoming fiscal year, the government has increased spending in 15 of their 19 departments. Given the total increases of $400 million, one wonders what did the ministers of Agriculture, Business, Fisheries, and Agriculture and seniors do to see their budgets decrease? Indeed, while decreasing funding in any department is a concern, one wonders with the province's continually aging population how a Department of Seniors and their budget remain essentially static, decreasing by $10,000. Mr. Speaker, the government's budget has something for everyone. There are increases to the Nova Scotia child tax benefit, standard household rate, affordable renters program, more money for the affordable housing plan, and for an action plan to address homelessness. These initiatives and extra spending are all positive in and of themselves. But the question that comes to mind now is why now, Mr. Speaker? In total, these programs account for $59 million in additional spending. Given that this government has brought down 5 successive surplus budgets, why were these programs not introduced over the past 5 years? What took so long for this government to act? Once again, why now? These issues are not something that have just come up in the past year, Mr. Speaker. This past fall, my colleague from Pictou West introduced several pieces of key legislation aimed at addressing human trafficking. This government is to be commended. Their decision to move forward with some of these ideas and allocating $1.4 million towards this important issue bears merit. Mr. Speaker, it is of little surprise that healthcare is the largest single budget line in our provincial expenses. The department has struggled mightily in the face of shortages of healthcare professionals across this entire province and increased ER wait times and a frustrated public. In spite of these challenges, our healthcare professionals, from nurses to doctors to paramedics to the support staff, they all have and continue to provide incredible service and care to our patients. Increased funding for the IWK addressing doctors' compensation issues, the increased funding for nursing seats. Once again, these are all not new, Mr. Speaker, but ones that could have been addressed over the past 5 years. So again, I ask, why now? Wait times at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital for mental health services are 1 year. 1 year, Mr. Speaker, and the government's response, an extra 55 cents or $550,000 to the department. Mr. Speaker, the government plans to spend an additional $692,000 to add 70 additional nursing seats. $692,000 is what this costs on an annual basis. So for the sake of saving $2.8 million over the past 4 years, the government has delayed adding 70 much-needed nurses who could have been graduating and on the job in our hospitals now. Mr. Speaker, when I look at my own community, I see Cape Breton University as a bright light. The impact the university has had with its growing enrollment, the diversity and vibrancy these students bring to our community, it shows not just how our schools and universities contribute not only towards bettering ourselves and our community, but to also contributing to the communities economically. That said, Mr. Speaker, the additional spending announced in the area of education should never be thought of as a bad thing. But as with any initiative or program, the devil is in the details. Mr. Speaker, the pre-primary program is one that holds great potential, but this government's lack of proper planning and rolling it out is of great concern. The busing of pre-primary students, utilization of mobile classrooms for space, relocating grade 5 students to middle schools, to open up space, all speak to a program that was rushed out the door faster than a student when the bell rings. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the budget, businesses in the province will see corporate taxes decrease 2% or $70 million. Just a few short weeks ago, the province announced intentions to raise the minimum wage by $1. Mr. Speaker, far too many of our workforce rely on minimum wage jobs. These individuals struggle on a monthly basis with ever-rising costs of living, and this increase in their wages will serve to hopefully make their lives a little better. But what will be the cost of this hourly rate increase? Is it the government's plan that the tax cut that's been announced will offset the added wage costs for small business? What is the estimated cost of this increase? Mr. Speaker, small business owners are the engine that drives our economy, and adding additional pressures on their margins will ultimately lead to a trickle-down effect of increasing sales prices and/or businesses reducing staffing through efforts to increase efficiencies. One small business owner has told me, faced with this increase, he will be going forward with the purchase of new machinery that will replace up to 6 employees, all in an effort to manage costs. Increasing the minimum wage in a vacuum of other initiatives is only a win-win for the government. On one hand, they win the support of the minimum wage earner. On the other hand, they increase their revenue through added taxes. We have seen in this budget the province has added $5 million to the film tax credit, or to the Nova Scotia Film and Television Production Fund, increasing it to $25 million. Mr. Speaker, this is incidentally where this fund was at prior to the government's disastrous tinkering with the program in 2014. An additional $16 million flows into the digital animation tax credit, bringing the total for film tax credits to, or film tax funding to essentially $41 million to support this industry. However, the industry was devastated in 2014, and I can't help but wonder, where would the industry be now if it had not been short-circuited in 2014? Would it be 2 times, 3 times? How much larger might it have been? A longtime acquaintance of mine involved in the film industry literally had his career pulled out from under him. As a result, he had to leave Nova Scotia for work and spends much of his time traveling for weeks on end away from his wife and small children as a result of this government's decision and its impact on the industry. Mr. Speaker, last week the capital budget was released for the upcoming year. At $1 billion, this represented a 51% increase over last year's commitments. Mr. Speaker, this plan is ambitious to say the least. New schools, investments of $100 million, $166 million towards the purchase of P3 schools, $209 million towards the redevelopment of our healthcare facilities and hospitals throughout the province. Mr. Speaker, no one can argue our infrastructure deficiencies have been long overdue this attention. And this plan will increase our debt $500 million this year, with additional increases of $700 million, $900 million, and $600 million through 23-24, at which point our debt will be $17.9 billion. This government is betting on the future, and in the case of health care, one where these new facilities will enable the province to recruit doctors and other health care professionals. The question that begs to be asked, Mr. Speaker, is what has been the cost of delaying these investments? Infrastructure and capital assets age. The delay in commencing many of these projects will inevitably lead to the costs to rehabilitate them being much higher than had the government acted earlier in its mandate. The government referred to this plan as a good debt, Mr. Speaker. Well, only history will bring us to the point where we can or cannot make that assertion. If the projects are completed on time, on budget, and do all the government says they will, then and only then will we know if this was 100% good debt. I will say the intentions are good, but these projects are complex, massive in scope, and rife with risk. Further, given that these projects are good debt, then why now? Why now? Why not 2, 4, 6 years ago? Why now? One final point, Mr. Speaker, related to the QE2 redevelopment plan. In its current form, it is going to be a P3 model. I wonder what the cost of this project will be in the years to come, when we finally purchase the facility. This isn't like a school, Mr. Speaker. We can't not afford to buy it. Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago, the Premier promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Well, here we are 7 years later, and we're no farther ahead. Based on continued ER wait times, it would surely seem that things have gotten worse. These facilities will take several years to come online, and provided there are no issues or cost overruns, Nova Scotians can't and shouldn't have to wait several years to finally get a family doctor. Earlier this week, Surgeon Phil Smith held an interview reflecting on the causes of his departure from the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. Furthermore, the Cape Breton Medical Staff Association requested the Nova Scotia Health Authority to change the leadership at the hospital. Mr. Speaker, doctors want to heal. Doctors want to be treated fairly and respectfully. Doctors don't want to speak up. They just want to do their jobs, and that's what their patients and Nova Scotians want. When doctors do finally speak out, well, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of the old adage, where there's smoke, there's fire. I can't help but wonder what impact these types of management issues have on our ability to recruit and, more importantly, keep and retain our physicians. Mr. Speaker, this budget has laid out additional funds to increase student loan forgiveness to the tune of $2.2 million. Any funds directed towards graduates that provide for debt relief is a good thing. However, Mr. Speaker, I believe there is a segment of graduates that are not treated fairly. Mr. Speaker, graduates of Nova Scotia universities who remain in Nova Scotia to work are entitled to have the provincial portion of their student loans forgiven. This encourages our younger generations to remain in the province, to contribute, and to help grow and raise families here. But what of those students whom study outside of this province? Mr. Speaker, a province who attends a university in, say, New Brunswick qualifies for Nova Scotia student loans. But when they come back to Nova Scotia, when they start their career here, they are not entitled to that same loan forgiveness. If the purpose of the plan is to encourage graduates to remain in Nova Scotia, it should apply not to just students who study in Nova Scotia, but the students who return after completing their studies. Mr. Speaker, at press time, there were currently 10,078.9 full-time equivalent staff working for the government across all departments. Also, total staff positions are 10,436.1. Mr. Speaker, this means that there are 358 positions across this province on hold through vacancy, staff hiring freezes, and the like. Mr. Speaker, in my area hospital, staff are suffering from these policies. Hospital staff are often having to do the work of 2 or 3 missing colleagues. Further, the staff are not allowed to work extra time, and as a result, we end up with overworked, overstressed staff who'd rather than being able to do their job 100% are having to do multiple jobs at around 75%. This impacts Nova Scotians and the services we see, Mr. Speaker, and contributes to reduced morale and pride in one's work. Mr. Speaker, I have reviewed this budget several times now. I see initiatives for low-income for housing, for community services, for health care, for small business, but I still don't see anything for the middle class. The middle class, along with our small business owners, are the backbone of our economy. Given all that this budget has for almost everyone, what about the middle class? They are forgotten once again. Mr. Speaker, this budget and capital plan introduced this week and last are, at the end of the day, late to action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in my place and respond to Budget 2021 on behalf of the New Democratic Party. 3 headings come to mind around this budget, Mr. Speaker: optimism, cynicism, and a burning desire to do things differently. Mr. Speaker, as Nova Scotians, we are optimistic. We are resilient, and we do the work we need to do. The job of government is to ensure that Nova Scotians have what they need to survive and to do everything we can to help them thrive. The people of Dartmouth South, my own constituency, are optimistic. When I talk to my friends and neighbours, my constituents, what they tell me is that they love this place. Life is not always easy, and they are sometimes concerned about the work we need to do as Nova Scotians. Work around ensuring that they can stay in their apartments, that they can find doctors, that they can access health care, afford groceries. They're concerned about the difficult work of dismantling the systemic racism we see in so many of our institutions and the important work of reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, they are ready to roll up their sleeves, but the question is, are we? Some of the headlines in this budget breed optimism, Mr. Speaker. Attention, finally, to poverty reduction, to the need for adequate housing. These are things our caucus has been tirelessly advocating for since this government took office. We are very happy to see the increase in the Nova Scotia Child Benefit, and happier still that our pleas have not fallen on entirely deaf ears. Although, as you will hear, we have significant issues with this budget, we take our seats today with some pride as we are reminded that the work we do in this chamber on behalf of our constituents and all Nova Scotians matter. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that optimism is tempered when we see the government giving with one hand the very gifts in so many cases that they have already taken away with the other. In many ways, this government is telling Nova Scotians they are doing the work that needs to be done, when in fact they are maintaining the status quo. Mr. Speaker, when will we escape this hamster wheel of a political cycle? We have been conditioned for this. The constant cycle of spend and disappoint and spend again. There's plenty to like about this budget, Mr. Speaker, but election or no, it comes on the heels of 7 years of austerity, and that, Mr. Speaker, breeds cynicism. We are seeing the most significant investment to date in housing from this government after sounding the alarm for years. After bringing story after heartbreaking story to the minister and to the floor of this House, we will see 39 units this year, Mr. Speaker. 39. 131 over the next 3 years. This is not even a significant fraction of the wait lists that the housing organizations have before them now, not to mention counting all of the other people out there looking on their own. Rent supplements don't work in a market of under 1% vacancy. They are complicated and costly for landlords and not their first choice when they can afford to pick from dozens of applicants for every apartment. We've been advocating, Mr. Speaker, for rent control legislation, and ironically, the government has taken our advice when it comes to some of their own programs, some home warming programs and rent supplements, where landlords who participate are limited to rental increases tied to CPI. That breeds cynicism, Mr. Speaker. The Premier says rent control doesn't work, but his own government uses it regularly. There is $17.3 million in this budget for DCS transformation. For most people, a 2% increase in the standard household rate. But what the government fails to mention is that this comes on the heels of the longest rate freeze in history. And Mr. Speaker, the 2% increase most people received gives them less purchasing power than they had 7 years ago. If rates were indexed to CPI, we would need to see 2.6% just to maintain the status quo. So forgive us for not applauding this investment. Not to mention that unlike the $70 million corporate tax cut that fell out of the sky and into this budget, which I'll talk more about later, this increase took 6 years. And we know that most recipients, our most vulnerable Nova Scotians, are still choosing between housing and groceries. The government is investing in arts and culture, Mr. Speaker. There was a great announcement today about the Bus Stop Theatre. A new art gallery is budgeted for. These are welcome and needed investments in our cultural sector, but needed ever more because of the actions of this government. I shouldn't have to remind anyone in this chamber of the government's single biggest insult to the cultural sector, the axing of the film tax credit, a tax credit this Premier promised to protect. That was 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Feels like ancient history, doesn't it? But it's not. And it's certainly not to people in the cultural sector who are still reeling from that boondoggle of a decision. In education, we're hearing about the investments in the inclusion report, but we don't get any details. That $15 million, Mr. Speaker, comes with a roadmap, but the government's not following it, or at least they're not telling us about it. And meanwhile, they are refusing the direction of the courts to reverse their illegal decision to remove specialists from the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, specialists that help the very children at the centre of this $15 million investment. We're hearing about investments in pre-primary, but in my district, pre-primary will mean kids in portables in a school that isn't even 3 years old, while nearby regulated childcare centres struggle. The ECEs they can retain have to be content with fewer benefits and less income than their counterparts in pre-primary. It was this government that triggered Nova Scotia's first and only teacher strike, that has consistently worked to weaken the union and all unions, and that sent our teachers to the picket line for the first time in history while locking our students out of their schools. Again, feels like ancient history, not to me. I had 2 children in primary. They missed their Christmas concert. For them, it was a real bummer, Mr. Speaker, but for the thousands of teachers, bummer? Unparliamentary? No? Okay. Okay. But on a serious note, Mr. Speaker, it was a massive disruption to our educational system, and one that didn't need to happen. And it's one that this government is banking on, quite literally, people forgetting when they go back to the polls. In healthcare, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to know where to begin. After a disastrous amalgamation of the district health authorities that in many ways led directly to myriad issues we're seeing today, this government is now shuffling the chairs in the boardroom again, but still without transparency about how and without clear and articulated discussion of why. For the last several budgets, Mr. Speaker, this government has inexplicably left money on the table for health. Now we're getting hospitals, we're also losing hospitals, with no information about how the money's being spent. What will this massive redevelopment project look like? Who knows? Only the successful $2 billion bidder. As hospitals are closing and consolidating and we're seeing massive changes to our healthcare systems and infrastructure, Nova Scotians deserve to be let in on the secret. The last big project, the amalgamation of the NSHA in healthcare, was a failure, Mr. Speaker, in part because it was secret, and it still largely is. Fool us once, shame on us, but fool us twice, Mr. Speaker? How are we leveraging the $2 billion hospital redevelopment to meet the requirements of the lifespan of this project, the next 50 years? We have no idea, but Mr. Speaker, we know one thing, which is that the next 50 years will look very different than the past 50. And if we're serious about the future, if we're serious, for those of us in the chamber who have children, about their future, about the next generation of Nova Scotians, a project like this must engage the most creative and different thinking about everything, about heating and transportation, about parking and energy consumption. What evidence do we have that the province is leveraging the biggest capital project in recent memory to serve the real needs of Nova Scotians for the next 50 years, beyond just the acute care needs required by a hospital? We have no evidence, Mr. Speaker. We can only hope. The Premier says I should be thanking the province for the work done to the Dartmouth General. I have, and I will continue to. That open, conventional, publicly managed design-build process has been a success. It's a wonder that the government wouldn't take a page from this, as it has from so many of the Dartmouth General's other successes, as it embarks on this massive redevelopment project. And as a point of clarification, I wasn't invited to the opening, but I went anyway. On the topic of health, we also need to work harder and better to ensure that our upstream efforts in public health and the social determinants of health are also addressed, especially in the face of the unknown implications of COVID-19. Our health spending on public health is below the percentage of budget stipulated by the World Health Organization, and I would submit that it's long since time that we corrected that, Mr. Speaker. The government acknowledges that we are facing a climate crisis, and yet the investment in meeting this existential threat of our time doesn't come close to meeting the Herculean challenge before us. As we heard last sitting at law amendments, the targets are not strong enough, Mr. Speaker. We ought to be measuring ourselves against scientific consensus, not other provinces. We could be leaders here, Mr. Speaker, but nothing points to our desire to do this. As one example, we see the budget line for EMO adjusted downward in this budget, Mr. Speaker. This after spikes in forecast numbers over the past 2 years, first for the Sydney floods, then for Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment, we can no longer rely on patterns of the past to predict the future. Are we ready for the next Dorian? Given our aging infrastructure, our climate action, and scientific predictions, it seems not. Are we truly investing in appropriate ways to green our power sources and electrify our grid while sharpening our legislative tools to ensure that we can expect the heat to stay on when the emergency hits next? The $10 million of mostly federal money that we see in the Energy and Mines budget is a good start, but it's too late for starting, Mr. Speaker. We've recently seen money for the remediation of 2 former gold mines, but we know, and the Auditor General has told us, that there are so many more out there. Why aren't we budgeting for that? Or maybe we are, Mr. Speaker. There are many budget items we don't know the contents of. Predominantly, the $140 million restructuring fund, the line for unbudgeted projects, the mystery line, Mr. Speaker, $140 million. What is it for? Only time will tell. We have, as I mentioned before, $15 million in education with no details. Off the books, we have a $2 billion P3 hospital already mired in controversy before the agreements are signed and the ground is even broken. Mr. Speaker, this budget predicts a borderline stagnant economy with virtually no growth outside of some of these large capital projects. But there is a 5% growth rate forecast. Unlike my progressive Conservative colleagues, I don't take issue with federal funds to help fuel work on climate change mitigation, health, and general revenue, but I do worry about what the true state of the province's finances are. And against this uncertain backdrop, Mr. Speaker, these magnificent money managers before us have decided upon a $70 million handout in the form of a corporate tax break to some of the richest corporations in the world. And yet, this government is not able to provide a shred of evidence that this handout will create even a single job. Corporations are responsible to their shareholders. Although the economy benefits from them, not all Nova Scotians are shareholders of large corporate players, Mr. Speaker. We are, however, all shareholders of an even bigger entity, the Nova Scotia government. And we look to that government to pay dividends to the folks working hard to pay their taxes and afford the basics in the form of social programs, healthcare, and education, not to give away their contribution to the highest bidder. Earlier this year, the government signed a blank check to a developer and declared a provincial state of emergency for a preventable accident that occurred on private land concerning a crane that was insured under a private policy. Again, Mr. Speaker, what does that tell us about who this government is working for? We've worked for months to get relief for the small businesses impacted by the action of this government. We've had conversations, but no movement on an ask in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that would make a tangible difference to the small businesses that form the backbone of the entertainment district of this province's largest city. No movement. Only a triggering of the federal disaster response program, which does not help them in the slightest. Mr. Speaker, we need this province to care about ordinary Nova Scotians and small businesses. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to large corporations, we know that one thing they're looking for is regulatory certainty. We saw that with Tech's withdrawal from the Frontier project this week. Corporations often lead the way, in fact, when it comes to scenario planning and future-proofing. So often they know what's needed. Will they take a corporate tax cut that they can give to their shareholders? Of course they will. It's baked into the corporate structure. But what's not baked into the corporate structure, Mr. Speaker, what is antithetical is the idea that the primary use of a reduction in taxes would be for reinvestment. There is a name for that idea, Mr. Speaker. It's called trickle-down economics, and we found out a long time ago that it doesn't work. Mr. Speaker, 72% of children in Eskasoni live below the poverty line. 44% of children in Whitney Pier live below the poverty line. And according to Stats Canada, an average of 25% of the children in all of our constituencies also live below the poverty line. They are food insecure. The increase of the Nova Scotia Child Benefit will help, but so much more is needed, Mr. Speaker. And this is another reason that a $70 million corporate tax cut is such a cynical move. By endorsing the largely debunked theory of trickle-down economics, as the Premier and the Minister of Finance have done so many times now, telling us that businesses will reinvest, they are telling Nova Scotians that this $70 million corporate tax cut will help them, and it will not. It will help the friends of this government to enrich themselves and their shareholders at the expense of much-needed revenue to fuel the programs that actually help the Nova Scotians who are most in need. Mr. Speaker, we are not philosophically opposed to economic growth, as the Premier has suggested. We believe in growth. We want the kind of growth that benefits us all. We want our prosperity to be shared, Mr. Speaker. We saw an investment in social enterprise announced as part of this budget, and that's great. But social enterprise has a more expanded definition than the one that the government is using. Here in Nova Scotia, we have several small businesses who are what are called B Corps, some of whom the government has recognized in this very chamber. These are businesses with a triple bottom line: economic, environmental, and social. Where do we see the support for these businesses, Mr. Speaker? As predominantly small businesses, they are receiving a 5% tax cut, a fraction of the $80 million total tax cut for businesses. Why is this government once again ignoring those who are leading the way towards the kind of future that Nova Scotians want? The question that needs to be asked of this government is whether they are building a compassionate, sustainable, and thriving province, or a successful campaign. Nova Scotians have been through this ringer for generations, and we can do better. How? Well, for one thing, we could have fixed election dates, Mr. Speaker. If the government truly wants to quell speculation on election spending or no, then make it clear. We could have a parliamentary calendar, and one that required elected members of this chamber to spend more than the average of 60 days or so a year debating the important budgets and legislation which impacts our constituents so directly. These changes and others would allow MLAs, especially those of us in opposition, to do the work that we are elected to do. Instead, we'll be here for a few weeks, 10, 12, 14 hours a day, tasked with responding to the budget, digesting and commenting on a raft of legislation, asking important questions to the ministers on behalf of our constituents, and then, Mr. Speaker, we'll be done. I take my job seriously. Believe it or not, I would like to spend more time in this chamber representing my constituents, debating legislation, and doing the work of a legislator. It's what I was elected to do. Mr. Speaker, this budget reads like a deathbed confession. Because of the government's failed policies over the past 7 years, we now have a healthcare crisis, a housing crisis, and a poverty crisis. We have the lowest median income in Canada. We have the highest poverty rates. We have families that can't find a place to live and are being thrown out of their last resort hotel rooms secured for them by a government with no better option. Emergency room closures have tripled under this government, and thousands are still without a family doctor. The hospitals serving Cape Bretoners have the highest mortality rate in Canada, and kids who need mental health care in industrial Cape Breton still have to wait for over a year to be seen. The mental health spending in this budget is nominal. It's easy to get lost in the numbers, Mr. Speaker, but for so many Nova Scotians who have been waiting 7 years to see a substantial change to their circumstances, numbers are not front of mind. Nor do they take kindly, I don't think, to the Finance Minister's good debt and bad debt conversation. Of course, Mr. Speaker, deficit spending is never the desired way forward. That being said, when the debt to GDP ratio is trending downwards, when there's economic crisis and stagnation, as we had in 2008 and 9, and as we certainly might see again, a government's job is to ensure the shared prosperity of their citizens. Many Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, would take issue with the Finance Minister's characterization as borrowing to buy groceries as bad debt, because many Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, don't have the choice. They buy groceries with debt, or they don't buy groceries at all. They don't see keeping the lights on as bad debt. They see it as what they need to do to keep the lights on. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia is an incredible place. It's trite now to talk about our people, our natural beauty, our hospitality, our food. I'm sick of the term world class, Mr. Speaker. But truth be told, where Nova Scotia excels is in its kindness, in its human scale. That kindness can be uneven, Mr. Speaker, and because of our inability so far to address structural racism and discrimination, it can be elusive for some. But I still submit that the shared prosperity of Nova Scotians and the strength of our communities across this province are the measures by which we will know that we are on the right track. We are in a time of turmoil, environmental turmoil, and a time of reckoning for all of us, a time for caretaking and resilience as we face a future that is largely unknown. Half measures won't work, Mr. Speaker. Business as usual won't work. We are asking the government to act. We want them to have the authenticity, the bravery, as my family would say, the chutzpah, to do things differently and to acknowledge, in Einstein's words, that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to stand in my place and have a few moments to speak on the budget. The first day of this session, Thursday, February 20th, 2020, the Premier's office released at 3:35 a statement outlining that they would deliver a budget before us that would have added focus on helping Nova Scotians who need it the most. The release indicated the government's legislative agenda would include support for affordable housing, addressing gender wage gap, and regulating nicotine content of tobacco and e-cigarettes.
Order, please. An administrative error on my part. I forgot to say, just before you started, nothing to do with you, the estimates are now referred to the Committee of the Whole on Supply unto Her Majesty, the Government House Leader, and now we're going to go back to the Honourable Member for Pictou West. Please continue. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The release indicated the government's legislative agenda would include support for affordable housing, addressing gender wage gap, and regulating nicotine content of tobacco and e-cigarettes. Shockingly, there was no mention that day about health care. On the very first day of this current session, the Liberal government neglected to mention health care. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. The #1 issue on the minds of every Nova Scotian. How is it even possible not to mention health care or to signal that there will be a focus on it during this House session? The Premier continued to say, and I quote, and I will table the following: "We have come a long way in 6 years. Our population is at an all-time high, unemployment is low, we're seeing record high levels of export and immigration, and more of our young people are seeing opportunities in Nova Scotia. We also know not all Nova Scotians are feeling the positive impact of our growth. We are keenly aware of challenges in our province and will be taking more steps to address areas of child poverty and affordable housing." Again, Mr. Speaker, no mention of health care crisis in Nova Scotia. No mention at all. And we know there is a crisis, Mr. Speaker, from one end of this province to another. It all makes sense now as to why the Premier didn't mention health care in his press release on the first day of this session, because there is basically nothing in this budget that addresses the ongoing health care crisis we are facing in this province. Mr. Speaker, there is very little in this budget to address the ongoing shortages of long-term care beds. No mention of increasing the staffing levels in long-term care facilities or investing to repair older facilities like Roseway. We are blessed in the town of Pictou to have 2 wonderful facilities, Shiretown Nursing Home and Maritime Oddfellows Nursing Home. Both facilities are amazingly staffed with the most skilled and compassionate people that any of us would ever dream of to have care for our loved ones. But we all know that proper investments need to be made in frontline health care workers, and in particularly in our long-term care facilities where some of our most vulnerable in society are living. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we all know without proper investments, our residents at these facilities will suffer. We have witnessed that. They will suffer just like all Nova Scotians without a family doctor. It perplexes me as to why government has never been able to fulfill the promise of 2013. 7 years later, still, they promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Mr. Speaker, there are over 14,000 people just in northern Nova Scotia that are without a doctor. And that number we can account for. But think of the many more that are not on the registry. There's, Mr. Speaker, a lot of confusion right now around need a family practice registry. For example, when I signed up long ago, it was to go on the list so that I could receive a doctor. A few months ago, I received a call from the registry, or I believe it was them, asking if I had found a doctor. I indicated, no, I did not find a doctor, but that I had received a call and that I had been able to get a nurse practitioner. The voice on the other end of the phone said, okay, so do you want to be kept on the list for a doctor? And I said, Mr. Speaker, of course I do. That's why I signed up. I want to have a doctor. And the person on the other end of the phone said to me, okay, no problem, we'll keep you on the list to receive a doctor. But happy to hear that you were called and now you have a nurse practitioner too. But it was no problem at that point in time for me to be kept on the list and my children so that we could receive a doctor. But just the other day, and this is where there's so much confusion. The other day I received this email from Need a Family Practice Registry. And it says the following, which I will table it. So it was emailed to me, and I'm not even sure how they got my email, but perhaps I did give it to them when I signed up a year or two ago. Oh, can I have that back to read it? Sorry. I want to read it to you. It says, hello. We are contacting you today because our records show that you have registered with the Need a Family Practice Registry as a Nova Scotian who is in need of a family doctor or nurse practitioner. But I didn't sign up for a nurse practitioner. I signed up for a doctor. We currently have a provider now in Pictou that is accepting new patients from the Need a Family Practice Registry. This practice is, and in capital bold letters says, only able to accept patients that do not, and not is in big bold letters, currently have a family doctor or nurse practitioner in Nova Scotia. Please let us know if you are without a family doctor or a nurse practitioner. If not, please indicate if you have successfully found a family doctor or nurse practitioner as well. Please let us know the best phone number to reach you during the time of day. Well, they had just called me a couple months ago. This is from the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So there's a lot of confusion here. Are we now telling people that when they sign up on this registry that it's not just for a doctor? That you could be given a nurse practitioner and yet you will never get a doctor? That's what it's saying. But there's so much confusion. I can table that now. Now, Mr. Speaker, no wonder Nova Scotians are so frustrated with this Liberal government because the story keeps changing with regards to how one acquires a doctor. Nova Scotians want a doctor and they deserve to have one for their basic needs. They signed up on the registry for a doctor, not for a nurse practitioner. And now, mind you, nurse practitioners are wonderful and we are grateful to have them. I know that I totally respect mine, but I also identify and understand the differences between a doctor and a nurse practitioner and the roles that they play. I will keep advocating, Mr. Speaker, for more doctors, and I will continue to address the lack of transparency within this Liberal government when it comes to health care. Better Together. When I read this title, my first thought was Pictou County has definitely been excluded from the together part. But after talking to many of my colleagues, they too feel their constituencies have been excluded. So Better Together stands for those who this Liberal government decided to include, and that's certainly not everyone. I see nothing in this budget that will help those in Pictou County traveling to Halifax for dialysis. Some on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. Some in their 70s, some in their 80s. This is a reality for many Pictou County residents. In Pictou, we have a wonderful dialysis unit staffed by incredible people who will only have we only have 4 chairs, Mr. Speaker. And we have dozens of people on the waiting list. We also know that this number is growing rapidly. Every year since I was elected in 2013, I have been requesting this Liberal government to see the urgency of increasing chairs at the unit in Pictou. We have the space, and again, we certainly have the need. It's so frustrating for me to see families having to take vacation time to help a loved one travel for this life-saving service. Families, Mr. Speaker, are disrupted terribly with not only daily routine or missing work or family engagements, but the financial burden of having to travel to Halifax to receive this service takes a lot out of families, and it's causing unnecessary stress and mental anguish. It's not fair, and it has to stop. If this government really meant better together, they would include all Nova Scotians, but they have not they have not succeeded in that mission. I was walking from the legislature last night, and I ran into a friend who works in government, actually. We briefly spoke, and they had an interesting adjective for this budget. They called it superficial. It kind of took me by surprise, to be honest, because there are a lot of good things in the budget. But I just found that adjective very interesting. I didn't think that way until I went home. I gave it more thought. And while watching the news and listening to the Minister of Finance be interviewed by Steve Murphy, I then understood why this government employee was referring to the budget as artificial or superficial. Then I thought, you know what, I'm going to go and look up what the actual definition is. Superficial. Existing or occurring on the surface, appearing to be true or real only until examined more closely. It's always wise and interesting to get a number of perspectives on a delivered budget. Later in the evening, I spoke to my son, and they had actually briefly spoke about it in school and said that they would actually be speaking this morning on the budget more so. And he wanted to know a little bit more about it. And recently, he purchased a vehicle. He turned 18 last week. And when he was 16, he wanted to purchase a vehicle. And he had no money, and he thought his father or I would get the vehicle for him. And we said, absolutely not. You will continue to take the school bus to school. You will continue to have us drive you to work and to all your social engagements and extracurricular activities. So last year we revisited the conversation. And he said he was serious about wanting to have a car. And we said, well, you know, you're going to have to save for it. And Mr. Speaker, he took a whole year and he saved. He saved to buy that car. And although he was frustrated and mad at us at times, at the end of the day, he was grateful for the lesson that he had to work 3 jobs this summer to save the money to purchase that car. Because the car he wanted wasn't just, you know, $2,500, he wanted a $15,000 car. And I said, well, Jack, if you want a $15,000 car, but you're gonna have to go and save the money. So he came to us in August and he said, I don't have all the money, but I see a car that I want, and I'm hoping that you guys can help us. So we talked about financing, and I said, look, you save X amount, I will loan you the small portion that he needed. And I said, but we're going to have a really good lesson here. I'm going to put an interest rate on it. And that's what I'm doing. And he doesn't know this because he's not watching right now, but he is paying interest on the money that he owes me for that car. But what I will do, at the end of it, I will give him back the money he paid in interest, just so that he can, yeah, I'm not getting Mother of the Year award, that's for sure. But I think what we're, you know, I spoke to him last night and I said, you know, it's interesting with this budget, Jack. I mean, we're spending out of our means. We're spending out of our means here. And the Minister of Finance is not only abandoning the Ivany report goal to get control over Nova Scotia's debt, but in reality, she is abandoning the future for our children, our grandchildren, their children. And that's what I was trying to teach Jack last night, is that you can't be buying things and borrowing constantly for those things. When you expand the province's net debt by $2.7 billion, that means this government has done nothing to improve the economic growth. It means they have no plan to improve economic growth, hence why our federal transfers are increasing constantly. Ask your friends that live in Alberta how they feel about that. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say is that at the end of the day, I could go on and on about this budget, but right now I feel it's reckless, it's superficial, and it's false hope for the people of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
In the absence of no more speaker, the motion to go into supply is carried, and the House will now recess for a few minutes while it resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole on Supply.
Committee on the Whole House on Supply will come to order, and I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolution E11.
I will now invite the Minister of Health and Wellness to make opening comments if he so wishes, and introduce his lovely staff to the members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly pleased to introduce the estimates for the Department of Health and Wellness for the 2020-21 fiscal year. Really appreciate the opportunity that the estimates debate and supply provides the opportunity to speak about the important work that's being done by the department and indeed our partners in the health authorities. With me this evening are, and I believe for the next number of days, are two officials from the Department of Health and Wellness that will help us in examining and taking a closer look at the specifics of this year's Department of Health and Wellness budget. To my right is Janine Lagasse, the Acting Deputy Minister and ADM for the Department of Health and Wellness, and to my left is Shelley Bonang, the Chief Financial Officer for the department. Mr. Chair, we have heard certainly loud and clear. The message is not one limited to our tenure in office. Indeed, I believe for many years, the importance and priority of healthcare services as the top priority for Nova Scotians consistently through all governments is well recognized. Mr. Speaker, that's why it's no surprise that the allocated budget for health services and investments is the single largest by a significant margin expenditure within the province. That, Mr. Chair, is consistent across all jurisdictions in Canada based on, again, the importance that citizens and thus their governments place on investing and providing the healthcare services needed by the population. So we certainly recognize that. We know that for my mandate letter, Mr. Chair, since coming in 2017, it's been very clear where I need to focus the efforts of the department and our partners in those areas of primary care, mental health and addictions, continuing care, and of course, infrastructure renewal, Mr. Chair. And those investments that we're making are investments. The motion to come into supply made reference about future generations. And indeed, Mr. Chair, these investments that we are making, particularly those around the infrastructure, are investments in the next generation. What these, although significant dollar values associated with them, over $2 billion for the anticipated costs for the QE2, Cape Breton redevelopments. Mr. Chair, that is not an investment that is for a given fiscal year, but indeed an investment that we recognize is to modernize the facilities for the delivery of healthcare services for the next generation. We're focused, as I said, on a number of areas within the primary care space. Obviously, attaching patients is to primary care services. One of the evolutions that we've been focused on has been the expansion of collaborative primary care services, responding to those recommendations and interests of healthcare providers and the desire to work in such environments, focuses on improvements around mental health and addiction services, reducing wait times throughout the healthcare system, and again, modernizing our health system. Our investments and supports around home care and long-term care facilities, Mr. Chair, as well as technology projects that are underway to, again, support the modernization of the technology that supports the work of our frontline healthcare providers. Those technology initiatives will also support us in ensuring that we have the most accurate and complete data to help inform future decisions and policy and investments to be made within the healthcare system. We've made progress in these areas, Mr. Chair, since coming to form government. We know that we've had significant improvements in the wait list for long-term care placements. We've talked about this in the past in the floor of the chamber, Mr. Chair, that both the number of people waiting for placement in long-term care and how long they are waiting on the list have both decreased between 30 and 50% over since we formed government, Mr. Chair. As I've previously mentioned, the budget for healthcare is the single largest. It's over 40% of the provincial expenditures budgeted in this fiscal year. This year, we're increasing the budget for healthcare services by, I believe, about just under $185 million. That brings the total expenditure to about $4.8 billion in this budget to meet the healthcare needs of Nova Scotians. That equates, for those that don't enjoy math, to approximately 4% increase in the budget year over year. The health authorities, the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK, who really are the organizations tasked with the lion's share of operational delivery of healthcare services throughout the province, have received more funding as well. They've received an increase of, I believe, about $86.1 million, which means that their combined budgets are over $2 billion to support those frontline healthcare needs. And when you look at the total $4.8 billion that comes to the Department of Health and Wellness, really 44%, I believe, of that budget, almost 45% of that budget, actually gets transferred into our health authorities that deliver the frontline operational care. So that's over $2 billion going to our health authorities for healthcare delivery. I've already mentioned the investments in infrastructure. We've talked about that a lot. I'm sure that members will likely have questions relating to them. But again, just for a reminder, the QE2 redevelopment project here in Halifax to replace the aging and challenged infrastructure at the Victoria General, as well as the revitalizing of healthcare infrastructure in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. Those facilities, as well as many others, really fell into a state of disrepair over a failure to keep the infrastructure up to date. So with those changes, we engaged with healthcare providers to understand what a modern configuration of infrastructure should look like in those, in particular in those two regions, and that's what's guided the designs, the work, and these projects to date, to again look to the future and not to the past for the infrastructure being delivered in the province. Again, there's additional work. But healthcare is a very large and integrated system, in part due to the complexities of those interrelations, Mr. Chair, that is the organizations, the many different conditions and areas of the healthcare system, the healthcare providers, the many different interested parties, all contribute to the complexities of and challenges of implementing change and modernization. So to do so does take time. But the fact is, in order to affect that change, we do have to take action, and that's what we have been doing over our tenure in government. We know that Nova Scotians expect us to work thoughtfully and in coordination with our partners so that we can ensure that we do make the right changes when they need to be made, but also that we make those changes that will meet their needs as citizens of the province. But those needs can only be met as we meet the needs of those frontline healthcare providers as well. We continue to focus on a more coordinated and evidence-based healthcare system, but that means that we have to take very deliberate and coordinated action. And that's how we've been managing the work and the decisions that we've been making. Sometimes, Mr. Chair, those decisions have been difficult. We recognize that they have raised concern by some, and those concerns, Mr. Chair, over time, as we were able to continue to provide additional information, we, I believe, are able to demonstrate to those affected, again, whether they're citizens, patients, or healthcare providers, that in fact the plans that we have in place are really guided by clinical advice and recommendations. Unfortunately, we do not always have consensus, and unanimous consensus, I should say, on those paths. So there will always be opportunity to find individuals who are not completely supportive of each individual decision and direction that we take. But I assure you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the legislature, that when we make our decisions, we have done so based upon the guidance and advice and recommendations that have come to our table, and with an eye towards those recommendations and advice that we believe are in the best interest of the people of Nova Scotia, meeting their expectations, which again fundamentally goes back to ensuring that they get the health care services that they need. Some of those initiatives that we have been focused on over the last number of years, in which we will be continued to work on, and how those initiatives have what the outcomes of some of those initiatives have resulted in, Mr. Chair. We know that about 138,000 Nova Scotians have been attached to a primary care provider since November of 2016, when the NIDA Family Practice Registry was first launched by the Nova Scotia Health Authority. We know from Stats Canada, Mr. Chair, that Nova Scotia is recognized as being fourth in jurisdictions for attaching and connecting patients with primary care providers. Based upon the NIDA Family Practice Registry, we know about 95% of Nova Scotians have been attached to a primary care provider, and we know, Mr. Chair, that about 20% fewer Nova Scotians are registered on that NIDA Family Practice Registry than when we were here last year. We know that our partners, the Nova Scotia Health Authority, have also been working in communities to create special clinics for unattached patients to help support them while they are waiting to be attached to a primary care provider. We've also, Mr. Chair, taken steps to recognize that providing the care that Nova Scotians need means that we need to take advantage of the skilled healthcare providers in the province, and that means providing opportunity for those healthcare providers to work to their full scope of practice. Mr. Chair, we've seen initiatives that we've undertaken as a government, including the modernization of the Nurses Regulatory College and the legislation governing them last year, as well as the more recent agreement with pharmacists, which provides them the opportunity to work to the full scope, providing more opportunities for Nova Scotians to receive some basic primary care services, including increased access to prescription refills from their community pharmacists. This work, Mr. Speaker, we believe is a very positive step forward to ensuring access to healthcare services for Nova Scotians. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that no healthcare system is complete without access to physicians. Physicians are an essential and critical part of the delivery of both primary and specialty healthcare services. We know, Mr. Chair, that these challenges that we've been discussing on the floor of this legislature for the past number of years, particularly as it relates to physician-doctor recruitment, is one that is a challenge faced by all jurisdictions across the country, indeed in most of the Western world, that has a similar healthcare system design. That means, Mr. Chair, that fundamentally, when you pull back the layers, one of the challenges that we actually face is one of supply and demand. That is, the supply of physicians is outstripping the demand throughout multiple jurisdictions. That's why, Mr. Chair, we recognize that one of the only ways to address the fundamental challenges, both for the medium and long term, is to invest in additional training opportunities. And that's why I believe we're still remain the only jurisdiction that has expanded both medical seats and residency training opportunities for physicians in the province. We believe that the data shows that these investments are going to serve the population of Nova Scotia very well for two reasons. One is it increases the supply of physicians, both family practice physicians as well as specialists, through both the medical seats, 16 new seats that in total will have been added to Dalhousie Medical School, and 25 total residency seats, 10 family physician practice and 15 specialty seats that have been added to the residency training. We know this will be good because we're adding to the supply, and we know that data shows that about 80% of physician residents stay in the province where they've been trained. So you increase the number of residency seats, you increase the number of physicians who stay and set up practice in the province. These are good investments that will serve the people of Nova Scotia, and I believe in recognizing this expansion, which has been long called for by the medical field, Mr. Chair, does paint Nova Scotia in a very positive light in terms of our recognition and our listening to frontline healthcare workers, healthcare providers, physicians and residents as to the importance of training. We have a number of other things, including changes to the clerkship program and the expansion. It was launched last year with the in Cape Breton, and it's expanding into the South Shore region now. But again, access to physicians, I anticipate we'll be speaking quite extensively about that in the coming days as we debate the estimates. But I want to put it on the record up front that there is no single solution to ensuring that we address the need for family physicians. That's why we take multiple initiatives and make multiple investments in different strategies to help ensure that we maximize the opportunities to both attract and retain physicians in the province. I've already talked extensively about the training and investments that we've been making, but also we've been investing in international recruitment initiatives. We've worked with Doctors Nova Scotia to implement a new contract, the master agreement that governs compensation for physicians in the province. We've listened to physicians. Over 90% of those physicians voted in favour of this agreement, which certainly sends a very strong signal, Mr. Chair, that through the negotiations and the increased compensation, that we'll see many of the highest demand physicians, including family physicians, emergency doctors, I believe psychiatrists and others, will actually become really highest paid in Atlantic Canada, certainly bringing them into a very competitive compensation framework with counterparts in other jurisdictions. Mr. Chair, we achieved that negotiated contract by listening to physicians and their bargaining agent, Doctors Nova Scotia. We see that based upon their input as being a very significant step forward in both the recruitment and retention of physicians to the province. We also know that in the recruitment process, the importance of community. Physicians, like other professionals, indeed employees or workers as individuals, they can't last in a community if they don't establish roots, Mr. Chair. One of the challenges in any field that relies in particular on professionals who are in high demand and fairly mobile is attachment to community. We recognize that attachment to community, establishment of roots really supports in particular the retention of healthcare providers, and that's why we have been investing with our partners in communities to support them in their efforts to participate and really exemplify and highlight the characteristics of their communities that they believe are most relevant to supporting both the recruitment and retention of healthcare providers to their communities and their regions. There are many other initiatives. I've mentioned the immigration stream, first in the country, to establish a dedicated immigration stream for physicians. We've had over 50 physicians come through that stream already. I've talked about the increase in compensation for physicians through the master agreement, but we also increase incentive compensation as well. The incentives for starting up practices. We've increased funding for locum programs, which are designed to fill short-term vacancies in hard-to-recruit areas. We continue to invest in collaborative care teams. Again, that's a model of practice that is a fairly significant shift from the model that was really long-standing since the dawn of Medicare services. Having multi-faceted teams of healthcare providers coming together to serve the patients of the clinic. That has been an area we hear from healthcare providers, physicians, nurses, and others that they believe is how they've been trained in many cases and how they believe the future of healthcare delivery. So we've been investing to expand. I believe we're currently strengthening and expanding about 85 teams now within the province, and we're really trying to move and focus further expansions that may be made to communities and areas that are in greatest need. Modernization, again, the modernization of our healthcare delivery includes the infrastructure investments, but also we're making investments in dialysis seats. We'll see those dialysis renovations and expansions come on stream, many of them this year, while others will continue. So we look forward to increasing the access of dialysis to those patients, and as I've said previously, once we get these additional dialysis chairs online, we'll be in a position to again begin reevaluating what the distribution of dialysis patients throughout the province are, and the needs to help inform any future decisions about any future expansions from those that are currently underway. Continuing care, Mr. Chair. It's been a priority. We continue now to invest in the Nova Scotians who require these care services to the tune of about $900 million. We continue to invest, as has been our priority since forming government back in 2013, to listen to those Nova Scotians who indicate that they want to stay in their home and in their communities as long as possible. That's why we've invested so heavily in home care services, but also expanded the caregiver benefit program that really benefits people who take care of loved ones and provide supports in their homes. Long-term care, we've again continued the work that we started last year based upon recommendations from the expert panel in long-term care. The real focus there, Mr. Chair, on improving the quality of services and the environment that in the long-term care environment. We continue to invest this year. We know, for example, that these strategies and these investments do work. We've seen positive improvements in wound care based upon those investments in training, equipment, and standardized processes being brought on stream. We recognize the staffing challenges, as was highlighted by the, particularly for continuing care assistants. That's why we've established campaigns to promote CCAs, continuing care assistants. It's a very positive and important career opportunity for Nova Scotians. We also supported through a bursary program for CCAs, which would cover their tuition costs, Mr. Chair, but also brought in a new immigration stream. I've heard from long-term care facilities that recognize the value of having new qualified individuals coming forward and entering the continuing care space to deliver care. We made some governance and regulatory changes that streamlined the process for retired nurses to be able to really leverage their nursing training and be recognized as qualified to provide the continuing care services as well. With respect to long-term care beds, we've already announced, I believe, over 160 new beds in areas including as part of the Cape Breton redevelopment project, the investment in Matagan, as well as 30 beds in long-term care being converted from RCF in the Halifax area. We're focusing on areas with the highest demand, while at the same time looking to support our long-term care facilities with their renovation and maintenance needs. And mental health and addictions, Mr. Chair. We have over $315 million being invested throughout government towards mental health and addictions. I believe this is in the range of about a 7% increase in the investments towards mental health and addictions. We're seeing positive results being reported from both the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK as it relates to the wait lists for access to their mental health care services. The efforts that they've been making within their facilities have been focused first on as physical health, like mental health, like physical health, being triaged. They've focused on emergency care where people need immediate access to care. They follow that by urgent care, and they have a clinical timeline to be seen. I believe we see in the Nova Scotia Health Authority, we've seen an improvement of 98% of adults being seen within that clinical target in 2019. That's an improvement from only 85% the year before. So we're not all the way there, Mr. Chair. I've never said that. In fact, as I started my remarks with highlighting the importance of healthcare to all Nova Scotians, it is also one that has a continuously moving target, one that will always be focused on continuous improvement, one where the members of the opposition, regardless of their political stripes, will always have the opportunity to say, you could do more, Mr. Chair. That is always going to be the case, that people, citizens, will be looking for more. And Mr. Chair, we've been investing, we've been doing more, we've been seeing positive outcomes, but we also recognize that there is still more to be done, and we will continue our efforts to invest both financially and operationally to improve our health services to Nova Scotians for both physical and mental health. Finally, in the addictions side of mental health and addictions, we have earlier this year moved forward. We announced in December will be taking place on April 1st, is going into effect. The first in Canada ban on flavored vaping juices. We've also, Mr. Chair, committed to bringing forward additional legislative changes to restrict access to vaping products. That legislation we can expect to see on the order paper within this sitting, and I look forward to bringing that to the attention of Nova Scotians, the members here, and to discuss on the floor of the legislature, and look forward to everybody's support in advancing that particular piece of legislation. And I have confidence, Mr. Chair, that the steps that we'll be taking will have positive impacts. Why, Mr. Chair? Because many of the steps that we're taking are being informed by staff and others, just like our opioid framework. One of the first initiatives that I had the privilege to publicly announce in my role as Minister of Health and Wellness back in 2017, and we've seen the tremendous positive effect that framework has had in Nova Scotia, saving lives, Mr. Chair. We've seen a reduction by over 90% on the wait list for opioid treatments since 2017 when we launched that framework, Mr. Chair. We've seen more than 12,000 naloxone kits that have been distributed across the province through our partners in pharmacies across the province, Mr. Chair. So again, we entered into a new agreement. I talked earlier about the opportunities that pharmacists can provide in helping support physicians and other healthcare providers in providing care to Nova Scotians, because ultimately that's what everybody who participates in the healthcare system in Nova Scotia ultimately are striving to do, and that is ensure that their patients, our citizens, our brothers, our sisters, our parents, our children, our neighbours, all receive the health care services that they need. And it will take everybody in the health care system working together to ensure that we do provide the best possible care to all of our citizens in the province. So with that, I recognize that it is the responsibility of the department to ensure that we spend the taxpayer monies that we're investing in healthcare wisely in ways to improve the healthcare system that Nova Scotians rely on each and every day. And we're focused on our results. As I've briefly outlined here, we are seeing positive results. So there is much to be optimistic about. Members opposite in the response to the budget, I think that is a term that was used about optimism, and this we do share, I believe, because Nova Scotians share optimism about the future of this province, and I believe that optimism extends to the future and the progress being made in our healthcare system. And before I conclude my opening estimate remarks, Mr. Chair, just want to take a moment to recognize and thank the many dedicated healthcare providers that are providing care and services in communities across the province, those providing the care in our hospitals, whether they're here in the city in our acute care facilities, in our regional or community hospitals, or out on the front lines in community settings or their own offices. Whether they are, Mr. Chair, physicians, nurses, social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, pharmacists, or any other allied health professionals. Again, all of us together are working together is how we will provide the best possible health care to the people of Nova Scotia. So again, I want to thank them with all sincerity, the work that they do each and every day in delivering that care, but also for those who have stepped up to provide advice and recommendations to us as we continue to plan and execute the modernization of our healthcare services in the province. And supporting those frontline healthcare workers and those of us in government, Mr. Chair, I want to also recognize the many volunteers, whether they are with auxiliaries or foundations supporting our hospitals throughout the province, or volunteers with non-governmental, non-profit organizations providing much valued support services and services that meet the needs of their community members. Again, they too are an integral and critical part of the delivery of health care services in the province. So I want to make sure that they are recognized as well as we have our discussion around healthcare investments continue over what I believe are the next several hours, indeed perhaps the next several days. And with that, Mr. Chair, I believe I'll conclude my remarks and look forward to responding to the questions of the opposition as we proceed with estimates for the Department of Health and Wellness.
So, and before we jump into it, I just want to remind everyone that the rules of the House apply during this. The Speaker had addressed earlier in the session that we're going to keep it cordial and respectful. This isn't a three-striker out rule; it's a one and done. So, no heckling. Let's be respectful to each other, and let's get some good questions and answers. So, who's up first? The member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Minister, his department, and it's always a great opportunity in estimates to thank all allied healthcare professionals working in Nova Scotia, right from Yarmouth to Cape North, for all the work that they do. We know that there's challenges right now in healthcare, and I think, though, when we do have to be faced with any emergency or going to the hospital, the care is great. And so it definitely is an opportunity to thank them. And of course, all the volunteers that work on the different foundations with these hospitals in our province. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into fundraising and drawing the community together. So I want to thank them as well. So moving right to the budget, looking here, we see that the overall investment, Mr. Chair, in healthcare sector has grown to $4.8 billion. And what I'd like to ask the Minister is, this includes $86 million in response to increased demand for services, but it's not outlined exactly what those services are. So I'm hoping that the Minister can give us a more detailed answer in what those services are that make up the $86.1 million.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It varies throughout, so specifically just for clarity, that amount that is being referred to, I believe she's referring to the amount of increase to the Nova Scotia Health Authorities, I believe just over $70 million to the Nova Scotia Health Authority, and just about almost $8.5 million to the IWK. Those increased services are increased patient volumes, in some cases increased acuity of those patients in some areas. In addition, particularly for the Nova Scotia Health Authority, are increased operational costs for the new dialysis seats that will be coming online in Glace Bay, Digby, Kentville, as well as the new chemotherapy prep lab that was being set up at here in Halifax. So with some of the infrastructure investments come new operational costs as well. So those increased, again, there'll be increased dialysis being provided in those communities as those investments in expanded capacity come online this year.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for his answer. So in the speech, it indicated that work continues to recruit doctors and that we are seeing success by supporting community groups with their recruitment. We are encouraged that Stats Canada shows that Nova Scotia ranks 4th nationally for patient attachment to a primary health care provider. So my question is, and I spoke of it just an hour ago or so when I stood in my place, I wonder if the minister can explain what is happening. Because I indicated that, you know, a month ago I received a call saying, have you received a doctor yet for you and your children? If not, we're calling to inquire. And then I received that, you know, you have a nurse practitioner. Then I get this letter this week or email stating that, do you have a doctor or nurse practitioner? So it used to be all about signing up for a doctor. But now we've included nurse practitioner. I'm wondering when that shift took place, because it doesn't align well and make sense with the fact that we had the registry call me a month ago and said that I could still stay on, even though I had a nurse practitioner. The other voice on the end of the phone indicated that I could stay on because I still was to be getting a doctor. And this isn't, I'm using myself as an example because I could table the document for proof, but I'm sure it's happening to so many others, and we're hearing it. So we need some clarification here. If you're on the registry and you get a nurse practitioner, that is now in place of getting a doctor. We need to confirm that with Nova Scotians. And it's best that we have clarity on that. If the minister could answer, please.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. Chair, as when we evaluate the work of the Nova Scotia Health Authority's Need a Family Practice Registry, that's what it's recognizing is Nova Scotians who are in need, that is access to primary care services for the delivery of health care. That includes the focus and the priority of attaching Nova Scotians who have no care. So that is where the efforts are primarily targeted to, you know, when there's people taking names off of the registry. I guess the question is when someone is being provided with primary care access, as nurse practitioners are able to provide really a wide range of those primary care services, or you have a citizen who has no access to any primary care services, Mr. Chair, that really the work on the registry is trying to prioritize getting Nova Scotians access to the primary care that they need. They are working with a variety of healthcare providers, including physicians and other healthcare providers and collaborative practices, where I believe there's over about 85 now operating in the province. But in addition, Mr. Chair, recognizing that we still have, in particular in some parts of the province, more challenges in making a positive dent in the number of people who are registered. And in those communities, the health authorities also established some clinics which are really reserved for people who are on the wait list, so that they have access to, I guess, kind of a clinic access without being attached. So those clinics are being reserved for the delivery of primary care services to those who are still waiting to be attached to an independent or separate primary care provider facility. So I guess, again, in specific to the specific question around physicians, getting attached to physicians, that is still every effort being made to attach Nova Scotians to physicians. But again, recognizing that in some instances, nurse practitioners are available in communities. They are being attached to nurse practitioners. And the priority of the people who are on the list, again, remains to provide them with primary care access through either a physician or a nurse practitioner. practitioner, and efforts will, I believe, continue to recruit the physicians to meet the needs of all Nova Scotians throughout the province. But again, as I've said earlier in my remarks, there is a supply challenge. We're investing heavily to address that. We're expanding the training opportunities and both through medical seats as well as the residency seats and our recruitment efforts that are continuing. So we are in no way reducing our efforts to recruit and train and retain physicians in Nova Scotia, to attach Nova Scotians to primary care physicians, but indeed we also recognize the important, valuable role in the delivery of primary care that nurse practitioners can provide as well.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for, I would say, putting a good effort in trying to clarify this, but let me be clear here. There is major confusion in this province right now with whether or not, I received a call 2 months ago saying that I would be kept on the list for a doctor even though I had a nurse practitioner. Someone is not getting the correct information to the employees, but more importantly, we're not getting that message out to Nova Scotians. So what we're saying right now is that if you have a nurse practitioner, you are no longer on the list to receive a doctor. That's the message we have to get out. So I'm just wondering if the Minister, is there anything in this budget that any, financial amount that's being dedicated to making sure that Nova Scotians know now that if you have a nurse practitioner, you're not getting a doctor?
The Minister of Health.
I think, as I thought I'd indicated, Mr. Chair, in my previous response, that our efforts will continue with our partners to ensure that we have the appropriate supply of physicians to provide the care to Nova Scotians. So we'll continue those recruitment and training efforts to meet that. So I wouldn't say that the last comment of the member would be consistent with our efforts. Again, to the investments, I've listed some of them. Again, recruitment and training opportunities. The master agreement is a significant investment over the term of the contract with Doctors Nova Scotian for compensation. I do acknowledge, Mr. Chair, the language that the members brought to the floor. I've not heard of the confusion of the script, I guess, or comments that were made through the phone call versus that of the written submission. So I will follow up, Mr. Chair, with the Health Authority in terms of the script that they're using through phone calls and the information they're passing on there, because I do acknowledge, based upon the information the members brought to the floor here today, but that's the first I've heard of this apparent contradiction between the language being used in a phone call to people on the list and a written letter being sent out. So I will cross-reference those two pieces. I believe the member tabled already. The member already tabled the written letter. I will grab a copy of that, Mr. Chair, and certainly bring that back to the Health Authority. And again, I've noted the description of the phone call that the member received, which appears to contradict, there to be a contradiction, and I believe the estimate was about 2 weeks apart between the phone call and the written, 2 months, sorry, apart between the phone call and the written correspondence. Again, I recognize the confusion that would arise from the phone call as described and that written correspondence. So I will reach out to get that clarity and ensure that the Health Authority and those who are communicating and making calls and preparing written correspondence ensure that there is consistency in that to avoid any further confusion.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for his answers, and I sincerely meant that your efforts. I just believe that there's a lot of confusion. My colleagues to the right of me here just say it's happening right now in their offices. So there's confusion with NSHA saying that you will be taken off the list, but then we have the registry calling us saying, no, you can still stay on the list, and you know, that's why you signed up at the beginning, whether it was 2 years ago or a year ago, you signed up to get a doctor. Now here's the perplexing or complex part of this, I guess, is that fine if you decide that you are no longer able to get a doctor because now you have a nurse practitioner. Okay. But we all recognize that there's different levels of education. They're both valued allied health care professionals. We need both in our society, and our, you know, there's no argument to that. But now what we're hearing, and I'm sure everyone else has had to hear this as well, people are coming into my office saying that they can't get their insurance to cover with a nurse practitioner. They need a doctor to sign off. So I'm just wondering, how is the Department of Health and Wellness combating that, and what advice would the minister have for any of us? Because what's happening is I'm trying to track down a doctor to see so-and-so just one time to sign off on something so that their insurance will pay for a certain service that is covered, but not, the insurance company will not cover it with a signature of the nurse practitioner. So this is a serious issue that's happening, and I'm just wondering if the minister can give some advice or some input on that.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not an area that I recall receiving any correspondence on. So not to say that none has come to the department, but I don't recall having conversations or receiving correspondence from anyone raising that particular issue or concern. Certainly where a large part of our focus is obviously on the insured services that are provided by the province is a key focal point of the care that we are responsible for in delivering, and that's kind of a core focus of what we do for uninsured services, which I assume is what the member's referring to, that a private insurance company is requiring a different level of care. I think that becomes a bit of a challenge there with those insurance companies and those private providers, and what level of I guess clinical sign-off that they require. Perhaps if the member could provide some specific examples of what type of, rather than just generically insurance, it might be easier to delve into whether that is something that is easily rectifiable through kind of college regulatory or legislative restrictions, or if they are really restrictions or challenges relating to the commercial entity providing the insurance and really a policy on their end. So without the specific examples, it's hard to delve down a potential path forward for addressing those concerns.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just once again, I'll table that email that I received. I think perhaps the minister did receive it, but here's another copy. So going back to the budget for a moment here, I'm looking at operating costs and the estimate 2019-20, and then the forecast, of course, for 2019 and 20. There was quite an increase, but it's estimated this year there's a decrease. I'm wondering if we can have an explanation for that decrease.
Minister of Health.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just looking for a little bit of clarity. Which page and line item is the member referring to?
Member for Pictou West.
My apologies. So it's page 13.3 under departmental expenses by object, and it's right under salary and employee benefits. I'm speaking with regards to operating costs.
Nope. The Minister of Health.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just at the high level, just to explain the three columns that do show up. The first column being the what was tabled in the budget for 1920, which for that line item under departmental operating costs, $292,000 in thousands of dollars, to the forecast of 309.5. For the forecast. That's what we're expected to close the year out at, which means we've spent over budget. That's part of the additional investments that we've talked to. So when you actually look at the estimate, the third column of 2021, that's what we're tabling for a budget. So budget to budget, it's an increase. We're anticipating a budgeted increase in the spending. Some of the significant items that we see in there include over $8 million increase in seniors pharmacare, which is based upon the beneficiaries in the program and the utilization of those beneficiaries that are in the program. About $650,000 in health strategic initiatives, about $3.5 million related to an increase in IT spending with initiatives like OPOR, which are rather large IT projects. Just under $1 million relating to amortization expenses. Bit under $2.5 million for EHS provincial programs and medical oversight. Medical oversight, so that's increased. They're the physicians and staff medical oversight operations that support the paramedics through the EHS system. So those are a number of the changes in that particular line item.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to go back to recruiting doctors for a moment here, and with regards to removing the incentive fund of $150 for each patient that that we would have a doctor take on. I'm just wondering if the minister can give what a total cost of that was, and what when that actually will end, and what will there be any other new initiatives coming forward for doctors to replace this one that is being taken away?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now we are anticipating or forecasting that we will have spent $10 million on that particular program. Wrap up again, just for clarity, the program was always designed as a temporary measure as we moved into negotiations with Doctors Nova Scotia. In 2018, we recognized listening to physicians on the front line, the important role that remuneration compensation played, recognized that was going to be an important one of the important steps that we would be taking to improve access to care for Nova Scotians. So the member may recall we made an almost $40 million investment in various programs that we announced, I believe, around March of 2018. This is where that program was established. What we did for that was recognizing that what we were launched to bridge us at the tail end of the contract that was in place at that time to provide an investment, recognizing the importance to physicians while we continued our negotiations. When the new master agreement came online, as the member mentioned, what other investments or incentives or what have you, that is the total package is outlined in the master agreement with Doctors Nova Scotia. That brings in the totality. This particular program and incentive was not part of that. I believe even the president of Doctors Nova Scotia noted again that if you look at the collective of the many things that we've been doing, this one is again is running its course. As far as the timing of it, the new patients that are seen, I believe by the end of this month, are eligible to be submitted, and as per the overall billing terms, physicians have 90 days to submit a bill. So while the eligibility is for patients that are brought into practices by the end of the month, the payment can be submitted, or the bill by physicians. They have 90 days to submit to the program. So we may still have expenses in this program for up to 90 days after March 1st. If that was clear for the member, Mr. Chair.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the minister for his answer. There's been a bit of a shuffle here in recruitment and retainment, and there's been a bit of well, there's been communities, culture, and heritage has taken on a role. And I'm wondering if the minister can point me in the direction of where in this budget are we cost sharing on that, or is that completely out of communities, culture, and heritage? And perhaps just elaborate a little bit more on why the passing off on this responsibility onto communities, culture, and heritage.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think we might choose different language to classify the relationship between the Department of Health and Wellness and my colleague and the Department of Community Culture and Heritage, that we believe that as a government, we've been working really hard to take down the silos between departments, Mr. Chair, such that we don't necessarily look at things as being passed off to or onto another department, but rather, Mr. Chair, we look at this as really recognizing that in the delivery of services to citizens, that government needs to act as a total organization. The rationale, I guess, I think is what the member is really trying to delve into. Why would government have chosen to use the Department of Community Culture and Heritage as the delivery mechanism for this particular program? And the rationale really is in part, the member may recall several years ago, early in our mandate, where we did some significant restructuring throughout government. It really resulted in the vast majority of government grants and programs being amalgamated within the Community Culture and Heritage Department. The rationale is that for community organizations, often may only consist of a handful of people who are doing a lot of very good work on the ground in their communities that they know best. In the past, prior to that restructuring and the strengthening of community culture and heritage, organizations would have to go to many different departments to try to find the funding to provide their services to the people of Nova Scotia. We just felt that consolidating community-based programs and supports under the Department of Community Culture and Heritage would allow kind of a single point of entry and contact into government. In the case of this particular program, it really is a program that's not targeted at health and health delivery, but rather targeted at community promotion, recognizing the strengths of community and so on. Although the intent is to leverage that promotion in the recruitment and retention of physicians and healthcare providers, the actual programs that are being developed and designed are really heavily focused on community, which again is the area that Community Culture and Heritage has strength and capacity. So for two main reasons. One is the strength and capacity of Community Culture and Heritage in that area of community development, community promotion, as well as their grant delivery mechanism and administration that they have. That allows us in the Department of Health and Wellness to continue to focus on the more health policy, health clinical type of work that we're focused on. And again, I think it is a great example of departments taking down silos, not being focused on that aspect, but rather being focused on the people of Nova Scotia and how we can all work together inside and outside of government to achieve the optimal outcomes that Nova Scotians expect us to do.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with the Minister in breaking down those silos, and I feel that collectively through the departments we need to work together. And we know that there's been a number of, through the Minister of Immigration has done a wonderful job in recruiting and retaining through different immigration programs. So I'm just wondering if the Minister can tell me, though, how often does he and the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage meet to discuss recruitment and retainment, since actually all departments are involved?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as the member noted, transitioning into the role of immigration and for both physicians and other healthcare providers. I mentioned in my opening remarks the positive success we've had with recruiting continuing care assistants as well over the past year, in part through support being provided by the Department of Immigration. I can't think off the top of my head how frequently we meet, but I guess we meet frequently throughout the course of the year, and when we do meet as colleagues, as we do with our other colleagues, we do consistently talk about the topics of joint I guess interest or oversight or overlap, and in addition to our engagement and conversations that we have, Mr. Chair, it's also our department staff, officials in our departments that continue to meet from the deputies level, deputies meetings, other staff on particular projects or areas. So, for example, staff within the Department of Health and Wellness who work with an eye towards health human resources would provide input into Department of Immigration if we see areas where we think we may need to rely on more international support, and they would work with the Department of Immigration, who know how to best deliver immigration strategies and programs and promotion to support those needs that we may have from a health human resource demand and supply requirement.
Member for Pictou West.
I'm wondering if the Minister can tell us when was the last recruitment conference, how many representatives went for Nova Scotia, and as well as if he can point me in the direction in the budget of where the costs of I would look for our officers that do recruit and retain. I'm not sure where in the budget I would find the cost for their services.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. The specific operational task of recruitment falls to the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So the Nova Scotia Health Authority is where the, so for example, I think the member would know in her community in the Pictou area who the recruiter is. That individual would be an employee of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So it's the Nova Scotia Health Authority's budget that covers the cost. That would be similarly I think the first part of the question, Mr. Chair, related to recruitment conferences, either nationally or internationally, to attend. The national types of recruitment conferences would be really led by the Nova Scotia Health Authority Recruitment Department. So that's not something that I'm advised on for each time they go. Certainly for international immigration type of recruitment initiatives, the Department of Immigration is often very involved with the Nova Scotia Health Authority as they go on those recruitment endeavors, missions, and I think often, if not always, I believe the Department of Immigration often does put out a news release when they are going on those international ones. So if the member's specifically asking about international recruitment conferences and initiatives, I don't have the specific details off the top, but I'm sure if the member went to the government's website, looked up the news releases for the Department of Office of Immigration, there I know for a fact have been several over the past year.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move on to virtual health care. Just in the last year, I'm just wondering how much money has been spent on virtual health care in total, and perhaps what is forecasted for this year coming.
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the challenges in responding to that question is how one defines or goes about defining virtual care and how IT investments and initiatives get recorded and documented. Really, if we're talking about virtual care in the context of video conferencing type of, for simplicity, like Skype based video conferencing between patients and providers, or if you're talking in a more broad context, which would include messaging, text-based messaging like Facebook Messenger type of interventions, where within the technology. So there are, and then when you factor in that, there are the costs of the technology and the costs of the service providers. So the physicians, in the case of virtual care being provided, in the case of physicians, healthcare providers providing the care, some of the costs would be captured through either insured services or salary lines, and not necessarily be rolled up as virtual care. So I guess really what I'm getting at, Mr. Chair, is I don't think I have the specific dollar amount that the member would be requesting in an all-in.
There's a lot of chatter in the chamber. It's hard to hear the minister. Ask that everybody lower it and allow the minister and the member to have a dialogue that they can hear. Minister of Health.
Again, depending on where, which aspects the member's referring to, if we're really focused or talking about the technology platforms, we're talking about like the My Health system, I think that's somewhere in the around $3.5 million towards the delivery of those services for the 2019-20 fiscal year. But in addition, you've got costs that also get delivered in other IT services, like in the public health space. There's a system called Panorama that is used for vaccination monitoring, as well as for other public health outbreak situations. So it's digitizing those types of health services and information. But again, as I've mentioned, in addition to those costs, there's sometimes the costs associated with the actual care providers, and they get wrapped up in other Nova Scotia Health Authority budgets, and that would be mostly when you think when you have a clinic or providing a specialist in Halifax, for example, providing virtual telehealth services to another part of the province. So you can have a specialist in Halifax using video conferencing to another hospital or clinic, and again, those costs would be rolled up in the operational costs of the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK. So again, to pull it all together throughout the system, as I said in my opening remarks, the complexity because of the wider range of services being delivered by various partners, it gets sliced and diced different ways. It makes perfect sense in the operational way that it be organized, but it might not roll up in quite the way that members on the floor of the legislature would be hoping to see the dollars and cents, because there are different providers at different spots within the system.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with regards to My Health Nova Scotia and the discontinuation of it, is there going to be anything to replace it? And what conversations have been taking place for something to replace it? We know that many doctors spoke on this and indicated that they were having about a 20% efficiency in using this service. We know that it served over 38,000 Nova Scotians. We know that over 300 doctors used it, and they want something to replace it. So I'm wondering if the minister can update us on that.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it relates to My Health NS, as I think members are aware, it's certainly been reported publicly. The vendor in the last fiscal year indicated that they did not intend to renew their contract with Nova Scotia. More recently, Mr. Chair, the vendor has indicated that they will be winding up their operations across the country in Canada. And that notification, I believe, went out to patients within the last week or two. Mr. Chair, that we were, as a province, I believe back in 2016 when My Health NS first launched in the fall, we were the first province jurisdiction in the country to roll out a provincial patient platform. There are two key pieces of functionality that were provided by that service at this point in time. That includes the first phase, which was the delivery of lab and imaging test results through a web-based portal. And then about a year ago, the system added an additional module which enabled text, essentially messaging functionality. It would be similar to logging into Facebook and using Facebook Messenger. It would be a secure platform between the healthcare service provider, the physician, and the patient. So those were the two main pieces of functionality that were in the platform. As far as go forward technology replacements, we've been evaluating other products. There's been a lot of advancements in relation to technology in the area, well, in all areas of healthcare. It's, I believe, one of the fastest growing areas of within the IT space is technology for healthcare services, and that includes both in physician offices for physicians as well as for really that emerging area that we were on the leading edge of, which is patient access to health information, Mr. Chair. So for the options that are out there, we didn't find any when staff were doing their evaluations that would really in the current environment meet our expectations, but we also recognized that other aspects and technology platforms within our healthcare system have also evolved in Nova Scotia since 2016. So, for example, over the last 18 to 24 months in Nova Scotia, we have worked with healthcare providers in the primary care settings to upgrade their what are called electronic medical records, or EMRs. That software, Mr. Chair, is the software that is used in doctors' offices. If you think when you go into your primary care provider, the software that they would be recording your visit in, that's called EMR software. That software, Mr. Chair, we worked with physicians and saw them transition and upgrade to new software right across the province. I think almost all have been upgraded in the last 18 to 24 months. They're now running on essentially two main product lines, only two different products that are being used by physicians now in Nova Scotia. And the functionality in these upgraded software includes the potential for the use of a module for e-messaging. Now in 2016, even a year ago, that functionality was not even an option for physicians in the EMR platform that they were using. With these upgrades, that's now an option. Not just is it an option, but for one of the vendors, some evaluation determined, Mr. Chair, that about 60% of physicians on one of the EMR platforms were already using that e-messaging module, even though we were running a provincial system, My Health NS, that provided that functionality. So once we had that information and realization as we were considering options, said, you know what, we need to step back and have a deeper engagement with our healthcare providers to understand why they went with their EMR when there was at that time a different provincial platform available to them. So we need to better understand that before we make a decision on how we move forward on what platform criteria we may have for the delivery of patient-centric portal access to health information. But in the broad sense, to the member's line of questioning, are we committed to continuing to invest in modernizing the health IT systems, to modernize the delivery of health care and support those healthcare providers that are looking for and their patients alternate ways to provide care and enhance their efficiency and productivity? We continue to be committed to that, but we're also committed to doing it right.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the Minister, what has been the total cost invested in One Patient, One Record to date?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll just take a brief moment so that the members do understand what OPOR is. That is a project called OPOR is One Patient, One Record. In my previous response, I was talking about health information system called EMR. And that's why, again, I apologize for taking the time for clarity, but I don't think everybody fully understands what each of these systems are and how they're similar but different. So the EMR, electronic medical record, would be the software in a physician's office. OPOR, One Patient, One Record, is the hospital clinical information system. That would be the software system that would, for the first time when this project is complete and rolled out across the province, have all of our hospitals connected to the same medical record, so that if you're a patient and you go to your local emergency department, for the member, Mr. Chair, in Pictou, or myself in Anakanish, that would result in our records being stored. Currently, they would be stored and only available in our local hospital. When OPOR is complete, if we were in another part of the province and had to go to an emergency department, say in Yarmouth County, Mr. Speaker, that information would be available to our hospital back in Anakanish. And I'll just use an example of the challenges of the current system. I'll use the member, Mr. Chair, often uses examples from her personal life. I'll use a personal one. A few years ago, my son had a particular condition in Anakanish. It required a referral to go up to the emergency department at the IWK. Not so urgent that we required ambulance services, so we drove, my wife drove my son up to the IWK. But it was a referral that came from the emergency department at St. Martha's Regional. She was provided with his medical records to take to the IWK with him, with the patient. Had that happen this summer when we were camping in the Valley. Had to go into Annapolis Community Health Center. Had a referral then to Valley Regional. Again, as a parent, I was provided the medical records from the Annapolis County to take with me to the regional hospital. That's the challenge. They have a system on site, but it's not integrated with the receiving facility. With OPOR, the intention is that you would have the data entered once, and it would be available at any of the other facilities that you might be referred to. So that's just the context of what OPOR is, so that people can appreciate that. Now, the specific question was the cost of OPOR. So this project started back in 2014-15. So total expenditure to date is estimated to be, but this is the, sorry, just 1 second here. This is the total altogether. She didn't say procurement. Sorry, Mr. Chair, just the number I was about to articulate would be the total amount spent and projected to be spent. I believe the question was how much has been spent. The amount spent between 2014-15 and forecasted to the end of fiscal 19-20 is about $4.7 million to date. And that would be for all of the preparatory work as well as the RFP process to date.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for his answer. So for clarification for Nova Scotians, so one patient, one record. It's a great project if it can eventually be implemented. But to date, we're just basically the money that we've invested so far is just in preparation for it, which started back in 2015 or so. Is this project through the Minister's Department or through NSHA, and how many people are actually employed working on it? And out of that number he gave me, I'm just wondering how much of that went into actual employees?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As per my earlier remarks about the question on virtual care, about the challenge of getting the exact numbers that play out in the area of OPOR. It is a project that we have as the Department of Health and Wellness, but it obviously requires close collaboration with our partners with ISD, which provides internal services that provide IT services for government, but also the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority, because this will be a single provincial system. It will span both of our health authorities, the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK. Again, much of the work in analysis, we've certainly had some consultants with the expertise to help inform and guide us through the readiness and the procurement, but also what makes it difficult to say the number of employees within the Department of Health and Wellness and the health authorities is because they vary. because there would be a number of clinicians who have come into the system to provide support as we're doing the analysis. For example, if you look at the maternity ward or the emergency department, there would have been representatives that have provided the early analysis to say what are the types of services and features that you would need in an emergency department or in the maternity ward or in the ICU or whatever area of the hospital that would help inform at the early stages what the criteria would be for the RFP criteria for this project. And so the people were not dedicated necessarily to the project, but they would have been providing support and work with it. So I don't have a number of specific FTEs because, again, at this stage, a lot of it is business analysis work at the front end, and then you have the project team or the procurement team doing the work. And again, the staff that are dedicated span the Department of Health and Wellness, internal services, both for their IT services and procurement, both health authorities, as well as some consulting support. So again, it spans a number of different areas. So our department doesn't have the, in our estimate books, the specific number on that specific project.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask the Minister, so would it be fair to say that that amount, 4 point whatever million, there's nothing tangible? It basically has been money that has just been put towards employees, and we're, you know, in 2020, 5 years later, we still don't have anything that's implemented. So just like to confirm if that figure is basically representing individuals that are working on this, and that there's actually no tangible pieces of equipment, but as well as when can Nova Scotians expect this to be implemented?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for the question. Indeed, again, I would disagree. How is it that the chair puts it disagreements of fact? I believe there is a tangible. We have certainly the excuse me for 1 second. Family. So with the process, this would be the case, Mr. Chair, for any large IT project. It does start with what some people may consider intangibles. But that's not to say that an intangible is not critically important. So that business analysis that gets done at the front end of a project, it is very well known, very well researched, documented as to the criticality of doing good upfront business analysis and planning as to what the system needs are. That ensures that when you enter into the procurement process, Mr. Chair, you have the appropriate requirements. So you don't tangibly have a system at that point in time, but you do have the information. And Mr. Chair, I think when you look at some of the most valuable organizations in the world these days, they're organizations that are built upon a foundation of information and data. So information and data is very much tangible, and so that work that we've done has value, significant value. The status of the OPUR project at this point in time, we are still in the RFP stage, but we are in the very latter stages of the RFP. So submissions have been made, discussions are ongoing, and we look forward to providing an update when completed and a vendor is selected, and that will result at that point in time in, again, a public notification. But at this stage, where the discussions are ongoing with the vendors who have submitted to the RFP, there's really not a lot of details that I can provide on that progress, other than saying it is nearing the latter stages of the RFP process. And again, when a decision is made, obviously, as with other procurements throughout government, public notification is made.
Member for Pictou West, about 3 minutes left.
Thank you so much. We know that one patient, one record didn't do so well in BC. There are a lot of concerns, and I'm sure the minister is aware of those concerns, and I agree, you're always collecting data, but 5 years later, and we still can't access this. I'm wondering at times if, well, let's implement it. You're right, we're constantly evolving. We're constantly living in a modern world where we have to keep adding things. Why wouldn't we implement it and just improve as we go along? I think what Nova Scotians really want to know, though, is at the end of the day, you know, we still don't have a system that they can access, and they want to know what is going to be the cost of this. So I'm wondering if the minister can provide a figure dollar amount today and what he believes this will cost taxpayers of Nova Scotia.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've indicated, we are nearing the ending stages of the RFP. Those discussions around the specific costs of those, so again, the early work that was done in the first couple of years was focused on requirements, gathering and analysis. Because we did a very good job of doing that work, we know what the systems are going to need to meet the needs of our frontline healthcare workers. And so we know the value that those healthcare workers put on those services. That is guiding our negotiations with prospective vendors in the RFP process. Again, I wouldn't articulate that while we're still having those discussions with the vendors to ensure that we do get the best deal possible. I think if we were to flag to the vendors what we think we might be willing to pay, something tells me that the final figure that those prospective vendors provide will come in somewhere nearly exactly at that dollar amount, and my hope, Mr. Chair, would be that we can come in somewhere below that amount.
Member for Pictou West, 1 minute left.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the minister for those answers. It seems like a project that has been taking a lot longer than it should. You know, 5 years, we're millions of dollars in. There's no doubt at the end of the day, and whether it's speculation or not, but it has been reported in media, we're looking into the hundreds of millions of dollars for a system that Nova Scotians at this point don't have a lot of faith in. So I'm wondering what his department is doing to communicate that to Nova Scotians, to remain, you know, positive that this is going to be implemented. Has there been any way to communicate that to Nova Scotians?
The Health Minister with 15.
I think these conversations are certainly means by delivering that information. I think there's meetings before the Auditor General made reference to it. There's some media coverage and conversations there.
Time has elapsed for the Conservative caucus. We'll now go on to the NDP caucus and the member for Halifax-Chiboucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that surely we should ask the minister to model the kind of good health practices that he's ought to be standing for before the province, and he'd take 5 minutes for him and those who work with him and just move around a little, and then we'll come back to this. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Yeah, sure.
What would you like? What would you like me to do, Mr. Burrow?
Grant a 5-minute recess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We are going to take a 5-minute break, starting now.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the honourable member from Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for the hour and a half or so worth of material that he's been already provided. I would like, as far as introducing my part of this discussion this evening, I'd like to begin by going back to I'm thinking about the NSHA itself and some of the discussions around its structure and how that structure has been adapted some recently, and I'd like to ask the Minister about his thinking about some of that. I'm going back to that, what was, I think, for lots of people, a pretty surprising moment a few months ago when the interim CEO made a statement indicating that the organization of the upper echelons of the NSHA was not working in a satisfactory way, and introduced some changes. I'm sure the statement would be familiar to the Minister. I'll just read it. She said, the organization is overly complex and bureaucratic. The organization is confusing and does not allow us to easily address challenges that may be unique to individual zones, teams, or hospitals. Just to keep in order, Madam Chair, I'll table a copy of that, and I'm sure the Minister is very familiar with it. So I would just like to begin by asking the Minister, does this seem to him a fair reading and analysis of the life of the NSHA from the time of its formation till the time of that reorganization under the then interim CEO?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the member for the leader of the NDP for acknowledging the opportunity for a break for particularly those here in the chamber and those supporting us. But to the question, Madam Chair, there's certainly when I came in to serve as the Minister of Health and Wellness in 2017, one of the first things I did was organize a tour around the province so that I could hear from frontline healthcare workers. And one of the questions I asked, if information wasn't volunteered at these opportunities, was what do you think about the Nova Scotia Health Authority? So the Health Authority was just over 2 years old at that point in time, and by and large, what I heard was, in terms of the concerns or constructive feedback that was being brought forward, would align with what you would have read in the newspaper at that point in time. Concerns about communication, which would be how through the restructuring, the changes in reporting structures and so on, and how that's impacted or disrupted the work of people on the ground at various parts of the province. But when I asked the next question, though, it was essentially unanimous in recognizing that the amalgamation was still the right thing. That particularly with a clinical lens, having a single health authority that ensures the standardization and common approach to best practice delivery of healthcare services throughout the province is actually a very positive clinical outcome. What they were articulating were the frustrations around what would occur with any multi-billion-dollar organizational restructuring. This, Madam Chair, was again not just the merger of two organizations, but in fact merging 9 former health authorities into one. So that's 9 organizations into one, multi-billion-dollar operation. And what transpired in those early stages, as would happen in any organization that goes through this, is which is again the clinical purpose of the amalgamation, is the identification and realization of the variances that existed throughout the province, such that the healthcare being delivered in Cape Breton was very different than healthcare being delivered in Yarmouth, which evolved based upon the priorities of the district health authority of the day in each of those regions over time. And in some areas, a particular authority would have prioritized certain approaches, and in another community, they might have been focused in another area. The goal of having the single authority remains establishing the best practices out of those operations and then rolling out and standardizing, so that if you receive care in Cape Breton or you receive it in Halifax, Antigonish, Yarmouth, or anywhere else in the province, you're receiving the same care. I think that's what Nova Scotians expect of our healthcare system, and that's why the authority was developed as a single entity for the delivery of those services. As it relates to their operational structure, particularly at the executive level, again, I think in those early days, the design intentions, and again, I wasn't the health minister at the time, but the design intentions to have the administration structured with VPs who are responsible for each of the 4 zones was to ensure that there was a representative with regional expectations, responsibilities, sitting at the executive table. What I think at 5 years of age, the Nova Scotia Health Authority has now reached will be reaching shortly. What was becoming apparent is with the maturity comes the time that you can have an understanding of what's happening throughout the organization now that things have stabilized at the executive table, bringing in as the announcement to ensure that they have the appropriate executive responsibility dedicated in those zones, and not just one of the responsibilities, will help to serve to further strengthen the communication to the front lines within the health authority. So again, I think it's as the interim CEO had mentioned also, I believe, was that this is part of the maturing of the organization, that through the amalgamation, it's part of the learning. I think this is the appropriate model to continue moving forward and into the future with this organization.
The Honourable Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Well, I want to thank the Minister for his thoughts about that. The particular thing that I'm wanting to focus on, I think we could agree that what the interim CEO was in significant part saying was, by her observation, there is not enough regional autonomy in the decision-making structure. So what I want to ask is, in the Minister's view, was she right, as she described the period from 15 up to November 19 when she made that analysis as interim CEO?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what was noted was some of the confusion in the decision-making autonomy that, as I said earlier, when you have 9 different organizations, 9 different organizational cultures, multi-billion-dollar organization, which gives some idea of the scope of the number of people throughout that are impacted and affected, that some confusion would manifest itself. That played out publicly. It was certainly acknowledged. Efforts were made to improve the communication throughout. Again, as one of the things that's necessary, though, is again in those types of restructurings, is to really understand what's going on throughout. Is in the amalgamation is to have some centralization in the early days to ensure that all of the different views and information from throughout the organization can be understood and collected and feed in and inform the new culture that reflects and represents the new organization. And as that matures and grows, then so too does the ability, kind of like a pendulum swinging, that it would naturally swing back. I think we've talked about that before. Certainly, former Deputy Minister of the Department, often use the pendulum analogy that again it starts as a more centralized approach at the consolidation, but then as the organization matures itself, it swings back to that equilibrium point, and that here as we're nearing the 5-year mark of the organization, again I think is a natural progression of the organization to set the stage for we'll say kind of the adolescence of the organization, moving from 5 years for the next 5 to get to the 10-year point.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, and thank you. The Minister and I probably wouldn't, of course, read the old DHAs in the same way, but I think one thing we would agree about them is they had some regional autonomy in decision making. And I think we could also agree that the outcome of the interim CEO's restructuring was to move some more regional autonomy in decision making into the zones. So I want to ask the Minister, under the new system, which has been inaugurated since the CEO's changes and the effort to reestablish regional decision-making autonomy, have we not moved significantly back to the decision-making regional autonomy structure that, in fact, we had before the NSHA was established?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think so. I think, again, the structure that we always envisioned as government and established was a single health authority with 4 regional zones. I think if I certainly can recall when my colleague, the current Minister of Community Culture and Heritage, who was then Minister of Health and Wellness, after the 2013 election, went around the province, certainly when he met in my community with the representatives of the then Scotia Health Authority or District Health Authority. The conversations that were had were very clear that the design and the structure was to have a single health authority to establish the common delivery of services throughout the province, to also ensure that through the zonal representation we continue to maintain the regional interests in the delivery of core services and representation, and indeed that included decision making. So I think that was always the design objective, and again, as I've already articulated, where some of the challenges in the early stages of such a large restructuring and amalgamation that make it very difficult. Again, these types of things are not like light switches where you just turn them on and off. Organizational, cultural, and operational changes really are more like a lifespan, and it does take time to transition and evolve. And again, I think this is the natural evolution. It's not the same as the previous district health authorities, Madam Chair. There were 9, 10 of those previous authorities and communities across the province. We continue to have 2, the IWK with focus on child and maternal services and women's health services, and the Nova Scotia Health Authority for the broader swath of healthcare delivery across the province, with 4 zones, regional operations. What the restructured changes allow is certainly a bit more fiscal autonomy within those organizations, while still maintaining an objective around some of the, I think, clinical and operational consistencies, which again was part of the objective, a really critical part of the objective of amalgamation in the first place, and one that, again, as I said, by and large, in any information that was fed back to me when I asked frontline healthcare workers, there's generally still remains consensus that standardization of best practice operation delivery is good. One of the challenges, though, Madam Chair, is while people in that principle have agreement, unfortunately, what that best practice is doesn't always have agreement. And so as the health authority or as establishes a particular practice, we may hear people criticizing and expressing frustration with a change to a practice that they may disagree with. And they frame that up, Madam Chair, as frustrations around autonomy and decision making and so on, when earlier they may have equally expressed their desire to have a standardized approach. I think the unfortunate reality is sometimes when people say they want a standardized approach, what they might mean is they want their approach to be standardized, and that's why when we make these decisions, we often do, as with any change, end up receiving some level of criticism from some people within the healthcare system. Again, we make every effort to ensure, both as the Department of Health and Wellness and our partners in the two health authorities, when they evaluate the information, to try to make the best decisions. Truly, everyone throughout our healthcare system, from the executives to the frontline workers, want to see and provide the best care and service to Nova Scotians. Again, we don't always get consensus. This is a multi-billion-dollar organization with thousands of healthcare workers providing care. To get unanimous consensus would be extremely difficult. We have difficulty getting unanimous consensus with 51 members here in the legislature.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, and thank you. One of the main arguments that has been brought forward all along for the establishment of the NSHA was to work towards a situation of uniformity in the provision of services across the province. And yet, as we get towards the 5-year mark, we do find that there are significant geographic variations in health outcomes. And I'd like to address the Minister some questions about this troubling area. And I'd like to table a document that I'm going to organize some of my questions around. This is a document that was the member for Halifax Atlantic asked earlier this afternoon, following some remarks made by my colleague from Dartmouth North, if the source of some of the things that she had been speaking about, trends in social determinants of health and health outcomes over the last 5-7 years could be tabled. So that's it. That's a comprehensive data analysis of Nova Scotia health outcomes data prepared for the NDP caucus by Dr. Emily Kirk. Now, one of the things that has emerged out of that is some startling data to me on the question of life expectancy. I learned from this study that life expectancy is 3 years lower in Nova Scotia in the eastern zone than it is in the central zone. And by and large, what this means is that people live 3 years less long in Cape Breton than they do here in the peninsula of Halifax. Now, I'm certain that this is an outcome that the minister would not find acceptable. It's certainly not an outcome that our party would find acceptable. So I want to ask the minister, what in the budget that he and his department are bringing forward here may the people of the eastern zone look to address this striking inequality in outcomes on this key measure of life expectancy?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for tabling the information, the data tables prepared by Dr. Kirk. I only had a moment to skim, but I do note the table that the member is referencing. I would have to do a little bit more analysis, I think, on the data presented here to just cross-reference and verify the statistical variability. Again, an absolute variable or variance, Madam Chair, in a static number. With a little bit more statistical statistical analysis, you determine if there's actually a statistical variance in that amount of, in that particular variable that's being cited. So again, I think it just needs a little more robustness to determine if that is the size of the variance is one that would trigger concern, or if it's one that has some variability in it, Madam Chair. But that said, just off the top of my head, I think recognize the Eastern Zone runs from my community in Antigonish up to include Guysborough, as well as all of Cape Breton Island. That would be the entire Strait region, as well as the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and the Highlands. I think there are some, and I don't have the exact stats, so I won't cite them, but certainly there's a recognition and acknowledgement of certain health indicators that, particularly in industrial Cape Breton area, that are historically been challenging. And I think to the member's absolute question that then comes out of this, what is it in this budget that supports some of those variables? And I think, as the member noted in his preamble to the specific question, he talked about some of those variables that were reported on, which are social determinant variables. And as the member would know, Madam Chair, many of social determinants include things such as education, income, housing, and variables such as that. Which play into, and in fact, I think this budget, Madam Chair, although not directly in the Health Department's budget and line items, but as reported by the Minister of Finance, in fact, a significant portion of this year's budget, particularly new programs and investments, have been targeted towards the very fundamentals of addressing social determinants of health. These are investments like the finalization of the full rollout of the pre-primary program. The Minister of Education in question period yesterday spoke to this, about the research that identified how significant positive impact a pre-primary program has on those who are less fortunate within the province. They are direct impacts to the individual students who are given the opportunity to level the playing field that perhaps for generations in their family they may have had systemic challenges that prevented earlier generations from receiving that early start opportunity. The early starts allow for earlier identification of needs, to allow for other educational and health supports to be provided a year earlier. It provides opportunity, Madam Chair, for some parents, particularly single parents, to enter the workforce a year earlier to help support the income generation that they need to stabilize their household. So, Madam Chair, that program alone is a critical social policy and investment to ensure that we address some of those, not just for the Eastern Zone, Madam Chair, but indeed for those children right across the province. An increase in the child benefit tax credit, Madam Chair, that too ensures that families with young children, particularly low-income families, more of them are able to receive more financial support for those children, and ensuring again to help improve the income levels, which again, as we know, is a trigger in the social determinants. So again, I could continue to go on with the many different investments throughout. Again, the Minister, much of question period over the last couple of days in the sitting, particularly from the NDP caucus, has been directed towards the Premier or the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing about housing. And in this budget, Madam Chair, we recognize the significant role that safe and accessible housing plays in ensuring the safety and the health of Nova Scotians, and that's why we continue to invest in a variety of tools and approaches to provide more housing opportunities for citizens, and that, Madam Chair, again, I think is a show, as I mentioned earlier, when the PC caucus questions about government really trying to take down the silos and respond as a government to the needs of the people of Nova Scotia, and not simply saying, well, health outcomes is a responsibility of the Department of Health and Wellness. It is, sure enough, but we recognize the social determinants are contributing factors that will help improve the outcomes of the health of Nova Scotians, and so our social departments, community services, education, health and wellness, indeed municipal affairs through their role with housing, all contribute, and so we have social deputies and staff meeting to help identify programs that actually complement each other to maximize the value of our investments, to maximize the positive outcomes and minimize the negative outcomes that many Nova Scotians have been experiencing. So again, I think this budget, I've highlighted to the member's question, what are we doing, what do we have in this budget that can help address, again, not specifically limited to the Eastern Zone, but indeed for all of the province.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, and thank you. I want to assure the Minister I'm not intending to ask a statistically sophisticated question. My question doesn't require any regression analysis, although I can appreciate that in order to understand this research and its significance, you'd want to have it looked at in more depth. But my question is really as simple as this. Is the Minister aware of significant variances between zones in life expectancy?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as I'd mentioned before, and I get, and perhaps this is a previous career that has beaten this into me, Madam Chair. The term significant, especially when talking about data, is a bit of a loaded term. So I would say certainly I'll acknowledge that the table of data that the member has tabled here this evening does indicate that there is a range of about about 2 years difference, 2 to 2.4 years difference in absolute terms. Again, whether that's a significant variance or not, again, significant does have a very specific connotation when talking about data like this. So again, this data here that he's tabled does show about a 2.5 year difference from 78.5 to 81.2, I guess, is the longest life expectancy noted. So that's the range noted in this document.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, and thank you. I'll avoid the use of a statistical word then. What I'm really meaning to ask the Minister is, as the Minister for the province, is he aware of major, important, big enough to be troubling and cause a focus of the department's efforts and thinking, difference in life expectancy within the province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. As I mentioned in my previous response, certainly we recognize that the for a variety of factors or variables that contribute to the health outcomes within the population. They get sliced and diced in a number of different ways. We certainly see it sometimes regionally. We see it done, recognizing again when you do analysis and put the lens of social determinants, socioeconomic variability. When you turn around and you can look at it from sometimes cultural or racial variances that come out with particular health outcomes. So certainly the health system does evaluate and consider the information research that is done by academics and clinicians throughout the province do focus in these areas, and as information comes forward to recommend policy changes and improvements, and one of those areas again is the recognition of the social determinants, the importance of us investing to support those most vulnerable Nova Scotians. That, I think, is actually, as the Minister of Finance highlighted and stressed yesterday when she introduced this budget, was really a key driver, not just for the Department of Health and Wellness, but for all of government, to try to address those things that are not just health-related. I think that's been one of the challenges with actually moving the needle in some of our health outcomes, is we've always tried to focus on just the addressing health outcomes through the health department or the health system, when the reality is we have other avenues that also and levers that need to be pulled or invested in, and again, I think that's what we're seeing this year, is exactly a move to improve, and whether it's the mortality rate or life expectancy rate, I should say, or other variables in health outcomes, we want to see the needle move in a positive direction, and however you slice it, regionally, socioeconomically, culturally, we want to improve the health outcomes for all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, and thank you. Well, I'm certain that would never be in question, that everybody who works in this field would want that outcome. But the specific dimension that I'm wanting to get to in this discussion is the matter of geographic, I think it would be fair to call it, inequality of outcomes. It has been, after all, a very significant component of the argument for our province focusing a great deal of its energy and expertise in this most recent period on making a centralized health authority, that it would lead us to a place of greater uniformity of outcomes. So as we think about how we might evaluate at the coming to a 5-year process point, regional variances, it seems to me, in outcomes are significant things to consider. So thinking along these lines, whenever we read an evaluation of health outcomes in any field or in any setting, one of the things that's always looked at is infant mortality. I guess the reason for that is that it's one of the just most accepted measurable data indicators of health outcomes that there is internationally. And when we look at infant mortality from the point of view of thinking, evaluating where we are about uniformity of regional delivery of health services in Nova Scotia, on the front of infant mortality, the numbers that I've tabled are troubling. We learn there that infant mortality is, for example, over twice as high in the northern zone as it is in the central zone. And this is the figure that was being spoken to earlier this afternoon when my friend from Dartmouth North said that a baby is twice as likely to die based solely on where it is born in the province, as stark as it is for us to consider that. So that kind of variation seems to me is nothing that the minister would wish to dismiss or speak to in a minimizing way at all. So I want to ask the minister, is he aware of these regional variances in infant mortality in the province? And what is the department doing to address this stark geographical inequity in health outcomes in the province?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think, as I've noted, broadly speaking, the work that's done within the Department of Health and Wellness, analyzing, reviewing health outcomes, this type of work, Mr. Chair, has helped and informed in reports that get done at a national level as well to evaluate how we do as a province as well on a national scale. So this does help inform where and how we invest and support our health system. I think, again, to kind of the point to pick and have a discussion on the floor, a single variable at time. I think the members' two questions put together really highlights, in fact, that the picking a single health outcome variable, what he's shown is, in fact, the two variables he's chosen, infant mortality and life expectancy, show that the two areas that he's noted with the data set that he's provided are actually in two different regions of the province. And yet, when you think about, for example, the Eastern Zone, it has consistently had one of the highest attachment rates to primary care providers. So when you tie that into the life expectancy, you would think having attachment to a primary care provider and its role in supporting life expectancy, and yet other variables such as genetics, which are out of really the direct control of government and the healthcare system, that also play a role. And yet there is a significant component for many of the health outcomes that are regionally allocated that do have a genetic component, that there are distinct populations with certain health I guess, probabilities for increased risk of certain health, negative health outcomes based in part on genetics. So again, it unfortunately is a much more complex area than I think the member, and I certainly am not brushing off or attempting to diminish or emphasize the importance of these areas and looking at a multitude of health outcome variables. But again, I think the challenge becomes delving in and peeling back the layers for on outcome by outcome basis does get a little bit misleading when we're having a conversation about an overall healthcare system and again making the continuous improvements to move the needle forward. As I'd indicated, areas, again, without pulling down and looking at the specific data here, there's really not a lot of detail that would be really in the clinical side of things that would delve down in terms of the likely weight of the various factors that may contributed to the variances that the member has denoted in just a static table of data that he's tabled here.
Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask the minister: did he just say that, in his view, regional geographic variation in infant mortality may, with some likelihood, be significantly attributable to genetics?
The Health Minister.
I believe what I said was individual health outcomes often do have a variety of contributing factors. Again, as we noted, many health outcomes at the start of the conversation, indeed, I believe even the title of the document, the member table broke it out as social determinants of health data breakdown. So data that's targeted on social determinants of health. And as I said, as a government, we recognize the importance of addressing and investing in improving many of the underlying variables, things such as education and access to early childhood programs as rolled out through the pre-primary program, which will ensure this year that every 4-year-old in the province has access to that program. Again, as I've previously said, the Minister of Education has spoken earlier this session, I believe either earlier today or yesterday, I believe yesterday specifically in question period, about the research that shows how a single generation's access to a program like this not just has positive outcomes for themselves, but indeed their whole family. And yes, in my previous response, I did note that in some cases the health outcomes have a multitude of factors and variables, and one may include genetics. Was I applying that statement specifically to infant mortality? No, but there would be instances, I can imagine, that infant mortality in some cases is genetic. If you have a genetic condition that would lead to challenges with the pregnancy and the delivery of a child. So there would be, now whether that again applies specifically, that's not the way that I was referring to that. I was talking more broadly to try to illustrate the challenge with picking single data points within a broad healthcare system and having the conversation. Again, I think you could spend entire reports on just any one of these individual variables with fairly dense research and analysis that goes into the contributing factors. And so my comment previously where I made a passing reference to the genetic components was meant broadly, not specifically. And again, as I did say then, I wasn't trying to understate the role or the importance of improving our health outcomes, including those here that we've spoken to so far, life expectancy and infant mortality. Of course, we would like to have both of those data points and variables improve. Again, in all parts of the province, we'd like to see those better in our healthcare system.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Well then, could I ask the Minister, in the current life of the department and in the current budget, is there any funding being specifically allocated to address the regional inequity in infant mortality we have in Nova Scotia at the moment?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess if what the members looking for or trying to delve down, is there a line item or a specific program with a kind of a line that says infant mortality this amount? There's not. As I think my responses I've been trying to explain is that again these are this, again, one, as important as it is, variable is one of many that get assessed in terms of how the healthcare system evaluates overall healthcare system performance. And the programs and the responses get developed again in this year broadly as a province. A significant focus has been on, again, social determinants through a multitude of departmental investments from education, community services, municipal affairs, housing, to really get to some of those root social determinants. And I recognize that the members opposite clearly also recognize, in at least the New Democratic Party, the important role that social determinants of health play in not just health outcomes, but indeed in life outcomes for our citizens. I think that is demonstrated by the data set that they had prepared by Dr. Kirk and tabled here this evening. And I think they would also recognize then that these investments that our government has been making in this budget to expand and improve investments in many of those core fundamental foundational pieces to support the social determinants of health, to support those Nova Scotians most in need, Mr. Chair, is a good thing. That we are taking steps, we are continuing to invest and take steps to improve the situations for those Nova Scotians in greatest need, and that, Mr. Chair, I do hope means that the members will acknowledge that as the budget debate continues, and certainly when it comes time to vote on it.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, and thank you for those explanations to the minister. There's another part of another line of concern that emerges out of that data, which has to do with people in Nova Scotia, their own self-analysis, their own self-understanding of their health, going back over the recent number of years. And one of the things that the comprehensive statistical analysis is pointed to is that the number of people who perceive themselves to be in not as good health as they had been is increasing. And the number of people okay. And the number of people who perceive themselves to be in good health or improving health has been in recent years going down. I want to ask the minister if he is aware of trends of this nature, and what would be his explanation about these outcomes?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, I'm just looking at the document that's tabled. I have only had it again, so I believe I'm looking at the correct table. It shows the indicators of perceived health very good or excellent, perceived health fair or poor, and that comparison. And I believe in the members' statement, it was that there was a trend over the last number of years, I believe was what was stated. But if you actually look at the data, Mr. Chair, it goes back to what my very first comment was about looking at this data set. So the data shows, in fact, that the perceived health very good or excellent actually increased from 2016 to 17 and decreased in 2018, while the perceived health being poor again decreased and increased. So again, it shows variability, not so much a trend when you only have 3 years as data points, and not every year has been consistent. It's gone up and it's gone down. So again, I think we just don't have the full data set to draw the conclusions that the member has made, suggesting that this shows a trend. It does show data, and data is important, and over time you get sufficient data to actually be able to establish those particular trends.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, and thank you. Is it then the minister's view, this is surely a very important way of evaluating how we're doing as a province in health and wellness, is it the minister's view that self-perception of healthiness amongst the people of Nova Scotia in recent years has been improving?
The Health Minister.
What I've articulated is that the data set, which I assume, I'm not sure what the source of the survey was. So again, I'm just basing it on the data that the member has tabled and was the foundation for his questions. What I'm saying is the perception is variable. In 1 year it's gone up, and in 1 year it's gone down. That is about as far as I can draw an actual conclusion from the data set that's been provided here. And again, that's without having any further details about this particular set of data.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you. Thinking along the lines of similar parallel areas in healthcare that speak to the general population health, thinking about the area of diabetes, in the minister's view, in recent years, are we doing better on the diabetes front in Nova Scotia than we had been, or are we losing ground?
The Health Minister.
Well, Mr. Chair, according to the data that the member has tabled, in fact, we're doing better in 2018 than we did in either 2016 or 2017.
The member for Halifax Buckdown.
Thank you. No, I'm asking just in the ministers within the life of the department. I'm trying to think about these key areas, life expectancy and mortality. One key area surely is diabetes. When the minister evaluates the government's work, surely this must be a metric that is before the department and before the minister. In the minister's own view, are we in a better place today on diabetes prevalence in Nova Scotia than we were, let us say, 7 years ago?
Health Minister.
I'm not sure what the status was 7 years ago, but again, what I can say from the data that's here before me, that was tabled by the member opposite, we are certainly in a better space than we were 3 years ago.
The member for Halifax Shabukdo.
Thank you, and thank you. Am I to take from that that the minister does not have a sense of the department's own and his own of whether in the current period we are gaining or not gaining on the diabetes front?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I don't have, again, here for budget estimates debate is the data that would provide that information. As I've indicated, much of the conversation has been based on the foundation of the document and the data that was tabled by the member. And diabetes was one of the variables that was assessed by Dr. Kirk on behalf of the New Democratic Party. And that data was assessed for the years 2016, 17, and 18. And again, to the member's question, over that 3-year period, the data that I have on hand does clearly show that 2018, the prevalence rate is lower than either the years 2016 or 2017. As far as broadly on diabetes as a specific disease, again, it is an area that I've had briefings and conversations about during my 2.5 years tenure as health minister. I had that conversation recently enough to delve into more detail as to our absolute longer term data. No, most of my recent preparation and I guess focus has been on the budget details for the department. So again, if the member wants to delve into more information as to the longer term progress of diabetes as a specific disease or health outcome, that's something that certainly we could delve into and pull some of the data that we do have and make that available to him or his caucus. I think, again, it's just not information that I have specifically here at my fingertips.
The member for Halifax Buckdown.
Thank you. Well, thank you for all these considerations about these important indicators of provincial population health, and particularly about regional variation in that. With the short time that we have left to think about these things, I'd like to just switch gears a little bit and ask the minister a question or two about the funding formula for healthcare and our relationship with the federal government in Nova Scotia. The minister, I know, is aware that of the long-standing discussion in our relationship with the federal government about the need for a funding formula that does more than recognize a per capita foundation, a funding formula that can take account of our dispersed population, the greater costs of serving a dispersed population, and of course the greater costs of serving an older population. Not to speak of the greater costs of serving a population that, in comparison to the national average, has lower incomes. This is a familiar and long-standing conversation in Nova Scotia, and I want to ask the minister for his own view. Is his view that we do need, in order to have comparable health services here to the rest of Canada, that we need to have a funding formula that recognizes more than the present per capita basis for these calculations?
The member, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, as the member has noted, we do have a funding formula in place that the federal government, I should say, has a funding formula, the Canada Health Transfer. Mr. Chair, that base funding is established, a 10-year agreement that I think we're in year 4. Yeah, I think we're year 4, 3 or 4 on that funding agreement, Mr. Chair. And the foundational component on that health transfer is the traditional funding line that they have. But in our negotiations, Mr. Chair, we did secure bilateral funding with the federal government that recognizes, in fact, 2 very key priority areas that are shared between the department, or government of Nova Scotia and the federal government. Those areas are mental health and addictions and continuing care and community-based delivery. And these areas and the additional funding targeted to these 2 areas, Mr. Chair, I believe was something that we were able to leverage to recognize the needs of our population. The funding allows us to expand our investment in these 2 priority areas in ways that recognize the needs of our population. You know, certainly when the opportunity presents itself, I continue to make the case, as I believe do in particular my Atlantic colleagues, that certainly we believe that having a national health funding formula that more broadly recognizes the health needs and health outcomes within population is perhaps a better formula and approach than population-based. But at the present time, the funding being provided by the feds is again base funding with defined increments over the 10-year period, as well as the targeted funding in the areas of mental health addictions, continuing community care.
The member for Halifax-Shabukta, 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm interested in the minister's thinking about this at a basic level. In the minister's view, are there negative implications for the present budget which come from our operating on a system of per capita based transfers?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe what we have in place is a healthcare system which we have invested really a record amount into, which means that between our economic growth as a province, as well as the investments provided by the federal government through federal programs like the Canadian Health Transfer, we are in a position as a province to expand our healthcare funding, target priority areas with new and innovative programs, stabilize and expand existing programs and services, as well as invest in other very important social programs and services with funding that does not rest in the Department of Health and Wellness through departments of education, justice, community services, as well as the Department of Municipal Affairs and others. This budget, as the Minister of Finance introduced just yesterday, during her speech, Mr. Chair, stressed many of those positive investments, as our discussion over the past almost hour now has focused on, very important. And I do sincerely thank the member, the leader of the NDP, for bringing to the floor of the legislature a significant focused discussion on the social determinants of health and the important role that plays in health outcomes for Nova Scotians, for drawing the attention there. Again, it provides the opportunity for us to say, in fact, on the floor of the legislature, we can agree. We agree that social determinants are an important factor, and that's why, as a government, we are investing in areas to address them. One of the things, though, about investments in those foundational areas is that you don't necessarily always see the immediate results in investments in social determinants. The pre-primary program, this is a generational investment. Those positive outcomes that the Minister of Education spoke about, that I referred to, those come over the lifetime of that child who will grow to be and will have a higher probability of really changing the trajectory of his or her family and the next generation. This, Mr. Chair, is what the funding and the investments from Canada Health Transfer has helped the province.
Order. The time for the NDP caucus has expired. Now to the Conservatives. The member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to offer the Minister and his colleagues an opportunity for a break, or for yourselves before we begin again. Do you need 5 minutes or anything?
Everyone good?
Everyone's
Everybody
good?
On the side
okay,
good?
Great.
Yeah, let's do it. Remember,
all right.
West.
Great. Thank you very much. Continuing on with doctors, I know that recruitment efforts from, I think it was 2016, the province has seen 440 new doctors. Can the minister tell me how many doctors actually retired and how many doctors departed for other reasons?
The member, sorry. The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just endeavoring to track that down. I don't have it at my fingertips, but what I can indicate, I believe the most recent national data that CIHI or StatsCan, I can't remember the source, but we'll be looking that up, does show the continued net improvement for Nova Scotia. I believe of particular interest, I think, to the member's colleague. That's one that I have. I have too many papers. Here, I have. I know. The member's colleague, the member for Inverness, has previously frequently asked that same question, but very localized to Antigonish. So for the last 2 fiscal years, it does show the net increase. So physician actual starts. This does not include the number of physicians that are slated to start and actual physician departures. Over the last 2 fiscal years up to Monday, there were net 1 new specialist in Antigonish and net 2 new family physicians. So again, that supports just that general notion that the recruitment efforts of the province making improvements. Antigonish, just as one example, because I know specifically the member from Inverness during the last sitting has made explicit reference to that and the concern about the number of physicians coming in versus coming out. I figured I'd be proactive since he's asked on at least 2 occasions to table that document that does show net 3 new physicians, 1 specialist, 2 family physicians over the last 2 fiscal years in the area of Antigonish.
Member for Pictou West.
So to be clear, is there a document that perhaps the minister can table later in estimates for the whole province showing doctors that have been recruited? Again, we know that there's been 440 since 2016, but is there actually a way that his department gauges those that depart? And while I'm asking that question, as well, can the minister tell me why are we not having mandatory exit interviews?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as I noted in the first one, we're looking to see if we have the data in the broader sense on the provincial level to share with the members. So if I get it during estimates, I'll certainly table it as well. With respect to the and I guess one of the challenges I think that has been noted with some departures, and again, it's the absolute numbers is the way people measure. There are when physicians operate as independent practitioners, there's 2 ways that we generally measure their participation. One is through billing. We know that they're an active physician if they're billing the province for their services, and the other variable is whether they're carrying a license with the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So the variability of the number of licensed physicians I know is publicly available on the College of Physicians and Surgeons website. So that's readily available to tell all Nova Scotians the number of licensed physicians in the province. But again, when you get into service delivery of physicians, that's where billing information more accurately reflects, because you can be licensed and not practicing. So we delve into that space as well. So you know, someone may reduce or retire their services, but maintain their license, so that doesn't immediately trigger an awareness of their retirement. So, so there is work. The other variable and question the member asked was not just about getting the data, the information, but which one was it? Oh, the exit interviews. I think, again, Mr. Chair, that becomes one of the challenges with exit interviews. You know, the Nova Scotia Health Authority has certainly been directed that when they become aware to reach out and offer to have the exit interview with the healthcare providers, particularly physicians, but ultimately physicians, as I just mentioned with the licensing and the billing piece, are not employees in most instances. So there is no direct means or mechanism for the health authority to mandate the physician to have an exit interview. The offers made, the hope would be that physicians that have input would take that time. And again, an exit interview, I think, is a very good practice to have. Again, an exit interview, one shouldn't automatically assume reflects negativity. In some cases, people exit their field because of just general retirement. It's just that point in their life. They're just winding down their practice or their work, which happens in every industry. In some instances, it's people who want to pursue different opportunities. In some cases, that's a different opportunity. They may choose to pursue an administrative type role as opposed to a clinical practicing role. They may choose to pursue an academic role, or they may just choose to pursue an opportunity elsewhere. So having a better understanding of what draws a physician out of active care delivery in the province, again, whether they stay, they retire, they just shift their career within the province, or they choose to pursue opportunities outside, that is always helpful for us to know. And I certainly hope that physicians would take the Nova Scotia Health Authority up on offers to complete exit interviews when they identify that they will be wrapping up their services in the province.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think exit interviews would be worthy making mandatory, because I think that the opportunity is there for the employee to express their years of service, whether they're long-term or short-term, good, bad, but it gives us an opportunity to collect that data, see what we don't have to improve on, but also gives us an opportunity to improve on those things that may be pushing allied healthcare professionals away out of the province into other provinces, but sometimes even out of the country, which I want to focus now on nurses. In the budget speech, I recall the Minister of Finance indicating that we need more nurses. I'm wondering if the Minister can identify why. Is it because of retirement reasons or some other reason why we need more nurses? I have been actually contacted by a few nurses that that have recently graduated, that can't find work in this province. Sadly, they're heading to the U.S. and it's just frustrating and hurtful when we see them have to leave the province that they don't want to leave.
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think as I expressed in my response, I think the member and I are in agreement as to the valuable opportunity that exit interviews provide for both the health authority and the province broadly, but also that opportunity for the healthcare provider, the physician, to again share what both positive and if they have constructive feedback, that I think is a good opportunity for both. And I would certainly continue to encourage both the health authority to continue making the offers to conduct exit interviews, and certainly encourage healthcare providers to take the health authority up on those offers. The question around, not sure what the specific was on the nurses. Certainly, the member mentioned that she recently became aware of that. That was something that recently came to my attention. It's a topic that I've discussed with both the president of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, as well as the CEO of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. In fact, we had a joint discussion, and that was one of the topics that came up just within the last week or so. So certainly key players representing both nurses as well as the Health Authority to delve in to understand where the disconnect came from there. But certainly want to let nurses that are graduating know that there are jobs in the province of Nova Scotia. There's jobs with the employers within the Nova Scotia Health Authority. I believe recently I've heard that 3 of the graduating nurses, I believe, are going to Canso, which is a community registered nurses going to Canso, which a year ago was unable to recruit registered nurses down to the Canso community. Beautiful community that it is. Again, in this year's graduating class, my understanding is there's a number of them going down to Canso that offers remain. I believe 3 of them I've heard anecdotally. I guess I don't have direct confirmation, but I have heard from community members that that they've heard 3 nurses will be going to that community. So it does show that there are job opportunities, but also certainly to let nurses know that the job opportunities are not limited to just the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Long-term care centres throughout the province look to have registered nurses as well within their facilities, as well as the VON. So there are other employers besides just the Nova Scotia Health Authority that our registered nurses within the province can find employment.
Member for Pictou West.
Are there any current incentives or bonuses for nurses to remain in Nova Scotia after they graduate?
The Health Minister.
The Nova Scotia Health Authority, I'm not sure the full extent where they have them, but again, I do know that, for example, in hard-to-recruit areas, there are at least some incentives. Again, I made reference to the CANSO and the challenges recruiting to CANSO, and there was a signing, I don't know if it's what they formally call it, but essentially a signing bonus that the Nova Scotia Health Authority was providing to attract or attempt to attract nurses to that region. And I believe last year when one of the critical, they reached a critical level of nursing shortage within that community. The municipality also stepped up to provide some compensation. That was a decision made by the municipal unit, not one that they were asked. There's no expectation, certainly, of municipal units, but in that case, there were 2 sources of I guess, incentives for nurses to go to an area in high need, having difficulty recruiting. What the full range of communities that have active incentives, I don't have that information on hand.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the minister can refresh and update me on having nurse practitioners in our ER departments. I know that I think it was about a year ago, perhaps there was a pilot project that was starting to ensure that every ER in the province eventually would have a nurse practitioner. I'm wondering if how many currently have a nurse practitioner, and if there are plans to ensure that all ERs across our province have a nurse practitioner to make it consistent and fair.
Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I thank the member for raising the question related specifically to nurse practitioners. Again, they provide a very valuable role in our province. We've seen an expansion in the opportunities for nurse practitioners as per our earlier conversation in primary care and now, as the member's noting, in emergency departments. One of the pieces with nurse practitioners, though, is again, it's on a relative scale. The opportunities were not as prevalent as they are today. So again, you run into a supply-demand challenge. So we have to manage our expansion along with the availability of supply of nurse practitioners to provide the care. So we do have some opportunities. I think Digby's one of those communities that started with a nurse practitioner in an emergency department, providing lower acuity for the responses that were within their scope of practice to help support, because again, one of the constraints on our ability to more rapidly expand opportunities for nurse practitioners is the actual supply of nurse practitioners. And so we continue to support nurse practitioner training through Dalhousie program. We expanded the number of seats the other year. We also put in an incentive program where an existing registered nurse would continue to get some funding while they completed their nurse practitioner upgrades, which is I don't know if it's clinically referred to as a master's, but it would be similar to completing a master's level of study that they would be completing on top of their registered nurse degree. So we provide that compensation, but that comes with a return of service to an underserved area. In that case, we're predominantly focused on, again, rolling out in underserved areas for primary care. We've been having challenges with both physicians and other healthcare providers through this training program and incentive, which had great uptake. It's been able to support those other physicians and communities and provide additional support in the primary care space. So specifically to the emergency department, again, I made reference to a recent meeting with the president of the Nova Scotia Nurse Union, and again, this was a topic that has come up as well. I just really, I think supply and demand is the bigger challenge there. The opportunity and the potential role is recognized and acknowledged, but again, we wouldn't want to see a situation where we expanded opportunities without the supply to fill the positions, only to see nurse practitioners providing primary care moving into emergency departments, and then we're not having a net benefit to the system if a nurse chooses or prefers a different work environment. So it is a challenge to strike the right balance with the available supply to maximize the roles that they play, to maximize the health outcomes for our province.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much. Just a thought that came to my mind, perhaps if we had enough doctors for every Nova Scotian, then we could take the nurse practitioners that we all have and put them in the ER and be consistent across this province, because I know that was originally the plan, is to make sure that we had a nurse practitioner in every ER, and they are valuable. And I know there's a lot of great comments on nurse practitioners and where they are servicing Nova Scotians in ERs. So I would like to ask, with regards to the Aberdeen Hospital in Pictou County, a regional hospital, has there been any recent discussions with regards to getting a nurse practitioner full-time in that ER?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't had specific discussions about Aberdeen Hospital, but again, as I'd remind the member, the operational work at each individual hospital does fall to the purview of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So while I haven't necessarily had direct conversations, the Nova Scotia Health Authority operationally would evaluate the needs of their various communities and the hospitals within those communities, and of course have to make the decisions to prioritize the resources they put in place. And again, that's not a conversation that I've had, but that doesn't mean that the organization either has or has not had it. It just means that I personally was not part of any conversations about specifically nurse practitioners at Aberdeen ED.
Member for Pictou West.
Great. Thank you so much, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Going to 811 services, I'm just wondering if you can tell me how many patients were actually served by the 811 service last year, and perhaps as well as what the total cost of 811 was.
The Health Minister.
Just for clarity, I want to make sure we're referring to the 811 telehealth program as opposed to the 811 need a family practice. Okay, just give me 1 second to double check the data.
The Health Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just for maximizing the time for the member, we're still looking. I don't see it readily in the index of the books that data we've brought with us. So if the member wants to move on, I'll make notes, see if I can track it down and maybe pick it up, because I'm going to go with the assumption we're going to be back here tomorrow having this conversation.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I believe the cost is close to $6 million. But what I really would like to know is there going to be an additional financial increase in that number? And as well as out of that number, I'm wondering how many are actually employed.
The Health Minister.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the challenge that we're having here is just that the way that the data, particularly the financial and data, gets rolled up for estimates, the 811 program is rolled up in a line item that's referred to as, I think, provider services. Again, it's one of the challenges within the healthcare system and the way that we connect to healthcare providers. So that's why, again, we have a broad number, but it's not pulled out specifically to the 811 system. And I think when you were asking, when the member was asking about employees, I just didn't catch, were they referring to the number of nurses and employees employed by 811 to deliver the service? Is what I was curious about. So the 811 cost, I think, is, yeah, the member mentioned $6 million. I think it's about 5.5, closer to 5.5.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you. So when we call that number, I just want to confirm that is it only registered nurses, or is there any allied health care professionals that are also hired to work under this service? And is there any data that you're gauging to see when those calls are ended, how many of those calls are actually the patient on the other line are told to go to their doctor or to the ER? Do we have a number of how many are actually told that?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, we did complete a fairly comprehensive report last year on the 811 system. That report was made public, is posted on the website. I don't recall what the absolute number was, but I do recall it was an interesting report, you know, building on the previous questions by the leader of the Democratic Party and the data set that he provided. Some of the surveys showed that the survey questions being perception, and in the report it did show that some of the questions were about the perception of healthcare providers and the 811 services being delivered, but it also did have more absolute data, such as when a patient was recommended to an emergency department to go to an emergency department, did they go or did they not go? In some instances, if they called and they thought they were going to go to a doctor or an emergency department. So kind of basically, I guess the question that the member, as I understand it, asks is, do we have data that shows whether patients who call in follow the advice of 811? And again, there was that comprehensive report that was completed last year that does show that it has had a positive impact, that people do generally follow the direction, that the individuals who call 811 first and are referred to an emergency department tend to have more acute healthcare needs when they show up at the emergency department than the average population, and generally that they do follow the advice of the 811 provider. Not in all instances, of course, there's some variability there. There's people who intended to go to the ED when they called, and they were recommended not to go. some, but not all, follow the advice to wait until the next day, go to a walk-in clinic or their primary care provider. Others who were called with no intention to go to a healthcare provider, and they had the recommendation of the referral. And again, I guess for the sake of value for anyone who's never used the 811 system or not super familiar, look, we had a health situation in my family a few years ago. We didn't know how to respond to it. We called 811. My initial thought and assumption would have been to go to the emergency department based upon the symptoms. They provided a lot of valuable information that helped us get through that particular situation. It didn't require an emergency visit, but it was the right clinical recommendation. We were able to proceed through the next day and follow up with the healthcare provider. It was the absolute right. There's nothing clinically that could be done to address that particular situation. It was just a natural thing that had to time would process. So the point is that just reaching out, the advice they give is clinically accurate advice. It does, I think, even as a new parent, where it was often, again, personal experience often used, particularly for that simple thing of, when is that temperature so high that you should go in with a newborn or a young child? Data that you should know, but you know, the time between fevers, you sometimes forget. So again, I do believe that the service, both from my personal experiences, but also the data from the report that was conducted last year does show that it does play a valuable role, and the people who use it, like myself, do value the services provided. And to an earlier question, I think the member wanted to know, Mr. Chair, how many people were serviced? And for the last year, we have fiscal 18-19. We know that just under 91,000 patients were serviced through that system.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the minister is indicating that this is an investment, a worthy investment. I'm wondering if he can confirm, is there any discussions around adding to this service other allied health care professionals? So we'll, right now we have registered nurses that are on the other line. Are we thinking about adding dietitian or physiotherapist, or is there any other allied health care professionals that you're discussing right now in your department that you may add to this 811 service?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly we do leverage the services of the 811 system to support other areas. For example, we have some smoking cessation program that we run through the 811 program as well. I believe gambling support as well runs through the 811 system. So these, Mr. Chair, are examples where we do leverage the system to deliver programs, which I think is, to the member's note, I'm not aware of again, I guess a dietitian type of program. I don't recall that stream. So certainly, I guess my response, Mr. Chair, I guess is we do recognize the opportunities to deliver programs other than its original intention, which is for kind of immediate clinical care, but to run other types of programs through that service offering, and we've leveraged them. The notion of, I guess, the member's question around dietitians as just an example, I don't ever recall anyone mentioning or suggesting that, but I think it's might be worth myself actually endeavoring to inquire if anyone's thought about that, because just off the top of my head, I can think of some potential value there. Right now, we do, again, just to answer some of the specific questions quickly, I think the first question the member asked was how many employees or nurses at 811, and there's approximately only 45. That's both full and part-time nurses supporting the system. But there are 3 types of staff that are there. There's associates at the front line, the counsellors, and of course the nurses themselves. So there are counsellors as part of the 811 system. Again, gambling support and smoking cessation. Again, dietitians is not one that has ever come up, but certainly something as a future program expansion. I'd certainly raise the question, but again, it has to be prioritized amongst all the other programs and services being delivered within the program.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you so much. We're living in a modern world. Things are changing quickly. Virtual health is becoming more and more something that we all want to tap into. And I'm wondering if the minister can clarify. So we've had residents that had to go outside of the province for medical care, which the province of Nova Scotia paid for because they couldn't receive that care in this province. So we allowed them to go, well, most recently I had a resident go to Boston to get her an eye operation, and it was covered. And it was a real, good process of us working in order to get that happen for her. And I'm grateful that the system allowed that to happen. My frustration comes from those that don't have a doctor or any primary care. So why wouldn't we consider, a system, something like Maple, and I'm sure the minister is very familiar with that system. I do have residents that use that system, but they have to pay for it themselves. And I think that's wrong. I think that we should be covering that. So I'm wondering if the minister could maybe just give me his opinion on why we're not covering the cost for a Nova Scotian to receive virtual care from, example, maybe Maple, but we allow others to go out of province and receive care and pay for it.
The Health Minister.
So a little bit to unpack there, because they're not exactly the same, I don't think. In one instance, the notion of receiving out-of-province care, if you're trying to do the comparison to Maple, perhaps, where you're talking a primary care setting, Mr. Chair, or services, certainly Nova Scotians are able to get out-of-province care if they happen to be in another province. Nationally, we do have reciprocal billing arrangements with our sister jurisdictions that the MSI coverage does cover Nova Scotians in other parts of the country for care. So to that end, if you're talking specifically just to kind of the primary care, other health services, if you're out of province, that care is provided, and you don't pay out of pocket. It's reciprocally billed through the provinces. We deal with each other and manage it. Just like people from other jurisdictions will receive care in Nova Scotia, we just work out the net balances at whatever interval financially between the jurisdictions. So seamless for citizens. I think the example, though, that the member described without knowing certainly the specifics of going to, say, Boston for a particular eye surgery or treatment, that, Mr. Chair, is likely a clinical service of a specialized nature that's not provided here, that was clinically necessary, that met the clinical requirements for care that we couldn't provide here in the province. And so there is a process, but it wouldn't be the family physicians that provide that referral. It would be a specialty service that goes through and would require the specialist to make the clinical recommendation for a patient, and they do that through MSI. Again, roughly should be seamless for the patient. If the specialist is making the referral that meets the clinical criteria, gets evaluated, they just have to make sure they submit that prior to actually following through. So again, just an example of a service that's not provided here that is lung transplants, and that's a particular service that is only provided at a limited number of places really across the country, there wouldn't be enough of them conducted in the province to be done safely. So it is clinically more prudent for us, and I believe we generally have patients go to Toronto to receive that particular service. As it relates, and I guess moving away from the notion of out-of-province healthcare services into the notion which we talked about, I think, in our last conversation about an hour and a half ago, is the notion of virtual care. And what the members raised when mentioning Maple is private third-party service providers for the healthcare delivery, and it's certainly something we're aware of, something that we're evaluating as part of, as I said in the discussion before, what are the virtual care options for Nova Scotia between 2016 and now? A lot has changed. That would be an example of kind of services that have advanced, but we also have challenges with internet connectivity. So if we're going to roll out services that are delivered and require broadband internet services, we need to make sure that residents have access to that to ensure that it's available to our citizens. Well, it's great that the province, through the Department of Business and really led by Develop Nova Scotia, have set aside almost $200 million to help expand rural broadband internet access to ensure that citizens will have the infrastructure in their communities to participate in advancements in technology, whether it's for their work, for their play, or indeed potentially even for their health care. But it is relatively new services. These are relatively new services. We need to make sure that as we're evaluating them, when we pull that lever, we make sure we do it properly and to avoid any potential unintended consequences of pursuing a particular path, because this would be a significant disruptor within the current healthcare environment, and it requires a lot of consultation, engagement, and ensure what model would be best suited, whether it's going to a private third party or engaging with our existing physician population and providing them the tools to deliver virtual care within the province.
Member for Pictou East. West.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Yes, a big mistake. But I will forgive you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Minister, for that answer. I want to move on to the construction of a dialysis unit that's going ahead at the Halifax Infirmary. I'd like to know or have an explanation of how we got to the expansion of being 6 chairs. What kind of meetings were held, consultations, and perhaps even stakeholders to determine that it was 6 chairs that the expansion would include.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the member knows, we've done reviews on the needs for dialysis. Most of that attention has been on more rural settings and creating or expanding the number of seats. That work was done before my time in the Department of Health and Wellness. As part of the QE2 redevelopment and the refreshment of infrastructure here in the city, including here on the peninsula, and the expansion out to Bayers, as well as in the Dartmouth General. The Nova Scotia Health Authority, engaging with clinicians and healthcare providers and evaluating the existing infrastructure, came up with a need for a dozen seats in the HRM area. So some of the expansion, 6 seats in Dartmouth General and 6 seats here on the peninsula. That really was the clinical recommendation, to have a dozen new seats in the Central Zone HRM region, and based upon the space availability and configuration and demands, that's how we landed on 6 in Dartmouth and 6 over here on the peninsula.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I'm curious about the expansions in Kentville, Digby, Bridgewater, Glace Bay, and Dartmouth. If you could let us know how many chairs they're receiving, and perhaps you can't provide the information today, but we'd also like to know what the cost per location of those areas that I just mentioned, what the cost will be, but perhaps you would have the number of chairs that each of them are receiving.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the decisions around the bulk of the dialysis expansions were made before I came into the role of Minister of Health and Wellness, based upon a report and work that was done analysing where the best locations for either new sites or expansions based upon the system. But those seats many of them are coming online, we expect, in the 2021 fiscal year. The total number of additional dialysis stations that have been announced as being added is 42. They are Digby, 6 stations, Kentville, 12 stations, which is including the replacement of 6 in Berwick. So it was deemed to be more appropriate to have Kentville with 12 than the 6 in the Berwick site. Glace Bay with new 6 stations, Dartmouth with an expansion of 6 stations, and Halifax with the expansion of 6 stations, and Bridgewater with 12 stations that's currently in the design phase. The cost estimates, Dartmouth General Dialysis, the total projected cost for Dartmouth General Dialysis is about $7.75 million. So 7.75 is the budgeted cost or expected cost for Dartmouth General. For Glace Bay, about the same, 7.7 million. Digby General, yeah, so they're about $7.7 million for the projects each. The Halifax Infirmary, we're at the early stages, just moving into the design at this point, is about $300,000, but again, that's almost completed for the design, so we'll have an additional investment for the actual construction once it gets to that stage.
Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much. So it sounds like the past Minister of Health, now the current Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage, it was under his direction for these areas to receive chairs. My concern is that Pictou County has over 46,000 people, and we have 4 chairs. And my colleague from Pictou Centre and my colleague from Pictou East and I, all 3 of us, for the last 7 years have been standing in our place requesting to be at least reviewed, to be considered. We have people traveling to Halifax and other locations to receive this life-saving service. I have a man that's 87 years old. It's not right, it's not fair. And sadly, we actually even have the space in the Pictou Hospital to at least have another 6 chairs, maybe even more. So I'd like to hear from the minister, what are the plans to increase the dialysis chairs from 4 to whatever number at the Pictou Hospital?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, again, the process that was undertaken included a report and some recommendations from the clinicians around to identify and prioritize the recommended locations. Yes, under the leadership of the previous Minister of Health and Wellness, that proposal was brought forward for funding, but the origination of the proposal would not have been at the ministerial level. These are business plans and recommendations that come from clinicians. I know that certainly the member from Argyll-Barrington, both the previous and current, have asked about the dialysis in their communities on a regular basis, much like the members from Pictou County have as well. My response remains the same. These projects that are currently underway, as I've said in the past, we need to get those implemented, establish the change that has to the care and the travel patterns, the necessary travel patterns for those in the surrounding communities to help inform the next phase of review for dialysis. But again, there was a review that was done a few years back. That review informed a proposal for new and expanded dialysis sites. Those are the sites that were assessed and approved projects moving forward. We need to get these chairs up and running. That's been the focus and the priority that we've had. As I've said in the past, when we're done, and again, this is the year we expect to see the earlier projects come on stream, which I think means we're nearing that point where we will move to the next phase of consideration for dialysis stages. But we're just not quite at that point in time yet, because this is a significant amount of funding, not just for the capital investments, but also the ongoing operational investments that are made. So again, we need to make sure that we're doing so and making these investment decisions is very important, as the member rightly noted, very important life-saving investments in dialysis. It's also worth noting that some of that includes home dialysis treatment options and evaluating what, if any, changes are necessary in our nephrology program to help facilitate and support Nova Scotians who may find that home dialysis is actually right for them, both clinically and otherwise, because there are many positive benefits for being able to have home dialysis units established. You don't need them in large hospitals and so on. And in many cases, you can actually have the dialysis run while you're sleeping. So it has really gives a dialysis patient their life back. If they meet, unfortunately, it doesn't serve all patients, but for those that may be eligible, I would certainly, it's an area that I would like to see some further work and opportunities pursued, because of how significant the positive outcomes can be for those who are eligible. And on, when just looking at us on a national basis, we lag behind most of the country for the adoption rate of home dialysis. So again, chairs in hospitals aren't always the only solution. Some of them are actually supporting people in their homes as well. So that's where I think the next review is likely to focus, is a combination of not just the provincial lens, but also in terms of provincial sites, but also opportunities for home hemodialysis as well.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you so much. So with regards to the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital located in Pictou, there are a number of changes that will be happening with our new clinic that is being built, and it is going to provide an opportunity to expand perhaps blood collections, or perhaps the Veterans Unit, or our restorative care unit, or again maybe our dialysis unit. So with this extra free space that we're going to have located at this hospital, I'm wondering if the Minister has any plans himself for this area, this free space that we're going to now have.
Minister of Health.
Just looking for clarity, which site is the member's referring to?
The member for Pictou West.
The Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital, and again, so we're moving our clinic out of the hospital. We're having a new one built, and it's delayed, but my understanding is that it will definitely be ready by September, and this is going to free up a whole lot of space in this hospital, and I'm wondering what discussions have been taking place to ensure that we can still use that space.
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. That, again, as I've noted in the past, operational work of the Nova Scotia Health Authority to establish that clinic, as well as the work that they would have with their hospital space at Sutherland Memorial. I am not aware of any plans proposed by the Nova Scotia Health Authority at this point for that space. That doesn't mean that they're not prepared with their own operational plans, but again, as far as when they would time that to bring forward for budget consideration, I think their focus is likely on getting the new space and project completed, so that they make that changes, and then they would know what and how they would want to make use or do with any excess space that they would have within the Sutherland Harris site. But at this point, there's nothing that I'm aware of that would suggest new programs within that particular site.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you. I know the Minister has seen me stand in my place and ask often about the Veterans Unit that is located as well in the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital, and we're all aware that there's a federal component to our veterans units, and we're all aware as well that policy on a federal level states that these units are not to serve anyone beyond the Korean War, which is something that I have been advocating to change since 2013, and my understanding is that it's being reviewed and perhaps these changes will come. But currently at the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital, where the Veterans Unit is located, there are 20 beds, and right now we only have 11 veterans. And often, you know, I complain about having these empty beds that are not being utilized. And of course, we could be utilizing them. And I'm wondering if there's been any recent conversations with the Minister's federal colleagues on changing policy and ensuring that we are using those beds for not just our veterans, but perhaps opening them up to as community beds as well.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, the member has correctly noted how the veterans' beds, particularly in the long-term care space, are configured and that would be a similar situation in many communities across the province, Mr. Chair. That you know, the federal policy on how they define veterans for eligibility for the beds for which they pay the Nova Scotia Health Authority to provide or reserve, I guess, those beds is the purview of the federal Veterans Affairs Department. But as far as recent conversations, I haven't had a recent conversation, but certainly at the staff level, it is something that we think is timely. It is part of our broader work in evaluating opportunities to ensure availability and of long-term care beds in communities where they're needed. We are evaluating many different options. Some are building and expanding. For example, in Metagan, when the announcement to replace that particular facility, we took a broader look at what the anticipated demand for the region was, and so we added additional beds so that it's not just a replacement, it's a replacement plus some additional beds. The same sort of thing in Cape Breton. When we did the redevelopment, we were doing the analysis of what the long-term care requirements would be, and we built in the additional beds. That's on the kind of the more traditional building new beds approach, but we also have been working to identify other opportunities, again, as I said, around things like Veterans Affairs beds. We certainly don't want to prevent veterans, and that's where, you know, these conversations get challenging. We want to make sure that they continue to have access to the care that they need when they need it. So again, we want to be enter those conversations carefully, because we don't want to again have unintended consequences. But as I said, Mr. Chair, the work of the department and our continuing care team, I think, has shown some ingenuity. Prime example is the announcement we made in the fall respecting the conversion of vacant RCF, residential care facility beds here in Halifax, 30 of them into long-term care beds. These were beds that were essentially chronically vacant at the RCF, a lower level of acuity care. We're going vacant. It was significantly cheaper and faster to have at that particular facility renovated and transitioned to be licensed as a long-term care. In that particular instance, that facility was relatively new and was by and large built to the long-term care standards. So it's not something that all RCFs that have vacancies would be able to do easily, but when we saw the opportunity and had a willing partner, we pursued it, and that means that we'll have 30 additional long-term care beds coming on stream in Halifax, I believe, as early as the end of this fiscal. That is March, the end of March 2020.
Member for Pictou West, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to continue on with some questions around the Veterans Unit, because it is a big concern of mine. It's a great service that's there, and I know that the minister's not going to have time to answer my next question, so I think I will just possibly take my seat and we will move on, and I will continue on when we start again. Thank you so much.
The time for the Conservatives has expired. Now on to the NDP, 23 minutes. The member from Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same story, couple-minute break? No? Yeah, well, some...
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I appreciate, and I think my colleagues here appreciate the offer of the Leader of the NDP, but unfortunately, they don't seem to enjoy these seats in this chamber as much as we do. So they want to just keep going and wrap up this evening as soon as possible.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's certain kind of jobs where if you just put your head down and go, it works out a little easier. might be one of them. Well, with some of the time that we have left to conclude your marathon here this afternoon and this evening, I'd like to go back to where we left off, thinking about the impact on the province of the federal-provincial funding formula. So I had been asking about the minister's assessment of whether in fact we need something other than the present formula, and the minister had reflected some on that. But I'd like to ask in a more focused way about this particular healthcare budget. Would the minister say that the impact of his government's having accepted a per capita based funding transfer formula, would the minister say that this has had a positive or a negative impact on the budget for health in Nova Scotia in the coming year?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the agreement for the current Canada Health transfer, as well as the bilateral funding for targeted towards mental health and addictions and community continuing care services has had positive impacts. We've been able to leverage that funding support to expand programs and initiatives in priority areas like mental health and continuing care. 2 of the 3 primary mandated items for this government. But for me, in my tenure as Health Minister, in my mandate letter, to be focused on improvements. We've been able to roll out programs and supports more quickly than we would have otherwise been able to provide if we didn't have that targeted funding available to us. But that said, Mr. Chair, we certainly we'll continue to have our conversations and express our position with the federal government that we do believe that a consideration for an alternative model of funding, one that we think would support all Canadians. In fact, when healthcare funding dollars are funded in a model that is related to the healthcare needs or challenges as opposed to a per capita basis. But we'll continue to have those conversations at the national level. And hopefully move forward to achieve. But in the meantime, we certainly appreciate the funding program that we do have. Again, it is more funding than we would have had under the previous federal government because this government chose and agreed to provide us additional targeted funding within our priority areas. These are areas that our the health of our population needed. Again, the commitment to target and focus on continuing care that reflects and recognizes one of the primary health care needs of our aging demographic here in Nova Scotia.
Member for Halifax-Chipoughton.
Thank you. Well, and thank you for that answer to the minister, but it is certainly not a peripheral thing to be asking about. So many areas of concern in healthcare policy in Nova Scotia. When we pursue the area of concern, we find ourselves back at the question of fiscal adequacy, fiscal competence, fiscal capacity, and the root of that, to a great extent, is the federal transfers. So I don't think there would be anyone who would question the point the minister has made that benefits have accrued from the continuing care mental health area targeted funding. That's not what is at issue. But I do think it is a fair question as we assess together the adequacy of the health budget, the health estimates for the coming year. To ask the minister, is the per capita funding formula with which we are operating presently in our relationship between the province and the federal government, has this resulted in a result which in this year's budget is beneficial or a result which is detrimental?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. I guess as I noted previously, the Canada Health Transfer Agreement that we entered into, you can't tease these funding proposals out. In fact, the agreement we entered into is a two-part component. One is the base Canada Health Transfer funding, which was by and large consistent with what the previous Conservative government, federal government, was going to put in place. And in addition to that, we got new funding commitment from the current federal government in targeted areas that were shared priorities between us provincially and the federal government. So I would say to the member's specific question about the current Canada Health Transfer program that's in place, is it better than what we would have had if we didn't enter into the agreement previously? In fact, this is the best agreement we could get with the federal government. It is better than what the previous federal government was going to provide to a significant degree, particularly in priority areas, one of which very directly relates to some of the demographic health challenges, that is our aging population demographic, with the support and targeted funding. The other thing that's important to note is, prior to this agreement, there had been a long-standing agreement, Mr. Chair, which did have a higher rate of growth in the transfer, but that higher rate of growth, Mr. Chair, didn't always result in the direct positive health outcomes. So one of the challenges, I think, sometimes with just general broad, looking at numbers that way and not at the actual areas of care and ensuring that there's a focused delivery, can be that outcomes sometimes don't get achieved as intended. What we're seeing with our investments in mental health and addictions, as I've said earlier, just one example. Adult urgent care access in the province of Nova Scotia has gone from 85% meeting the clinical target time to 98%. Of people meeting that targeted time for urgent care mental health services. That is in part achieved by investments that are available to us as a province to share with our healthcare providers, the Nova Scotia Health Authority. And so we're seeing positive outcomes, Mr. Chair, on the basis of that targeted funding that is part of the current Canada Health Transfer. So again, to the member's specific question, I believe we've seen positive outcomes based upon the agreement that we entered into, but at the same time we'll continue to advocate, I think, for a model of healthcare funding that we believe could be even better than the current model of funding.
The honourable member from Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other question on the adequacy of the funding formula. Around the time when the Minister's Party was in government the last time, in the 90s, the portion of our provincial health budget that was funded federally was right around 50%. And today, it's right around 25%. And I'm wondering, what is the minister's view of the proportion of the provincial budget that it is appropriate for the federal government, the provincial health budget, that it is appropriate for the federal government to be supporting?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. I think again, numbers are magical things, Mr. Chair. When you look at the question that the members referenced is just a proportional of our healthcare delivery versus the percentage that is directly related to the Canada Health Transfer from the federal government, and looking at it over a period of time. What the member maybe get lost in just talking about those specific numbers is when we have expanded our healthcare delivery into areas that are not necessarily explicitly part of the Canada Health Act. So one must consider the historical context, I think, of our agreements that are in place and the work that we do. Again, I think what we saw in the current federal government is a recognition that some of the healthcare needs of the population go beyond simply those defined originally in the Canada Health Act and made available additional targeted funding into new areas, which allows us to, again, expand the services faster than we would have been able to do with provincial funding alone. This, I think, Mr. Chair, is reflective of an evolving, I think, which is always important, that we continue to evolve not just how we deliver, but the priorities of those areas that we deliver healthcare services to our population. I think for far too long, and I'm quite certain that the members of the New Democratic Party agree, for far too long, mental health and addictions has not been recognized as a priority area within our healthcare system or indeed within our society in the same manner as physical health conditions. But I do believe that that has changed. That is a very positive shift. But you know, again, it's healthcare is not a system that is so simple as a light switch, that just because you identify the need and the opportunity to do more, that you can solve all of those problems by just flicking a switch. It does require time, it does require investment, it does require some changes. That is the path that we are on. We are making the investments. We're making investments early. Again, back to the first set of questions that the member had been inquiring about, Mr. Chair, that was foundational in the social determinants of health. Similarly, you know, what you're talking about is getting back to the root cause, the upstream causes of health conditions. For mental health and addiction, we recognize in the province that you know, most particularly more severe mental health conditions do present themselves first in adolescents and young adults. So we have heavily targeted our investments towards our youth to provide more opportunities to ensure that we can identify as early as possible and provide the appropriate interventions as well as the tools and supports that those youth need, so that, again, they are given every opportunity, despite perhaps having mental health challenges, every opportunity to live a healthy and productive life, which we know is possible, provided they have the necessary both diagnosis and support services around them. And that's why we've invested heavily in a variety of services, again, particularly targeted towards youth. And it's done, again, not just in the Department of Health and Wellness, not just with our partners, the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK, but the Education Department, community partner organizations that are supporting us and providing care, like Caper Base in Cape Breton, which actually served as the model for an adolescent outreach model that we've rolled out in both the northern and western zones. We've seen tens of thousands of visits by those clinicians within those communities. I think over 40 school communities now have visits as part of that adolescent outreach model. These benefits of these early interventions and services, I believe, Mr. Chair, we will really see and reap the true benefits of those in the years to come. So again, that all does tie back to the member's question about the funding and the supports from the federal government. Again, I do say we will always, as a province, champion more opportunities to work with our partners at the federal level to fund the priorities of the province. Healthcare is clearly one of them, so we will continue to do that, but we will also acknowledge gratefully the support that we do have and the shared priorities and the investments in these areas that we've been talking about this evening.
Member for Halifax-Buckdow.
Thank you. I wonder if maybe I haven't asked the question with enough focus. What I mean to ask is, does the minister not think that the proportion of provincial health expenditures that is provided by the federal government to Nova Scotia, does the minister not think that that needs to be significantly greater than it is at present?
Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, again, as I started to in the first note, again, numbers become a difficult thing. I could say yes to that, and Mr. Chair, could create an environment where, with no additional money, you know, for example, if there was no provincial contribution, their contribution would be 100%. So simply stating a percentage isn't always necessarily the best mechanism to establish our funding. As I've said earlier, we appreciate the funding we have, but we also recognize that you know, at every opportunity, we'll continue the conversation with the federal government to ensure we pursue a funding model. We think that there are opportunities to do more. Would we appreciate additional funding from the federal government? Would we put that funding through the Canada Health Transfer to good use in our healthcare system? Yes, we certainly would. Will I continue to have those conversations with my federal counterparts? Certainly. That is part of our ongoing, and I think it's likely been part of the conversation of every health minister since the 1960s when the Canada Health Act and these transfers first were established. So again, I'll continue to advocate for more resources to support our healthcare delivery from our partners at the federal level. I believe recently at the Atlantic Premiers meeting, the Atlantic Premiers, including our Premier here in Nova Scotia, did make it publicly known that they would like to see changes in the Canada Health Transfer, that we do believe, and again, as health ministers, we continue to advocate for those opportunities, but we are in the situation we're in right now. We as a province will maximize the funding that we get from the federal government to support the healthcare needs of the citizens of Nova Scotia, and at the same time, we will continue to work with our federal counterparts to make the case for funding that also takes into account the healthcare needs of our population. We all, Mr. Chair, recognize that we do have some high, you know, on a per capita basis, many of the factors, are health factors that we have and challenges that we have in the province on a per capita basis are fairly significant, and part of that is due to a multitude of factors, one of which we've spoken about already, which is our aging demographic, disproportionately impacting the Atlantic region. So again, of course, we'll continue that advocacy, but in the meantime, we'll continue to make the best use of the funding that we do get currently from the federal government, and that which the province also contributed.
Member for Halifax,
Thank you, and thanks to the Minister for his reflections on that very important question about the adequacy of the funding formula, which impacts so many dimensions of healthcare policy and programming in the province. So I'd like to just shift gears a little then for, I guess, a final question. I'm thinking about the last emergency room accountability report that came out when it came out the end of the year, and how it indicated unscheduled ER closures that was the greatest single one-year escalation in those closures since this government came to power. And I think with the pattern of escalating annually unscheduled ER closures, and I want to simply ask the Minister as we conclude this evening, it had been his view in the past, and I want to check and see if it is still his view now, that escalating pattern of emergency room closures, unscheduled closures across the province, is it still his view that this is not symptomatic of a structural health care crisis in the province?
Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, again, my view remains that the challenges with maintaining emergency department hours in those communities that are struggling relates directly to the availability of the appropriate health care staff to provide the safe operation of those facilities. That is when those circumstances arise, is when the Nova Scotia Health Authority alerts the community that there will be a closure for the emergency department. That relates back to one of our very key priority areas. That is the expansion of training opportunities for nurses as well as physicians, the healthcare providers that are needed in this province to service primary care as well as emergency departments and other care throughout our healthcare system. So we recognize that, Mr. Chair, and again, we are taking steps to improve the availability of
time. The time has expired. Order. The time allotted for the consideration of supply demand has eclipsed. Sorry, I was getting a message from my babysitter. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and that you report progress and beg leave to sit again.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise, report its business to the House.
Order, please. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply will now report.
The Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
Thank you very much. Just before we go to the Government House Leader, I have one order of housekeeping here. Earlier today, during opposition debate, the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage read quote from a constituent email and then subsequently tabled that email. And as I had mentioned, we're going to have to disallow the tabling of this document as there is no author of the email provided. We had requested that. And also, I do want to remind all members that in addition to the necessity to identify the author of written documents, if you are going to quote anybody in your verbal comments, you do also have to identify who you're quoting. And I did rule as recently as September the 12th, 2018, when I said, quote, I'd like to remind the honourable members it's against the rules of this chamber to read a constituent's email without identifying the author of the email. You have to be able to identify from whom the quote came. So if everybody could keep that in mind, and we will return this document to the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the government business for today. I move that the House now rise to meet again tomorrow, Thursday, February 27th, 2020, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11 p.m. Following the daily routine in QP, business will include the continuation of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply, and with time permitting, second reading on bills 220, 221, 223, 225, 226, 227, 228, and 230.
Motion. Motion is for the House to rise to meet again tomorrow, February 27th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m.